An unknown voice in the dark night said that from today on his new name is Zero, and the embryo organization is his new home and new homeland, and he must also forget about his past. The guy must become the most devoted member of the organization. And to do everything in the interest of the organization, he has nothing to hide from them, and his only task is to carry out the orders of the organization. A guy who is confined to a chair must be ready to give his life for the sake of the organization. An unknown doctor told the subject that even if he became a scarecrow, he must carry out any order. The girl with red hair standing next to the doctor asked him to answer her question. She asked him to state her name. The experimental guy opened his eyes and thought about who he was. His name used to be Stan. Before he was transferred here, he was a game booster. In his past life, Stan was sitting at his computer and telling his boss on the phone that he would upgrade him to platinum without any problems. He was that godless booster, and on the one hand, he did it to feed himself. On the other hand, Stan did it because he loved to play and win. A strange little elf suddenly approached his game character with a book and asked him to stay. The elf introduced himself as a constituent reporter named Henry, and he was eager to do a little interview with the guy. Stan smiled sweetly and agreed to give a short interview. Henry was surprised that the guy agreed to this so easily. Never before had such a mysterious fighter agreed so easily. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Stan waving in front of the elf's face and asking what he wanted from him. Henry opened his book and began his interrogation. He said that Stan took 47th place in the current tournament. And as is known, those who took the first 100 places are the strongest and most qualified participants, and he would like to know if he plans to join the military. To the guy's surprise, Stan answered very briefly. He said no. Henry was curious about the reason for the boy's refusal to join the military service. Stan replied that it was a secret and that he needed to talk about something completely different now, and only then talk about plans. The guy moved closer to the cameraman so that his face could be seen better in the frame. Suddenly, Stan greeted everyone and started advertising his booster services, saying that he could easily earn them currency and level them up. Before he could finish speaking, Henry shouted that boosters were prohibited by the moderators, and they could not show this on air. Stan was disappointed that he had failed to get free publicity again, and Henry understood why there had been no information about the player before. Stan from the real world took off his virtual reality glasses. He didn't understand what was wrong with boosting because he was better than any pro player. This year, the guy boosted more than 10 accounts, and he even managed to get into the top players. The game he boosts is called Starsea and has over 10 million players. You can get into space, the Earth, and other locations of the vast Starsea using virtual reality gaming devices with which you are completely immersed. As one of the very first testers and later a fan of the game, Stan spent over 10 years playing it. Every task, every location, and even the location of the smallest crystals is more real to Stan than the dull world outside. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by the phone, in which the boss issued a new order. Stan saw that this was an order for a newbie and considered it easy. It's time to get to work and not complain about life. Then he thought that this new life would be simple and boring. Stan was transported into a virtual world where a voice was heard saying that this was the 24th test sample and that he was being injected with a serum called Valkyrie. The reaction occurred after 2 minutes and 46 seconds the sample came to life. Stan heard strange siren sounds, and for some reason the guy smelled something burning. His head was simply splitting, and the guy did not recognize the place he was in. It did not look like the usual place of resurrection. Suddenly, Stan saw a scientist who shouted that the sample had come to life and that it was necessary to immediately inform Mrs. Hell. The scientist took the radio and ordered the guards to come and immediately take control of the sample. Stan was surprised that security appeared. This was a slightly unusual start to the game. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but he knew for sure that it was better to run away from here as quickly as possible. However, the hero did not have time to escape because one of the guards hit him with his plastic sword. Stan blocked the blow, but something was wrong. For some reason, he felt 100% pain when the limit is 40%. In such a situation, it is worth disconnecting from the game as soon as possible. However, before he could switch off, he was hit again from behind, and this time the guy was taken under control. Stan woke up in a metal cell, his arm still itching from the previous blow. Stan was angry because he paid the developers $300, but apparently the game broke again. But since this is a new account, it is easier to start all over again. But when he called the system, the guy couldn't believe his eyes. It didn't have an exit button, only information on the player's characteristics. Stan was a commoner with light injuries who had the ability of focus, which allowed him to learn 10% faster and create items. It also said that Stan was a first-version NPC model, and there were 358 days left until the game opened, the guy was sent back 10 years. Behind the system, the guy saw a mirror in which was his game character, whose face was exactly like Stan's in the real world. And then he realized that he had moved. Stan had moved into the Star Sea completely. At that very moment, the door to his metal cell opened, and he saw the silhouettes of people. A red-haired girl stood in front of him and asked if the guy was the test subject. She introduced herself as Hell's leader and said that if he tried to escape again, he would die. Stan recognized her. It was the Scarlet Cobra Hell, the boss killer of the rookie version 1.0, nicknamed the Destroyer by Sister. Hell, meanwhile, gave the order to the soldier to send the hostage for a blood test. She wants to see the results right now. The hero was lifted from the floor and taken for tests, and he kept thinking about where he was. Hell was the mistress of the Aquamarine Star, and judging by the suits of the local security, Stan realized that this was the embryo organization of the initial versions of the Star Sea. Now he understood where he was. This was the Valkyrie Laboratory, where the plan for the development of super-strong warriors was created. A crazy organization whose goal is to destroy the government. The script calls for him to be brainwashed and then sent to the battlefield as mindless trash. That's a really shitty start. After some time, the scientist who was looking at Stan said that the blood test did not reveal any peculiarities, and it seemed that the period of irascibility was already over. The main effect of the essence is brain stimulation. The scientist wanted to open the guy's skull because he is sure that brain analysis will give more information. But Hell forbade this, because Stan is the first revived sample, and there is no point in destroying him yet. The scientist was disappointed but agreed, and said that in that case it was worth observing the subject. Hell bowed her head and told the doctor to send him for a brainwashing first. The security grabbed Stan and took him to be cleaned, at which point the guy realized he had played himself into trouble. After all, he is only level 1, a weakling. The guards around him are at least level 5, and some are even level 8. The worst part is that Boss Hell is here, so the guy simply has no chance of escaping. But Stan wasn't going to give up. He had to figure out how to avoid the cleaning, and then he saw the bookshelf. There was a list of literature for laboratory assistants on it, and then the hero came up with a plan. When the guards escorted him past the bookshelf, the guy immediately grabbed one of the books. At that very moment, machine guns were pointed at his head and he was ordered to stop. But the doctor stopped the soldiers, saying that he wanted to see what the subject would do. Stan realized that the plan had worked. Now the most important thing was not to seem dangerous to them. The guy opened the book he had borrowed and flipped through a few pages. These were the basics of mechanization, and the system window that appeared informed that the guy had begun to study the basic concepts of mechanization. Stan was surprised that the system worked. Even though he is now an NPC, he has a player system. This means that he can raise levels like a real player. No matter what he does, scientists will think that these are the learning characteristics of the test sample. The head teacher was surprised that the boy was reading a book. Apparently, the serum had enhanced his learning abilities. Hell was delighted with the unexpected success. If he became a brilliant fighter, then their cannon fodder would increase in value. However, it was necessary to go for brain cleaning because the equipment was already ready, so one of the guards told Stan to stop. But the guy wouldn't let go of the book, so the guard tried to forcefully snatch it from Stan's hands. The hero held on until the very end, and because of such force the book was torn. However, the guy managed to finish reading it and increase his level. The system reported that he had learned the mechanics skills. The mechanics knowledge tree was open, and the guy received several characteristic points and received the profession of a novice mechanic. A few minutes later, our hero was brought into the office for a brain cleansing. The doctor informed Mrs. Hell that they could begin. They sat Stan down in a chair and tied him tightly, connecting the equipment to his head. Smiling, the doctor said that he was very sorry because this sample was very unusual. What if they spoil it right now? After all, it would have been better to first perform an autopsy before cleaning. Listening to this, Stan thought that the scientist was simply a pervert if he wanted to dig into his brain so much. Hell told the scientist that they didn't have time and needed to start immediately. The doctor agreed because sooner or later the sample would fall into his hands anyway. After wishing the guy good luck, the doctor turned all the devices onto maximum. At that very moment, powerful electric shocks began to damage Stan's brain. The pain was unbearable. The system reported danger. It said that Stan should make a decision. His free will was equal to 8 units, and his will was not enough to stop. In 15 seconds, the guy's brain would be erased. Stan knew that he needed 10 free resolve to avoid the brainwashing. And then he remembered that he had leveled up earlier. The hero ordered the system to add 2 free points to intelligence, and the system responded that it was restarting the solution, but Stan did not have time to wait. After a couple of seconds, the system counted the guy's points and reported that he had successfully avoided brainwashing. The equipment turned off. Stan was shaking, but he was glad that he had made it. From now on, he would just have to play along with them. Hell and the doctor had already approached the guy. It was time to test Stan's acting skills. The gorgeous girl slowly leaned towards Stan's face. She began to whisper to him that from today on they would call him Zero. The embryo organization is his home and his birthplace. He must forget about his past. Meanwhile, Stan was only thinking about the fact that the Red Viper Hell was too close to him. She was very beautiful next to him. The guy had missed her so many times before. But now there is no need to think about it. Because the situation is too dangerous, Stan must not look or move, endure, but not reveal himself. Hell finished whispering in the guy's ear and asked him who he was. The guy was silent for a long time, and the doctor thought that the flushing had failed, although he had done everything according to the standard. Suddenly, the boy began to speak, and the doctor and Hell turned their attention to him. Stan looked up and told them his name was Zero. The doctor explained that the Valkyrie essence had enhanced Zero's learning abilities, and that the side effects of the essence might worsen his emotional connection with others. The girl suggested that this meant the experiment had failed, but the man replied that it was a success. After all, cannon fodder doesn't need feelings, and Stan meanwhile smiled and thought that he would never become cannon fodder. Hell ordered the guard to take the guy to the rest area. The guard apologized and said that the restroom for experimental samples was not ready yet. Then the girl ordered the guy to be taken to her room, since her superiors had handed him over to her care. Stan didn't expect this turn of events. He didn't expect to go into the girl's room. He needed to throw away all vulgar thoughts. A few minutes later, the guy was in Hell's room. The thought that he would live with such a girl in the same room made his pants feel tight. Meanwhile, Hell was talking to someone on the phone. She was reporting that the brainwashing was successful. The girl was personally present at it. The voice from the receiver said that now it was time to train him. Suddenly, the girl told her boss that she would like to see her sister. Stan had been eavesdropping all this time and was surprised that the girl had said something about her sister. But a little later, he remembered that Hell had a sister. The voice on the phone said that their agreement was not like that. She was allowed to visit her sister once every 2 months. There was no need to cross the line. Then the boss hung up and the girl was shaking with rage. Stan noticed this and sympathized. Suddenly, Hell hit the wall, spilling all the pain and rage on it. From such a blow, the wall immediately cracked. Stan had already forgotten that this beauty was very strong. Suddenly, the guy saw that Hell began to unfasten her belt, on which the weapon hung. Stan was stunned. Right now, the beauty began to undress in front of the guy, completely exposing her body. The girl noticed that he was looking at her, and the guy guiltily looked away at that moment. Suddenly, she approached Stan, but the guy guessed that most likely he was not allowed to do this. Hell tried to seduce the guy, but he had to hold on because if she realized that he hadn't been brainwashed, then he was finished. A couple of seconds later, the girl turned around sharply, and Stan breathed a sigh of relief. She went to her room, just a little more, and the guy wouldn't have been able to resist. After some time, the girl fell asleep. Only now did Stan realize that there was only one bed in this room, and what kind of strange games this lady had in mind. So apparently the guy needs to sleep with her. He quietly lay down on the bed next to Hell. At that very second, the girl kicked him, causing Stan to fall off the bed. Naturally, the bed belongs only to her, and the guy has to sleep on the floor. By morning, the boy was brought to the training pavilion, where Hell was already waiting for him. From today onwards, his training in combat skills, hand-to-hand combat and shooting begins. Hell threw some device to the hero and told him to put it on. Stan pressed the button and was wrapped in armor, but before he could react, he was immediately kicked in the chest. The girl did not stop and grabbed his hand. Pulling on the arm, she immediately blocked it. In this position, it is easy to break the limb. Then she kicked him in the chest, causing blood to pour from the guy's mouth. In the end, the great booster lost and lay powerless on the ground. Hell ordered him to get up. The guy got up and the fight was repeated. Just like the first one, the hero just received a lot of blows to the face. The system that appeared reported that the hero had learned 5%, and Stan was convinced that even though he was an NPC, he was able to level up and learn new skills as a player. Thanks to this, the guy will soon be able to become the strongest character in this world. Hell left, and in her place another figure appeared who ordered the guy to get up. A bearded man approached him and said that he was his new shooting instructor and deputy head of this base, Justin. After these words, the man immediately threw the gun to Stan. He said that there were 10 bullets inside the gun, and that he had to aim at the target's heads. Stan was surprised that he was given such a difficult task from the very beginning. Only Olympic champions could handle it. The guy raised his gun and tried to hit the targets, but all the bullets that flew out of the pistol flew past. Stan never hit. although nothing out of the ordinary since he is not yet strong enough and his stats are too low. Suddenly, Justin thrust a dagger into the guy's hand. Stan immediately grabbed his hand, from which blood was pouring out. Why did this crazy man do this? Justin licked the dagger with blood and said that they would repeat the shooting over and over again, and every time the guy would fail the task, he would stab him with the dagger. He was wondering how much blood the guy would lose today. Stan clenched his fists. This man was just crazy, but the hero did not want to give up. He wanted to defeat him now, but he remembered that NPCs do not reincarnate, which means he only has one life. So Stan needs to be patient for the sake of his future. The hero raised his gun and began to try to hit, but Justin only laughed when he missed, because his blade was already ready. The bloody teacher continued to inflict injuries while two figures watched the training. The mad scientist said that Justin didn't value such a good sample at all. It would be better if they gave it to him for research. Hell said that the organization would not agree to his demands, to which the doctor replied that when the organization sucked all the value out of the guy, they themselves would bring him to him on a platter. The training ended and a wounded and tired Stan returned to the room. Hell was sitting in the room wearing only a towel. She said that the guy had shown himself badly today. Stan felt this judgmental atmosphere. He hoped that the girl would not punish him with a knife. The girl got up from her chair and called the guy to her. He thought that now she would punish him too. But Hell pointed to a warm bath and ordered the guy to undress. The guy didn't understand her words. Were they really going to take a bath together? After all, his mistress was going too far. The lady did not like to wait and asked why the guy could not follow such simple orders. Stan complied. After he undressed, the girl came up and began to examine his body. The guy could hardly hold on. This was already a violation and no one could resist such touching of the body. Hell let out a disappointed sigh, saying that Stan looked like a coward. The guy had no choice but to stand and remain silent. She took his hand and said that if he wanted to live, he had to try. Otherwise, the organization would think that they didn't need him and would give him to Professor Hendrik for analysis and brain dissection. Stan thought that there wouldn't be any showdowns because in a little while he would raise his levels, and in general he was an experienced player. Suddenly, the girl pushed the hero in the chest. The guy lost his balance and immediately fell into the bathtub. Hell explained that this is a regenerating liquid. Zero should lie here for an hour and all the wounds will heal by morning. Finally, she told the hero to feel at home, and Stan was disappointed because he thought that they would take a bath together. Of course, he understood that a successful experiment does not mean that he will live his whole life. Embryo will continue to make new samples and conduct experiments. Stan knew he had little time left and needed to get stronger as quickly as possible. The next day, Professor Hendrik was walking through the lab with Hell. He said that tomorrow he would go to the management and ask for permission to dissect Zero. He didn't think that they would refuse him this time. Hell countered by saying that the organization had already turned him down last week and that the professor should wait. The scientist did not understand why they needed this waste, or whether the girl had already gotten used to the sample, or maybe she even developed feelings for him. Hell gave the scientist a cold look, saying that it was impossible. Then, Hendrik advised him not to meddle in other people's business. He himself knew perfectly well what he should do. A little later, Hell was having dinner in her room. She told Stan to leave the gun alone. It was broken, and it was better to throw it away. The guy continued to pretend to be mute and not understanding, looking at the lady. The girl continued to say that he shouldn't be treated like his child. Unusable things are trash, and trash is better thrown away. And if Stan can't grow up, then he too will be thrown out like unnecessary trash. Suddenly, Zero began to speak his first words. He told the girl that he fixed it. The guy realized that dismantling objects could bring him experience points. It's a pity there aren't that many of them, but if he gets even more mechanisms. Hell was surprised that the sample was able to fix the gun. The next day, they left the bunker and went outside. Mrs. Hell held a pistol in her hands. She wanted to check the functionality of the device. The nearby bushes began to move and the first targets, birds, appeared from them and were immediately killed. Hell said that she informed the head about it. They gave permission to enter the armory. If the guy liked to rummage through mechanisms and weapons, maybe that's where he belongs. Stan thought that assembling and restoring mechanisms would allow him to earn experience. And this is exactly what he lacks. He could only dream of the possibility of getting into the weapons warehouse. Closer to evening, the hero and his mistress arrived at the military weapons depot. The girl brought the guy and explained that this was a warehouse of the local base and all their weapons were here. The guy was amazed by the embryo's combat training. There were a lot of weapons here. Stan was looking forward to gaining a huge amount of experience. The girl saw the guy's smile and said that she remembered the book on mechanization that Zero liked. So she found him a few more of these books the hero can read whenever he wants, but now she needs to go. After some time, the girl returned to her room and began to undress. However, Stan was already sitting in the room, which angered Hell. She was annoyed that he had returned here. The guy pretended not to understand why his mistress was angry. The girl said that they had prepared a restroom for him in the weapons warehouse, and that he would now live and sleep there. And besides, he was a man, and it was inappropriate to live with her. She pointed to the door and told the guy to get lost. Stan was upset that his life together with the beauty ended so quickly. From this day on, he will train in the mornings in the training pavilion. Hell will be waiting for him there. Suddenly, she stopped him and held out a gun. She told the guy to take it for himself because he fixed it, and now it is his. After that, the girl wished the sample good luck, and it went to the warehouse. The girl also turned around and walked towards her room. At that moment, the guy stopped. Hell turned around and asked the boy to survive. Our hero returned to the ammunition depot and immediately began to study the weapons. Every time he repaired or studied mechanisms, he gained experience points. Then the system offered to spend 200 experience points on the profession of a novice mechanic, and he agreed. Stan was happy that he was developing very quickly. In 2 days, he got the 3rd level. In order to get out of here, he will need only 6 months. By that time, no one will be able to stop the player here. So the weeks went on in the lab, with Stan training in the morning and studying the mechanisms at night. Hell was disappointed that in 3 months, this was all the guy had achieved. However, he couldn't let them know what Stan had really accomplished. The girl helped the hero up and said that Professor Hendrik had contacted the management again to examine him. Although the organization is in no hurry to make a decision, the guy will not be allowed to spend the organization's finances with such a worthless state. The girl asked Stan how long he thought he could last here. The hero looked at her thoughtfully. In principle, he had assumed everything to be just like that. That same night, he was also sitting at his table with cutlery. The guy was constructing something using a soldering iron. He noticed that the organization had turned off the camera installed in that place, meaning that Embryo had decided that they no longer needed him and that they would not have to monitor him 24 hours a day. The guy bent down and pulled the heavy box closer to himself. In the box was his pistol, which Hell had given him, only it had already been improved. Now disassembling mechanisms brings almost no experience. It's time to try to strengthen items. Now Stan has enough experience for such tricks. Even though he improves items, they need to be returned to their original state, and you can't let them know about his skills. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and Stan became wary. The guy immediately hid his gun and spare parts for it. A red-haired guy walked through the door with his comrades and said that the organization was disappointed in him, and starting today, funding was cut by 80%. The clothes had 001 written on them, meaning this was the second sample to survive after 0. Number 1 said that he heard that this guy was the same sample that was created before him. The organization spent a lot of resources on him. But instead of developing, he rummages around in this garbage. Red grabbed Stan by the collar and said that the guy was just a failed experiment. Putting number 1 in Zero's place was the organization's best idea. Stan understood that this sample with a completely cleared brain, the organization is his life. It is not worth interfering, otherwise the guy will give himself away. Number 1 ordered the other numbers and other workers to take out all of Zero's equipment. This is what Valkyrie expected when creating samples: combat talent, strong body, and high learning speed. The best fighter. Meanwhile, 2 security guards were passing by the warehouse and looked inside. One of them told his comrade to take a look at these useless insects. These guys were experimented on. Now they will be turned into cannon fodder, and their brains were also wiped, turning them into obedient fighters. It is better to die than such a fate. The security guard's partner advised him not to talk too much in front of them. But the other guard didn't calm down, because there was absolutely no difference. After all, these insects have had their brains erased anyway, and they won't understand anything. Stan looked at the watching guards. He understood those looks. Each of the guards looked at them as if they were cattle. At that moment, number 1 approached the guy, said that they were finished, and said goodbye to the failed experiment. Stan was left alone, by the way, about the embryo. The samples here are just cannon fodder, a weapon. And now Stan wondered, when their own sample destroyed them all, what kind of grimace would be on their faces. Meanwhile, the 3 people training Zero stood in front of the screen reporting the entire situation to the boss. Professor Hendrik asked again about the autopsy, and this time the voice of the leadership said that they would do as he asked. They would allow the autopsy of Zero. Finally, the scientist received approval. He bowed his head and thanked the owner. Justin, who was standing and sharpening his knife, only sighed in disappointment. He felt very sorry, because it was such an interesting toy that he still hadn't played with enough. Hell, meanwhile, clenched her fist tightly. The moment she didn't want had arrived, but there was nothing she could do about it. The next morning, she was still training Stan. The guy standing in a fighting stance noticed that something was wrong today. Hell hit the body powerfully. The guy noticed that the girl was too aggressive today. The girl shouted at him to defend himself and counterattack, and not stand there like a pillar. But the guy was still just as confused. The lady jumped into the air to deliver the next attack. With one powerful blow, she knocked Stan over, and the guy didn't understand what he did wrong that she was beating him so hard. Blood was pouring from his mouth, and Hell continued to scream at him to attack her. Usually everything went much easier. The girl even allowed him to rest a little. But there was no way out. Stan's legs began to tremble and he got into a fighting stance. The guy sped up and jumped on Hell to attack her. But the girl dodged it very easily, moving her head to the side. Then she abruptly grabbed the guy's hand. Approaching him, she said that Zero's blows were too gentle. She threw the guy away, shouting that this did not look like awareness and a desire to survive. The force of the throw was powerful, causing the guy to roll a few more meters. But the girl did not calm down. She grabbed him by the collar and prepared to strike. Stan opened his eyes. He knew that one more blow to him and he would definitely die. However, Hell stopped abruptly, looking into his eyes. Then she just threw him on the ground, saying it was funny, and she was sorry she expected anything from the guy. This is the end. Hell said that the guy should get a good night's sleep and that he might not come here tomorrow. A beaten Stan asked why he didn't have to come tomorrow. Hell turned around and started to leave. And as she left, she said that it was because the guy would be cut open tomorrow. Approaching the door, she quietly said that nothing could be changed. Nothing could be changed before the end. Now everything became clear. This day has come. That's why Hell is so hot-tempered. She can't watch Hendrik picking at the guy's head, so she beat him half to death. Women are so strange. Stan stood up with difficulty. For these 6 months, the only one who considered him a living being, a human being, was Hell. Others saw him as a blockhead, cannon fodder, and an object of experiments. They mocked him, tormented him, because the prototype would not fight back. They believed that such behavior was normal. But Stan remembered every drop of blood, and after all this, he will not die just like that. He returned to the warehouse and sat down to work on his developments. This was all he had collected in 6 months, which flew by for him like a month of ordinary life. Although he did not kill monsters and did not complete any tasks to raise his level. But he compensated for the increase in level in the limited realities of the mechanic class. Here, he was able to raise a lot of experience sitting in one room. Each character can own an unlimited number of professions, but every 20 levels there is a problematic task. To continue to increase the level, you need to complete a special task. General level cap restrictions change with new updates, and in version 1.0 the character's maximum level is 60, but Stan's screen says that his level is unlimited, which means he has power that exceeds any player. He is confident that the next stage is gambling blueprints. Blueprints are blue screens used in the mechanic class to create weapons and mechanisms. 60 kinds of knowledge can be used with each other to create a mechanism. Each combination contains many blueprints, but after combining knowledge, only one direction of creation can be studied at a time. Some blueprints have prerequisites, so it is unknown how many blueprints you can get when merging knowledge. But even when knowledge and experience merge, the player loses points in any case, because there is a possibility that another drawing will be created, which is why the stage is called gambling drawings. Stan did his first merge and got a hang glider blueprint, which he threw in the trash. The next design created was an artificial killer arm. But the guy also considered this drawing useless. He needed something much more powerful. Stan was starting to get nervous because his experience points would soon run out, and he still hadn't received the necessary drawing. There was one more attempt left. The mechanic started the system to create the last drawing. The system said the merger was successful, and then Stan realized that this was what he needed. The guy created a lightweight exoskeleton that made him half robot. Now the organization's leaders will learn what it means to cultivate their own enemy. A combat helicopter appeared over the laboratory and was already preparing to land. Hell, along with the first and other samples, were already waiting for the flying transport. The helicopter landed, and a squad of fighters emerged from it. The team captain introduced himself to the girl and said that his call sign was Silverblade. The girl didn't waste any time and said that they should do what they were supposed to do. There was an SUV in the garage, and she would take the helicopter. There was no need to waste her time. Every 2 months, Hell leaves the base. Today, she flew out early in the morning. Now she is not at the base. If she were here, then Zero would have a hard time, but now the time has come. Stan has been preparing and enduring all this time for this day. The day has come when the boy will get out of this prison. Professor Hendrik has come for him. Today is the last and only chance. However, before going out into the corridor, the guy notices a strange piece of paper lying on the floor. He picked it up and saw a picture of 2 girls. This is Hell and her sister, Aurora. She also has superpowers, but she is the complete opposite of Hell. She has very strong regenerative and healing skills. She is able to prolong life and, moreover, resurrect the dead. At the end of the game version 1.0, the embryo created a huge amount of essence from Aurora's body. This angered Hell so much that she began to destroy everything in sight. At that moment, she was nicknamed the Goddess of Death. Suddenly, a system appeared in front of the hero, offering him a task, which stated that the Embryo Company is a bloody organization. Where Hell came from is unknown to anyone. But whether she is loyal to the group is also unclear. The guy got a lead, and he should continue the investigation. The hero bowed his head, since the girl had hoped for him. Then this time, he will do something for her too. After that, the guy took the task related to Hell. Suddenly, he heard Hendrik's voice from the loudspeaker, ordering him to come immediately to the central hall for further orders. Stan put the clue in his pocket and decided that he would deal with Aurora when he got out of here. The guy looked out from around the corner and noticed a camera that was watching the entire perimeter. The hero knew that the entire base was under surveillance, and it was very difficult to move around here unnoticed. If so, then the first thing you need to do is visit the control room. This is goal number 1. A couple of minutes later, Stan got inside and killed all the guards. Now the all-seeing eye has been eliminated, and next in line is Professor Hendrik. 20 minutes later, Zero was brought into the scientist's personal laboratory. The professor turned around and was delighted to see his precious specimen. By dissecting his body, he will be able to understand how the guy differs from other samples, and when he finds out what the reason is, his corpse will become a stuffed animal in his lab. The professor began to prepare the equipment for the operation. The first sample brought back pleasant memories. However, Stan was already standing behind him and quickly dealt with the guard. Sensing something was wrong, Professor Hendrik turned around. He saw a dead guard. It was impossible. A brain-cleaned specimen couldn't kill their people. Stan, covered in the soldier's blood, put his hand to his head and, smiling, saluted the doctor. Hendrik didn't understand what had happened, because there had been no problems for the past 6 months. But Stan suddenly had his first real problem in his hands, a knife that was intended for the scientist. Without any interference, the boy pierced the professor's chest. Hendrik was still stunned, blood pouring out of his body. The wounded scientist looked at the camera in the corner that was watching all this and told the guy that he was going to die. Stan told him that he had already killed everyone in the control room, so everything was fine. Professor Hendrik fell to his knees, choking on his own blood. In the last minutes of his life, he could not believe that the guy had been just pretending for these 6 months. Stan confirmed his words by saying that reality is cruel. But Hendrik still insisted that it was impossible. The sample could not deceive everyone. Stan smiled. He raised his knife and said that nothing is impossible in this world. He then delivered another finishing blow to the professor, which cut his back. The mad scientist did not understand how this was possible. After all, he was its creator. These were the last words of Professor Hendrik. A rebellious Stan stood and looked at the dying doctor, the first target eliminated. A couple of minutes later, the hero took off the clothes of the guard who brought him. He also took Hendrik's key card. In the entire base, only 3 people have access to all the doors, and the professor was one of them. But the guy understood that if he went straight to the doors, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The game would be over in 10 seconds. Stan couldn't screw up that badly, so he put on his security guard uniform and prepared to break in. His main plan is to break the connection. He needs to get a couple of hours of freedom from communication. The communication equipment is 3 floors below behind the wall. He will have to use mechanisms to break through the wall. Now he needs to go back to the 2nd floor for the mechanisms. There are a few people on base who might know him. Hell, number 1, Hendrik and Justin. The first 2 are not on base and the 3rd is dead. Others won't even notice him unless he meets Justin. Suddenly, someone put their hand on his shoulder and asked which group the guy was from. For some reason, he hadn't seen him before. It was Justin. Stan was unlucky enough to meet this jerk so quickly. The hero lowered his cap and said that he was the new guy from Group B. Justin didn't know that they had sent new guys to them. It was strange that he didn't know, and the guy's voice was quite familiar. The deputy was not simple. He took out a gun and asked the guy to show his face. Stan squeezed his knife in his hand and asked them not to interfere because he didn't want to resort to Plan B. Justin didn't understand the guy's words and asked again what he meant. Stan turned around sharply and swung the knife, shouting that he had long wanted to tell Justin that it was time for him to see a psychiatrist. The hero stabbed the deputy with a knife, but he managed to put his hand in front of himself and protect his face. He wasn't that simple. Justin immediately realized that it was Zero. The other guards also did not stand aside and opened fire on the enemy. Stan was planning on the fly. He could reach the machinery room in 2 seconds. It will take Justin 3.7 seconds to recover from the impact. 3 guards won't be able to harm him in 4.2 seconds, and help will arrive in 25 or 35 seconds. Stan ran lightning fast into his room where the improved mechanisms were hidden. Justin was surprised that the guy decided to hide in his room because this was the worst option for him. He approached the guy's room with security saying that the guy was too gentle. However, suddenly they felt a strange tremor, and the tiles from the ceiling began to crumble little by little. The door to Stan's room opened. Justin was ready for any challenge. But inside the opened door, he saw a core radiating pure energy. Stan jumped out of the door and everyone who was in his way flew in different directions. The guy was wearing a combat exoskeleton that covered 50% of his body. Justin didn't understand what kind of device was currently on Zero, and Stan was already approaching his sworn enemy. He told Justin that it was time to die. A powerful mechanical fist struck the laboratory deputy in the chest. Justin immediately felt this pain rolling like goosebumps throughout his body. The mechanical blow pierced his chest. Justin couldn't believe it was really happening. Stan took Justin's heart in his mechanical hand with a ruthless look. Then he simply ripped the heart out of the shooting teacher's body. There was no healing for such wounds. Another villain lay dead on the floor. The second target was eliminated. Over the course of 6 months, Justin stabbed Zero 420 times. The guy would like to hear what he felt when the deputy was punished for his atrocities, but it's a pity he won't be able to answer. The guy left, and a few seconds later security arrived and found the deputy dead. One of the guards tried to contact the control room, but his attempts were unsuccessful, so he ordered to report to Dr. Hendrik. But the voice on the other end of the radio reported that another group had discovered the dead body of Professor Hendrik. The squads were ordered to find the enemy. Fire to kill was permitted. All groups were to disperse and search for the attacker. The group that heard the order tried to enter the weapons depot, but an explosion thundered from there. The guy on the other end of the radio was trying to contact them to find out what happened and what that sound was. However, no one could answer him anymore. Suddenly, someone came up and picked up the radio. Stan said that part of Group C died from severe wounds. They blocked the target in the lab. The guys managed to shoot him. "We need to send help here urgently." The voice on the other end of the radio said that the group was already on its way and would arrive soon. After 20 seconds, the group arrived at the scene and began running inside. However, no one noticed the small rope that was stretched near the door. The rope led to the explosives, and right now someone touched it. Stan ran forward and heard an explosion behind him. His trap had worked. The guards on the floor below heard a strange rumble and saw the walls shaking and stones falling. One of the guards asked on the radio what was going on upstairs, but there was no answer. He ordered his subordinates to stay here. The rest will go with him on reconnaissance. Suddenly they saw someone opening the gate, but the strangest thing was that he could open the gate. Stan lifted his cap and, running out the gate, said goodbye to the guys who recognized him. The hero then applied the keycard to the lock and the doors closed again. The guards tried to break through the gates, but all was in vain, because they could not open them without a keycard. Stan finally did it. He escaped from that dark lab where they abused him. The guy was happy like a child and breathed in the clean air of freedom. Meanwhile, Hel was informed of what had happened in the laboratory. She said it was impossible, but the voice ordered her to return to base. The girl asked about her sister, but the voice on the phone told her that she had no right to bargain and the call ended. At that moment, Hel realized that Zero had been just pretending all this time. Soon night fell, and our hero remained unnoticed. The squad pursuing Stan stopped because the car couldn't go any further. They decided to go on foot, knowing that the guy couldn't have gone far. One of the Falcon squad did not understand why they were sent for one sample. It seemed that they were not considered human. The commander answered him that the detachment had not had any missions for a long time. This was an excellent opportunity to warm up. Then he gave the order to catch this dog, and whoever did it first would get half a day of rest. The squad went to search, and Stan was nearby in the meantime. The guy was sitting behind a tree. He saw that 3 cars were going after him. Under the cover of night, it would be difficult to find him. But suddenly, a large caliber bullet flew towards the guy with lightning speed. The bullet immediately pierced the tree behind which he was sitting, miraculously not hitting him. She slightly touched the exoskeleton. The guy realized that he was detected with the help of night vision devices. He needed to somehow reduce the distance to his pursuers. The guy ran and dodged bullets and thought about how to get closer to the enemy, because the remaining experience points would have to be spent on close combat. Then he remembered one of the exoskeleton's functions. Stan pushed off and jumped towards the enemy. His speed was impressive, and he caught up with the enemy in a split second. The sniper from the Falcon squad was surprised to see the guy in front of him. Realizing that the sniper rifle was useless in close combat, The soldier tried to pull out a pistol and shoot the hero, but he was able to deftly dodge the bullet and hit him with his mechanical hand. The blow was so powerful that the soldier was thrown back and crashed into a wall. His ribs were broken, and he died on the spot. The system reported that Stan earned 1,500 points for killing a fighter from the Falcon Special Forces, and he also received 3 hand grenades for this. The special detachment, having discovered the enemy, opened fire to kill. Stan dodged and immediately decided to take advantage of his new acquisition by throwing a grenade at the enemy. There was an explosion, and the fighters who attacked the guy were immediately defeated. The system reported that the guy destroyed 2 more fighters and received 3,000 points for this. The other members of the squad decided to throw a grenade to the hero to blow him up on the spot. Another explosion thundered, but this time from the direction of the forest where Stan was standing. When the smoke cleared, they came closer to see if the target was hit, and it seems they succeeded. But that wasn't the end. Stan pulled his robotic arm out from behind the tree and fired it at the enemies. The commander shouted to the squad to go to shelter, but they could no longer move due to the wounds they had received. Sitting behind a tree, Stan was happy that he had destroyed 3 more fighters. The commander could hardly contain his anger because the guy was just an ordinary sample. But this ordinary sample, which was easy to deal with, laid waste to the commander's entire squad. The leader pulled out his knife and headed towards Stan. The guy killed the wrong people today. Meanwhile, Stan checked the system. There was almost no armor. No ammunition either. The strength would soon run out. This fight needed to be finished as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and saw the last surviving fighter approaching him. The commander swung his knife and jumped at the hero. But Stan dodged in time by crouching, then he placed his robotic leg on the tree and pushed off. The guy easily managed to knock the powerful opponent to the ground. Nobody wanted to retreat. The guys continued to fight lying on the ground. The commander then put his foot on Stan's chest and pushed him away. The hero stood up with difficulty. Leaning against a tree, he realized that it was difficult to fight with the commander. The commander said that because he underestimated Stan, his guys died, so he would not be able to live peacefully in this world. But before that, he is obliged to send this sample to hell with his own hands. The commander of the Falcon Squad accelerated and again jumped on the exhausted Stan, waving his knife. The guy had no choice but to block with his robotic arm, which had a knife in it. The mechanism began to spark, and the knife became stuck in his hand. The commander tugged at the knife and tried to pull it out of Stan's mechanism, but to no avail. Taking advantage of the pause, Stan punched the man in the face. The fighter fell to the ground along with the severed part of Stan's mechanical arm. However, the mechanical hand hit very powerfully and the resulting damage damaged the captain's brain, and he died. However, Stan's exoskeleton completely fell apart. But he still had the blueprint, and when he had the material, he would be able to create a new one. Embryo's help will arrive soon. We need to leave. This forest looks vast, and Stan didn't know where to go. First, we need to find a place where people live. Create a map and move on. A few days later, a meeting was held at the Embryon main base, where the leader scolded the people for the fact that just one sample was able to kill 30 armed guards, destroy the laboratory data, kill a special squad, and also take the life of Hendrik. In the end, he still managed to escape safe and sound. The leader did not want to listen to all these tales. The subordinate said that the Valkyrie serum injected into the body of Specimen Zero resulted in side effects they could not predict. He gained a talent for mechanization and an incredibly high level of intelligence. The leader guessed that the brainwashing had no effect on him, and the frightened subordinate confirmed his words. The Zero sample did not show any anomalies for the first 6 months. Perhaps he was pretending. But in fact, he was developing an escape plan. Hell said that she knows Zero's fighting power. He couldn't have become strong so quickly. The girl assumed that the guy awakened special abilities in himself. The leader ordered them to be quiet. He doesn't want to listen to any excuses until they completely eradicate the serum anomalies. No more samples are to be produced. And in addition, the brains of all other samples need to be cleaned again. The first number, who listened to all this, became angry because the leader doubted his loyalty to the organization. He stepped forward and said that he and his men were ready to lead the squad to destroy Zero. The leader slowly lit a cigarette and agreed to this proposal. He ordered to find Zero and return him to the base, dead or alive. Meanwhile, morning came over the wastelands. In the distance, a fire could be seen where Stan was roasting a fragrant chicken. He had already spent 7 days in this forest. Food and water were running out. But at least his wounds weren't inflamed. Apparently, the many points in endurance were making themselves felt. The guy didn't know when he would get out of this thicket. He needed to get to people as soon as possible and get himself in order. The hero had dinner, collected his things and went on. But on the way, he touched a strange rope. Stan immediately felt like he had stepped on something and braced himself. Instantly, a net descended on the guy. It was a prepared trap. Stan was caught. The man put the gun to the guy's face and ordered him not to move. The unknown hunter demanded that all valuables be taken out of the pockets and given to him immediately. Stan realized that it was a simple thief, and the man meanwhile began to shout at him to move. But our hero suddenly grabbed him by the throat and punched him in the stomach. The thief fell to his knees and began to beg the master, saying that he did not see a good fighter in him. Stan asked why he decided to confess only now. His barrel was crooked. If he fired from it, the thief would shoot himself in the face. The man raised his head and shouted that he was guilty. Stan looked at the guy and asked what he was guilty of. The man didn't know what to answer. He said that he should have acted differently. It was necessary to take a second gun. Stan laughed at these words and put the gun to the man's head. The thief turned around and said that if the gentleman was not angry, he would crawl further. That was what he did best. But Stan wasn't going to let the guy go just like that. He wanted to know where the nearest town was. In tears, the thief said that there was a town nearby, 1 kilometer to the east, where all sorts of vagabonds gathered. The thief then begged to let him go, but Stan swung his fist and the guy prepared to get hit on the head. But suddenly the hero took 2 fingers and lightly hit the blockhead on the head. A lump grew at the sight of the blow, and Stan said with a smile that he wasn't that strong, and now he should get lost and not do such things again. A couple of hours later, Stan reached a small camp of tramps. He passed a car in which a bald, bearded man was sitting. The man immediately jumped out of the car and asked to look at his goods. Today, there is a sale of high-quality products. You can also barter without cheating. This offer interested Stan because he didn't have any money with him. But he had something to exchange for. He said that he needed a map, 3 buckets of water, and 5 kilograms of food. Since he had no money, Stan handed over 7 bullets and said he could pay with these. The seller saw the bullets, a very valuable item these days. He smiled and said that these bullets would not be enough for everything. For all this, he wanted 150 rounds. Stan said that the merchant was overcharging, and he laughed, because he could do that because there was not a single camp within a 50-kilometer radius. Suddenly, someone hit the impudent merchant on the head with a smoking pipe. A man named Carl appeared and told the bald man that he couldn't deceive the people. It was already hard for people to live in the local forests. The merchant was angry that his deal had been ruined, but he did not argue with the leader. Carl explained to Stan that this guy was a local speculator and that it was not worth doing business with him. He realized that the hero had been wandering in the forest for a long time, so he offered to stay in his tent today, where there was a warm bed and food. Stan accepted the offer. He thought that this guy didn't look like a villain, and even if he wasn't afraid of him now. The hero and Carl turned around and went to his tent. In the small dwelling was the man's wife, to whom he introduced him. The girl greeted the guy by saying that she didn't know what to cook and made her own home-cooked food. The table was set for the holiday. There was a baked duck, bread, and various drinks. Stan's mouth started to water at the sight of such dishes, because he hadn't eaten for 3 days. He began to eat the food, and with each bite he felt better and better. A little later, Stan asked the man about a fine gun that was hanging on the wall. Carl replied that he had served before, and that this gun had protected him for many years, and that was why he had kept it in excellent condition. However, now he is too old and does not think that it will be useful anymore. His homeland was absorbed by a large country after the armistice. The embryo cooperated with 6 states and supplied them with weapons, making wars bloodier. But what Carl definitely doesn't want is to fight again. He likes the calm, measured life he has now. After talking, the heroes went to bed, and early in the morning Stan got up to leave. Stan noticed the thief and asked Carl if he was his son. He replied that he was just his nephew, whose parents died in the war. The hero told Carl that yesterday this guy came back late, and so he sent him to sleep in the car. After saying goodbye once more, Stan left the camp, hoping to meet Carl again. Carl also hoped to have a drink next time, and the residents of the small town watched the hero go. A few hours later, combat vehicles appeared in the vicinity. The subordinate reported that this was the only camp within a 50-kilometer radius. Obviously, Zero was here. Carl and the merchant were carrying boxes of supplies when suddenly they were called out to. In front of them stood the first number together with the embryo fighters. He asked if they had seen this guy and showed them a photo of Stan. Carl, who stood up to defend the town, replied that they had not seen it. Number 1 got angry when he realized that they were going in the wrong direction and ordered his men to get ready to leave. But then the first number noticed one very strange detail. One of the guys with purple hair stood and shook his head as if he was afraid of something. Number 1 ordered his fighters to take this guy. He also added that they should search him and quickly. The embryo fighters grabbed the boy and forced him to his knees while the number 1 guy examined him. Suddenly, he finds a gun in the guy's jacket. Number 1 knew him. This is the gun that Zero stole from the Nighthawks. If he didn't come here, then where did this guy get his gun? He pointed the gun at the guy's head and asked where he got it from. There was no point in hiding it anymore. If the thief doesn't tell, then everyone standing here will die. The merchant panicked and told Carl that he was the one who hid the guy in his tent. He should tell people about the guy. No one wants problems because of him. Number 1 pointed a gun at Carl and ordered him to tell everything he knew and not to deny that Zero was here. Carl had no choice but to point in the direction Zero went. The first number smiled and said that they should have told everything right away. But for almost fooling him, he should pay, after which shots rang out. Meanwhile, Stan had already gone far away and was sitting resting on a rock. The guy had a strange feeling. His eye even started twitching. The guy thought that someone touched his backpack. All the equipment from the embryo was there. If at least something remained in the camp, then people would have trouble. 11 rifles are in place, 300 rounds of ammunition too. But 10 pistols are missing, 1 was missing. Now it's clear why Carl's nephew was so strange. He stole his pistol. An hour passed and our hero arrived at the camp where he had been earlier. But it was already too late. The bloody bodies of all the camp's inhabitants lay before him. Realizing that they had been killed because of him, the boy was horrified. His fist clenched with anger. He wanted to be on time, but he was late. Stan turned around and wanted to leave when suddenly someone grabbed his leg. The surviving merchant, sobbing, said that it was the embryo squad. They did not surrender him, so they killed everyone. On behalf of Carl and his hospitality, the man asked to avenge them. Stan stood and remained silent. He realized his guilt. Suddenly, the boy heard another voice. It was Carl's nephew, who asked him not to believe the merchant because it was he who had turned in his uncle. And his uncle, until his last breath, did not tell them where Stan was going. The guy stood next to the corpse of a once hospitable man, whom he wanted to see later, but not in such a setting. Stan fell to his knees. Carl, even dead, pointed in the opposite direction to where he was heading. The hero took off his jacket and covered the man's body with it. The nasty merchant realized the situation he was in and began to beg. He crawled away and asked to wait a little, and he would explain everything, but Stan was already reloading the pistol. The hero, filled with pain, said that Carl, until his death, did not give up on him, a guy he had known for less than 2 days. A real man died because of such a pathetic worm as this vile merchant. Stan pointed his gun and said that he could apologize to Carl in the afterlife. A shot rang out, and one person responsible for the destruction of the camp died. Stan knew that the path Carl had pointed out led to nowhere, which meant that they would soon be heading in the opposite direction, so they should set up an ambush here. Entering Carl's former house, the guy noticed something interesting. The man's gun, and at that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, which activated the revenge mission. His task is to destroy the sample squad, and the reward is 15,000 experience points. The guy threw all the weapons he had from his backpack onto the floor. It was time to prepare. Stan used his mechanic skills and took apart old weapons to build one improved one from Carl's old weapon. He upgraded the man's hunting rifle and turned it into a sniper rifle. Stan will make his attackers feel sorry for him. By evening, the combat vehicles had already begun to return. The guy was waiting in ambush. He noticed the enemy approaching. Number 1 realized that the guy wasn't here, which meant he was on the other side. Stan shot at the tire of the combat vehicle, and the damage caused it to burst immediately. The first number asked the driver what happened. He replied that most likely a tire exploded. But the first number was not stupid. He knew that a low-pressure tire cannot explode. Most likely it was an attack. He ordered everyone to duck and follow the armored vehicles. And as soon as they got close to the target, everyone had to transfer to the jeeps. Stan watched the cars drive away in the opposite direction and smiled because he knew that the first sample would do that. At that very second, the mines went off and the asphalt under the armored vehicles exploded. The wounded soldiers climbed out of the overturned vehicles, coughing from the smoke they had inhaled. But then bullets started flying at them, killing the squad one by one. The first number managed to dodge in time, jumping over a nearby rock. He shouted at the attacker to show his face and not hide like a coward. But Stan didn't hide. He went out to the first number and he immediately recognized Zero's face. The guy kept saying that it was impossible because he was weak and couldn't destroy an entire squad of special soldiers. Stan smiled and replied that he had heard that phrase somewhere before. However, the one who uttered it last time is already lying 2 meters underground. Suddenly, a voice from the first number's radio asked Stan to stop. A hologram of a man appeared from the radio, who said that he was the head of the embryo organization. He asked to return to the base and then the leader would guarantee the guy that his memories would be saved, and he would receive a high rank and would not be a model. Stan asked why the leader decided that he would work for them, and the leader replied that their organization is already all over the world. They are doing great things and working for them is natural. But if he refuses, then the world for Zero will no longer be so big and safe. The guy smiled and told the leader of the embryo organization that he would destroy them. Then he aimed his sniper rifle at the first number and pierced his chest with a powerful shot. All the people responsible for the death of the residents were killed. The system reported that the guy killed the first sample and received 900 points, and the task called Revenge was completed. Stan understood that his current strength was nothing compared to the strength of the organization. He would have to rely on his knowledge and unite with a force capable of resisting the entire organization. The guy left the rifle next to the tree under which he buried Carl and went to the Star Dragon Empire. A few days passed. Stan was heading straight to the Star Dragon Empire by train. He sat in the chicken car and thought about the fact that, apart from the embryo organization, there were only 6 nations that had advanced knowledge, which meant that joining the 6 nations was mandatory to complete the mission. The system that Stan was looking at notified the guy that he had started a factional relationship with the organization Embryo. The organization's goodwill decreased by 1,000 and, in addition, it considered the hero a renegade. And Stan also received a mission, the fall of the embryo. The mission surprised the guy because the reward for it would depend on the progress of the destruction of the organization, Embryo, directly or indirectly. Stan concluded that because the organization was expanding and developing, he only needed to destroy 20% to complete the mission. Still, it was a difficult task, and the hero decided that he could not cope with it himself. But there was no choice, so he accepted the task offered to him to destroy the organization Embryo. The boy arrived in the western capital of the Star Dragon Empire. Looking at the cordon, Stan assumed that since he was wanted, the Empire should have already received information, so most likely he would not be able to pass through the checkpoint. The guy smiled because he knew that this wouldn't stop him anyway. Players from the red list who were wanted by their people in a past life could not pass the control until they find the hidden NPC responsible for the smuggling and give him some money, then he'll smuggle them into town. Stan approached the guy with a bag full of weapons and asked Buddy to take him into town in exchange for the bag. The male smuggler with a scar on his face looked at the boy with an indifferent gaze. After assessing the payment Stan had brought him, he walked over to his truck and told the boy to get in. The Star Dragon Empire is one of the 6 planets of the Aquamarine Nation. In the previous war, the Embryon organization signed a secret treaty with the rival Star Dragon Nation and carried out several major terrorist attacks in this territory. Thus, the Empire gave up its position among the 6 nations and began a feud with the organization. Stan knew that if he walked a few meters to the east, he would find an inconspicuous workshop at the end of the road. This was a hidden plot point, and he knew about it from the files of other people in his past life. Now he has no rivals and he can get ahead of anyone. In his past life, he didn't have such a chance, but this time the guy will take advantage of it. Approaching the workshop, he saw 2 men. One of them was just the one he needed. 2 men were playing checkers, and they did it with such enthusiasm as if they were playing for the whole city. Stan noticed the tension too, how fiercely the black checkers opposed the white ones. The man put his hand on the table, and Stan was disappointed to see that he had only got 5 in a row. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a sweet voice calling the guy. In front of him stood a beauty with short ash-blonde hair and a refined figure. The girl asked if the guy needed anything fixed. Stan was surprised that he saw a girl here, because he had never noticed her here before. And the hero also considered her quite cute. The guy asked the girl if they accept students. The sweet mechanic smiled and said that they certainly accept people willing to learn something new. She grabbed Stan by the hand and told him to come in or he would freeze. This phrase surprised the guy. Did this mean sunstroke in their dialect? The hero had no choice but to go inside. The girl took out a mobile terminal and said that it had been broken for a long time. It was a test. If Stan could fix it, he could stay with them and train. But suddenly the voice of the old man who was playing checkers asked the guy to stop. He asked the hero why he was applying to be a student. The old man's gaze was suspicious. Stan panicked, thinking that the old man knew who he was, but he needed to calm down and pull himself together. So the hero told him that he was just looking for a job. The girl supported the guy by telling her grandfather not to pick on Stan, because they would finally have a student. There was no need to scare him. She already had a lot of work. Interrupting his game of checkers, the grandfather slowly stood up from the table. The old man folded his arms and said that he was the owner of this workshop, and if the guy wanted to work here, he first had to pass his test. Stan became wary and asked what kind of test his grandpa had prepared for him. Grandfather smiled slightly, saying that at least the guy wasn't a coward. Well then, listen carefully. In 3 hours, you have to make a mechanical prosthesis for this man. If he likes you, you stay. The stranger was not happy about being dragged into this, but Stan, looking closer, recognized the man. Grandpa, just planning and drawing can take several hours. It's impossible, the sweet girl shouted. Alice, don't interfere. He has to show something worthwhile if he wants to work here. If he chickened out, get out before it's too late. Stan answered the old man that he was not afraid and accepted his challenge. The girl thought that the guy had gone crazy because it was impossible to make such a mechanism in 3 hours. The hero went to the workshop. On one of the shelves he was looking for tools. Yes, it seemed impossible, but our hero had his own secrets. Inspired, Alice asked the guy to tell her about his plan and suggested that they make a drawing together to save time. Stan thanked the girl and replied that he didn't need a drawing because he had already thought everything out in his head. What? You came up with such a complex design in your head in just 2 minutes? An old man approached the boy and told him not to brag in front of the girl. After all, thinking through a drawing completely in just 2 minutes is unrealistic even for a professional mechanic like him. The old man thought the guy's words were nonsense, but Stan simply replied that he would see everything with his own eyes. The test began, and the sounds of hammering and scraping metal echoed throughout the workshop. The old man thoughtfully watched the hero's work and tried to understand what he had come up with. The guy was putting his arm together piece by piece, and his prosthesis was already starting to take shape. The owner looked at the components and was surprised that there was not a single unnecessary element. Could he really have thought it all out in his head? The old man tried to talk to the boy, but Alice interrupted him, asking her grandfather not to disturb him. The hero assembled the arm piece by piece, screwed on the fingers and wires, and after a few hours the prosthesis was ready. Picking up his creation, Stan turned to his owner and said that his mechanical prosthesis was ready. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. He really could do it. In just 2.5 hours, he made such a complex mechanism. Stan held the prosthetic up to the man and helped him put it on his arm. Having secured the mechanical prosthesis, the man began to examine it and clench his hand into a fist. It's so flexible, just like a real hand, and very smooth. Doesn't rub your skin at all. I really like it. If you like it, then take it, Stan said, and the man hurried to get dressed, saying that he would owe him. These are my materials, and you owe me, not him. And besides, the guy didn't ask his permission. The workshop owner was indignant. Then I'll ask you now, am I skilled enough to stay here? Realizing that the battle was lost, the old man bowed his head and quietly told the boy to stay. Let's see how long you can hold out. Stan was glad that he now had a place to live, and sooner or later he would definitely be able to get the mechanical drawings. The unknown man waved to the old man and said that he was leaving. The owner told him to leave quickly and not come back again. Stan closed his eyes. Here he could finally level up and rest. After some time, the unknown man approached the car, where he was met by a servant who was glad to see his master return. He kindly handed the phone to the man and said that he had a call. A man with a mechanical prosthesis got into the car and said to inform intelligence that the wanted Zero had infiltrated the Western capital. On the other end of the line, in the 13th Division of the Star Dragon Territorial Strategic Defense Headquarters, a man was talking to a girl about the news he had heard. He's a wanted fetus deserter with a $150,000 bounty on his head, which means he's either a genius or extremely capable. The threat he poses is incalculable. We need to provide protection to the informant and hide his presence in the Western capital from the embryo's spies, network monitoring group, intercept all messages mentioning Zero's whereabouts. Do not let the information leak out. The guy didn't waste any time, and first of all, he headed to the cloud dump, hidden from prying eyes, near the 7th District. The head of the gray zone of the 7th District, Leopard, asked what was needed from him and why the guy was looking for him. Stan held a gun he had stolen from one of the guards and said that it didn't matter who he was, because the Leopard wouldn't mind working with him. After all, arms trading is profitable these days. After these words, he quickly disassembled the pistol in front of the man. I can help you cut costs, but in return I will ask only for a small reward. The Leopard was surprised. Do you know how to make weapons? He put down his cigar and asked what kind of cooperation the guy had in mind. I will provide the list later. You will provide the materials and parts. I will provide the production and assembly. I will work here 2 hours a day. I want to get $230 for each gun, and I can take any mechanical junk I want. The Leopard replied that since all the materials here were his, he could only pay $150. Hearing these words, Stan simply turned around without saying a word and walked towards the exit. Wait, I agree to your price. Stan raised his hand as if he was waiting for this answer and told the man to prepare the equipment and materials because he would return tomorrow. The guy understood that producing mechanisms costs money, and the salary from the workshop would not be enough. So he was forced to make this deal. He also understood that the 13th Division would easily guess that he was working for Leopard to make some extra money. Since they knew how skilled a mechanic he was, they would come for him sooner or later. Evening came. Stan rummaged through the dump in search of the spare parts he needed and returned to the workshop. Alice asked the guy where he disappeared to, and he replied that he was at the dump. At the dump? This place is quite dangerous. It is better not to go there too often, the girl worried. Stan heard Alice's words and said that he would be a little more careful. The guy went up to his room, threw off his bag and washed his hands to go down to eat. He thought that completing the quest to level up to 20 required mastery of 5 mechanical bases, but he still didn't have a weapon base and a book of basic materials. Old Man Lou, that was the name of the owner, should have the entire collection. He should ask him. Approaching the table where Alice was sitting with her grandfather, Stan immediately asked him if he could borrow some books on mechanics. The old man grumbled, "Don't even think about it. I don't have any books for you." Don't be so stingy. Think of it as an investment in youth and training of a potential employee. You are even more impudent than I thought. I will not give them to you in any case. Suddenly, sweet Alice intervened in their conversation, said that Grandpa was just joking, and handed the books to Stan. The boy thanked the girl, but the old man could not believe that his granddaughter was betraying him. A system appeared in front of Stan, asking if he wanted to invest potential points into training the weapon base. The guy confirmed the investment, and the system immediately reported that he had studied 5 mechanical bases of the weapon branch. He also received 2 new skills and a new drawing of a robot ranger. Stan understood that in the battle against the embryo, using others was a common thing. What really mattered was his own abilities. Time waits for no one, and he needed to prepare. Night fell, and an unknown figure in a cloak approached the workshop and said that the target had been found. But he didn't take any action. And in the morning, Alice said that she hadn't gotten enough sleep and that things weren't going well at all because of that. She looked at Stan and asked him what he was doing there. The guy replied that he was just working for fun. "Wow, you're such a hard worker. No wonder you're so good." Suddenly, a man's voice was heard from the street, asking if this was a workshop. Alice immediately jumped up and answered that it was a workshop and asked the man what he needed. He answered that his car broke down at the intersection and it needed to be fixed. The man then looked at Stan with a suspicious look. The guy noticed this, and the man told Alice that the engine was very dirty and that it was better for the guy to do this, not her. Stan analyzed the situation and realized that the man had strong and stable feet. He must be trained and most likely from the 13th Division. Do I look like someone who's afraid to get her hands dirty? What kind of stereotype is that? Alice grumbled, puffing out her cheeks, but Stan immediately tried to calm her down, telling her to take this as an opportunity to relax, and he would sort everything out himself. Leaving Alice in the workshop, the guy went out with the man to the car. The suspicious man made a friendly face and asked the guy if he was young and how old he was. "I'm 30, Stan answered firmly and opened the hood of the car. The man continued his questioning by asking the guy's name. The hero replied that a stranger should show his respect before asking someone's name. The man didn't like the answers. He immediately realized that the guy didn't want to make contact with him. Then he said that his name was Carl. Stan put on a straight face and said it was a good name, but Carl misunderstood him because he was waiting for a cigarette. Stan's rudeness was beginning to bother the man, but he held on with all his might. He handed the guy a cigarette, and then the guy replied that his name was Stan. Carl smiled when he recognized the guy's name and assumed he wasn't from around here. He asked where Stan had come from, but at that moment the guy slammed the hood shut and said that he had fixed everything. The hydraulic pipe in the car broke, but he did everything. It will cost $9. Okay. You're a pretty capable guy. Where did you study? I am self-taught, Stan replied. There was tension in the air. Carl slowly took out his wallet. He tried to ask again where the guy came from. I came from the village. Do you expect me to give you a discount if we are from the same place? Carl took out the money and gave it to the guy, still not getting the answers he wanted. Stan said that apparently his wallet was in the deepest pocket he had ever seen. It seemed like Carl was taking forever to get it out. The disappointed stranger silently got into his car and drove away. While he was driving, he dialed someone's number on his phone. When he got through, he said that preliminary observations showed that the target was a mechanic whose danger was currently unknown, only that the target called himself Stan. The voice asked what kind of personality analysis of the target. Carl replied that the guy was rude. All day long, work in the workshop went on as usual, and Alice sent off yet more satisfied clients. She excitedly told Stan that customers keep coming to their store. If this continues, they will soon be able to expand their business. She does not understand why, but several customers often ask her about the guy who works here. Stan replied that it was because he was doing a good job and wasn't trying to sell them a membership card. But they are all men, Alice said in surprise and looked at the guy with bewilderment. A little embarrassed, she told Stan not to worry. She would not treat him differently because of this. Hearing these words, the guy replied that this was not what she thought. Alice went to continue working, and Stan, getting up from his chair, thought that girls these days are completely crazy. Returning to his invention, the hero completed the last element, and now all that remains is to assemble the robot. A couple of hours later, he finished the Ranger robot. Its legs were like tank tracks. Its body was made of strong metal, and instead of arms, it had machine guns. Stan appreciated his creation and decided to call it Ranger 1.0. Suddenly, a system appeared in front of him, which notified him of a new strange task. It said that some people were aiming to get a reward for the guy's head. Stan does not see them, but they are hostile. The guy needs to escape from them. How can I be pursued when the Western capital is heavily guarded? Was this really something the 13th Division planned to see how strong I am? He accepted the assignment and began to prepare. Meanwhile, it was already getting dark outside. After getting dressed and putting away his invention, Stan told Alice that he needed to go away and wanted to take a day off. The cute girl looked at the guy, who had a cold look as if he was plotting something. "If you have problems, I can help you," said Alice. Stan reassured her that he was fine and not to worry about him. The hero left the workshop and headed to the dump. Unknown guys were watching him, who were surprised that this guy was worth $1 million because he looked like an ordinary person. The boys then got into the car and followed him, and the observers reported that the Stinging Bee Squad was pursuing the target. When they got to the dump, Stan thought that if they fought in the city, they could hurt ordinary people. But this was the perfect place for a fight. He went into Leopard's house and said that he came for materials. The mafioso answered him that it was already dinner time and offered to join him. Stan realized that this was not a proposal but an order, and agreed. The head of the criminal world smiled maliciously. A little later at the table, Leopard said that he had spent a huge amount of money to find out who this Stan was, but did not expect that he was an ordinary wanderer who had just arrived in the Western capital. Stan, who was having dinner, responded that sometimes sources can lie and the mafia should think about it. The Leopard ordered the boy to tell him everything he knew about making weapons for his own good. He hoped to cooperate with the hero in a good way. Otherwise, he would have to beat the information out by force. Suddenly, Stan's face became terrifying, and he asked Leopard if he was sure he could handle him. But the leader of the bandits didn't even twitch an eyelash because the guy was just a wanderer and couldn't do anything to him. Stan said that apparently his source did not have all the information about him. He advised Leopard to open the dark side of the internet and see how much is being offered for the mechanic's head. The man chuckled. "Do you know how many idiots have bluffed me like that? The last one didn't even get a funeral." Stan put his hand in his backpack and asked if they were done talking. Suddenly, a gun was put to his head. But this did not frighten the guy at all. He was expecting it. At that moment, his hand was covered with the mechanical prosthesis that he used to escape from the laboratory, and he immediately jumped up from his seat. Pointing his hand at one of the bandits, he fired a beam of blue energy. Energy bullets immediately hit the guys with weapons who were guarding the entrance. The Leopard panicked when he saw the mechanism on the guy. "What is this?" he shouted. The leader immediately ordered all the bandits outside to quickly run here and kill the guy. One of the guards didn't understand why they all had to run there. It was just one guy who the people inside were supposed to deal with. But suddenly, these bandits were hit by powerful bullets from rifles. It wasn't Stan, but a civilian mercenary organization. The Stinging Bee Squad, who ordered no one to move, and then everything would end quickly. But the guy was not going to stop. There was a commotion, and he was running away from two warring groups. They also didn't forget about him, trying to shoot him. But he moved too quickly and hid behind the containers. The Special Forces commander ordered Group A to open fire to contain the guy and get closer. Meanwhile, Group B was supposed to go around and pin him down from behind. Stan tried to hide behind one of the containers, but Team B quickly discovered him. They opened fire, and the guy leaned out from behind the container to fire a shot from his hand. The squad dodged and hid, and Stan took advantage of the delay to run away to another place. The bandits didn't understand where these mercenaries came from, but Leopard guessed that they came for this guy. Meanwhile, Stan had successfully run behind another container. He knelt down and began to look for something in his pocket. He took out the game console, opened it, and connected to the robot's controls. Smiling, Stan said that, in principle, he was prepared for this turn of events. His robot's eyes lit up, he was ready to storm. Suddenly, a huge robot appeared in front of the mercenaries and began to fire machine gun fire at them. The commander was surprised to see a combat robot and ordered to open fire to kill. Immediately, the clang of bullets hitting metal was heard. It seemed that the combat robot was immune to the mercenaries' bullets. The system informed Stan that he had 27% of his ammunition left and that one sensor was not working. The robot was damaged and required repair. The guy realized that his mechanism would not last any longer, but he had to finish off his pursuers here and now. The commander, seeing that the robot had stopped, thought that their attacks had worked, so he ordered the squad to continue shooting. The Leopard noticed that this robot had turned the mercenaries' attention to itself, so now they had a great chance to catch the guy. But Stan had a plan for this case. The system window lit up red and reported that the guy had launched the self-destruct system. The hero hid behind the container and covered his head with his hands. The robot stopped functioning. The mercenaries ran closer, but suddenly they noticed that something was wrong with it. There was a loud explosion that shook the entire area and scattered the mercenaries in different directions. The Leopard fell to the ground. He was shocked that Stan blew up the robot right in the city. Meanwhile, the man in the black car watching the battle began to swear. After all, his superiors had requested a covert operation. Now it would be on the front pages of the news. He needed to get out of here quickly. A few minutes later, the 13th Division was already on the scene. Hearing the explosion, one of the commanders ordered everyone to lie down on the ground and surrender. The surviving bandits raised their hands. No one wanted to compete with the 13th Division. The Leopard was shocked that they came here. Stan couldn't have told the truth about his head then. He ordered his servants to give him a laptop, typed the guy's name into the internet, and saw that there was a 1 million reward on his head, and he was wanted by the Embryon organization for desertion. The laptop fell out of the bandit's hands. He couldn't believe his eyes. At that moment, the Leopard decided that he had had enough. He came out with his bandits and voluntarily surrendered. The squad handcuffed them and led everyone into the car. One of the divisions saw the mercenary commander lift his soldier and order him not to move. Stan thought that his entire operation would be pointless if the 13th Division stole his skills after learning about them from the remaining mercenary. So he fired beams of energy at the commander. This shot was his last. The squad soldier shouted for the guy to raise his hands up and surrender. Stan did so because his mission was already completed. The system reported that the guy received 10,000 points, and he also fulfilled a secret condition: to kill all 6 attackers, for which he receives a skill upgrade card. Stan was taken to the headquarters of the 13th Division for interrogation. Carl introduced himself. He said that he was an intelligence officer of the National Strategic Defense Division of the Star Dragon, and that it was not the first time he had seen the guy. Stan replied that he remembered him, that same guy with deep pockets. The second man in glasses ordered the guy to stop joking because they were being interrogated. The man with glasses wanted to know why Embryo had put a $1 million reward on the hero's head. If he didn't know, then let him tell all the information he had. Stan said that he was not afraid of the scary uncle. If they wanted him to cooperate with them, then let them first show a little respect and let him talk to someone more competent. Looking at the two men, Stan said that the two of them were incompetent. The man who was observing the interrogation took the microphone in his hand and said that he was the head of intelligence and that he would now speak with the guy. Stan agreed, and the interrogation began. The chief asked if the offender was a member of the Embryo organization. The hero replied that he was. Then he was asked what position he held. Stan replied that he was a logistician studying mechanical weapons. Embryo would never charge $1 million for a logistician. Don't lie to us, we have plenty of ways to make you talk, the intelligence chief shouted. Stan smiled and spoke an incomprehensible phrase. He said, "Message log, June 4th, 687 galactic calendar year, signal location, planet Aquaria, destination, 8th base of the dark star planet, message content, top secret." Hearing this message, the chief of intelligence froze in place. The man with glasses and Carl looked at each other. They didn't understand anything of what Stan said. After a silent pause, the boss took the microphone in his hands and asked the guy if he was sure of his words. Stan replied that if he hadn't seen the message with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known about the dark star, but, in fact, according to the game's settings, the interstellar forces of the planet Aquaria are still a big secret. The interstellar forces that contacted the advanced civilization of Aquaria are called Cadolas. The Dark Star was originally part of Cadolas, but then fought them off, and now they are at odds. If the Embryo contacts the Dark Star, things will be bad for the Six Nations, so Stan can quickly get the attention of the Star Dragon if he just mentions this magazine. The guy asked the boss if they could now move on to discussing their cooperation, and the man answered him in the affirmative. After some time, Stan noted 3 secret Embryo bases in the Star Dragon, calling this tip a sign of respect for their cooperation. "You only know about 3?" the boss asked, and the guy replied that of course it wasn't. He would wait until they checked this information and then discuss the rest. The boss then asked Stan what his terms were. and he replied that he just wanted to work with them on the embryo case. The man said that he had to report their conversation to his superiors, so the guy would have to stay here, to which Stan replied that they shouldn't make him wait long since he only took one day off. After some time, the chiefs gathered in the office to discuss the situation. The chief of intelligence said that based on the information they had, they could trust Stan and cooperate with him. Another advisor countered by saying that this information could be false, but another man in a suit said that it was unlikely since he was a fugitive from the embryo and could only rely on them to survive. There was no reason to doubt his sincerity. One of the advisors spoke louder than anyone else, insisting that the guy be detained and tortured for all the information. The 13th Division did not need to negotiate with anyone. What nonsense. Stan showed us his honesty. We shouldn't push away someone who wants to help us. A quarrel broke out between the advisor and the chief of intelligence, one calling the opponent a coward and the other a fool who thinks unreasonably. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the director, who said that they could both cooperate and control the guy. It would be useful to introduce him to their division. The elderly advisor said that since the director insisted, it was worth sending the guy to the logistics department, so they could increase the benefit from him. And at the same time, it would be better to keep an eye on him, since no one from this department was allowed to go outside. But the director replied that they would benefit from him anyway since the guy had experience in combat, so it would be better to send him to the secret operations department and let him fight against the embryo. Thus, his true intentions would be clear. After some time, someone in another wing of the base shouted very loudly. The guy with glasses who looked like a scientist looked at Stan's prosthesis and said that this broken thing had 4 levels of encryption. Whoever did this was incredible. The same old advisor came into his workshop and asked if the guy could do it, if he could break the device. The scientist replied that there was nothing special about this device, only the encryption was done well. Most likely the creator was an ordinary guy from the village for whom any trash was valuable. The advisor chuckled, asking which of the things the scientist had made was better. Maybe a sticky bomb coated in clay, or a mechanical gun that couldn't hit its target, or fake breasts with nipples that release poisoned needles? The 2 agents who were hit by their own needles because they put the breasts on incorrectly are still in the hospital. Meanwhile, the intelligence chief was talking to someone on the phone and said that he would make sure that Stan entered the covert operations department. Could this guy really be valuable? On the other end of the line was the same man who Stan had given the prosthetic. He said that the hero could offer them not only valuable information, he had a premonition that he would play an important role in their battle against the embryo. Stan was locked in the base, and the next night there was a noise in one of the abandoned cities. The tanks attacked the base. The authorities couldn't believe that the Embryon organization dared to set up a base in their country. Right now, they were attacking one of them. The embryo soldiers couldn't figure out where the Star Dragon came from, because their location was classified. Meanwhile, at the second base of the Embryon organization, there was also a noise due to the roar of the engines of tanks and armored vehicles. The blue-haired girl from the Star Dragon Special Agent Squad was outraged that they had to rest while their leader recovered from his injuries. Apparently, their superiors did not consider them human. Meanwhile, the guy was trying to break down the closed door, which realized that it was being broken into and reported that an intruder had been detected. Sirens immediately began to sound, warning that the main security system had been hacked and that all units should immediately head to the main room. Hearing the sound of approaching soldiers, the girl asked the hacker to hurry. The guy replied that he had logged in, but he needed 3 minutes, and a squad of fighters would be here in less than 1. The third member of the squad took the bag and said that their commander gave them a new device before the mission. The hacker doubted the new mechanism because their development department was full of idiots. The girl took out her mechanical arm and said that they had no choice. If the data was damaged, then all their efforts were in vain. She decided to believe in the new device, put on a mechanical prosthesis. The girl ran and hit the locked door. The door immediately broke down, and the girl was surprised that the new device was so powerful. The hacker said that he would hack the database and the other 2 members of the squad needed to cover him. The squad understood the order, and they immediately began to deal with the approaching fighters. After a few minutes, the system reported that formatting was complete and the self-destruction system was launched. It was time to run. The girl asked if he had managed to do everything, and the hacker confirmed that he had downloaded everything. A couple of minutes later, an explosion thundered, which marked the destruction of another embryo base. Meanwhile, at one of the embryo bases, everything was quiet and calm. The man in the suit reported to the boss that the 45th base had been destroyed by a Star Dragon. The head of the embryo couldn't believe his words. He asked how they knew about her. It is not yet known. Perhaps it was Zero. But the leader disagreed with this statement. A normal test subject could not know about something as secret as the location of the base. After sending the servant, the man placed his finger on the button, which said that it had recognized the identity and would connect him to the personal line. A hologram of an unknown guy appeared in front of the leader, and he ordered him to secretly check everyone who had access to information about the location of the base, and immediately inform him if he finds anything, it was time to cleanse the organization of rats. Meanwhile, the special squad of the Star Dragon reported on the completion of the mission. The chief praised them because this time they received a lot of valuable information. He also said that they should return the hand to headquarters and asked if they liked the device. The girl, her eyes shining with excitement, replied that thanks to her they were able to evacuate easily. She wanted to know what kind of genius made her. But unfortunately, the man couldn't tell this. Then the girl asked if they would get it again, and he replied that it all depended on his superiors. Meanwhile, in the workshop where Stan once studied, one girl was restless. Alice was worried that Stan had disappeared 3 days ago. Her grandfather advised her to be optimistic. Maybe he had died. Tears came to her eyes and she asked her grandfather to do his granddaughter a favor and asked someone to help her find him. Lou replied that when she stole his books, she didn't even think about the fact that he was her grandfather. If so, then I think I should sell all your wine that you hide under the floor in your bedroom. What are you talking about? Do you think your grandfather is that petty? If you just want to find him, then rely on me. After some time, the phone rang in the office of the man with the prosthetic arm. The old man asked what the boy was doing now. The man replied that everything was fine. He just wanted to work with them, that's all. Okay, send him back or my granddaughter will destroy my wine collection. The man replied that he couldn't because the rules didn't allow it. But Lou reminded him that he made the rules himself and let him send Stan back because he owed him for the last time. Closer to night, a tinted black car drove up to the workshop. The door opened and Stan calmly walked out and headed towards the workshop. At that very moment, a formidable Alice pounced on him and asked where he had been. They were actually very worried about him. You're not from this country. Something could have happened to you. We were about to call the police. Where the hell did you go? Stan got a little nervous and said he was just out for a walk. Alice grabbed him by the ear and asked if he could come up with a better excuse. The guy replied that he thought it was a good one. Suddenly, Alice calmed down and said that she saw the news on TV yesterday about the shootout at the dump. She was worried that something happened to Stan. Stan was surprised that the girl was worried about him. He should have called her after all. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the grandfather, who said that he thought that the guy would not return alive. It was a pity that he returned. Alice turned to Stan and said that she would buy him a phone so that they would always be in touch. But Stan suddenly took his phone out of his pocket and said that he already had it. Grandfather, looking at the device, said that it was a coded telephone from the 13th Division and asked if the guy had joined them. Stan replied that he was a very important suspect. The 13th Division gave it to him to monitor and contact him, so he must wear this phone around the clock. The old man grabbed the guy and said that he was a fool. The 13th Division would not have told him if they wanted to keep an eye on him. There was no escape from joining the 13th Division, and he needed to leave immediately. But maybe Stan will still think about staying here because he is interested in his granddaughter? Alice immediately became embarrassed and shouted that they had misunderstood everything. Old man Lou told Stan that he doesn't really understand the feelings of young people. Not that Alice is a little girl, but the guy needs to try because Grandpa still wants to hold his great-grandchildren in his arms. Listening to these words, the sweet beauty burned with shame. He left, leaving them alone. A silent pause and awkwardness in the air. Stan decided to break the silence first and said that her girlfriend was just joking. He just misunderstood everything. Alice looked up and looked sheepishly at Stan, who looked away. Then she turned around and said that if a guy says so, then so it is. After these words, she left. A few minutes later, in his room, Stan was thinking about the fact that he most likely said the wrong thing and that in general, these old people who want grandchildren are so scary. Suddenly, he received a message from the system which he decided to check immediately. The system reported that the destruction of the embryo was completed by 2%. It seems it was not in vain that he provided the report to the 13th Division. Also, apparently, the connection to the reconnaissance was recognized by the system as an indirect penetration. It is better for Stan to fight the organization himself. He knew that embryo was definitely strengthening its powers, so he needed to take a risk to get new blueprints and improve his equipment. The next day, after conducting several experiments, he produced a successful fusion and invented huge exploding bullets. The guy decided that this would be enough, but this is an entry-level weapon, so you shouldn't rely on it too much. At that moment, the same Black Division car drove up to the workshop and honked its horn. Stan turned around when he heard the sound of the car and immediately recognized it. The 13th Division. Going outside, he asked a man he already knew why they were there. He reported that the report he provided had been verified. Now the division believed in the guy's sincerity and was ready to cooperate. The authorities decided to accept Stan into the 13th Division. The organization also decided to send him to the Secret Operations Department. He will be assigned to the squad later. They shook hands, and Stan decided that this way he could directly attack the embryo. Meanwhile, Alice sat on the couch hugging a pillow and thought about her feelings. She thought that she felt a little respect for the guy, not admiration. But what if Stan really felt something for her? Suddenly, a guy appeared in front of her and said that he wanted to talk to her. Alice was frightened by such a sudden appearance and began to apologize because Stan is a good person, but Stan smiled at her reaction and said that their country wanted him to become a civil servant and he couldn't refuse them. But he will help with the workshop when he can, because the guy doesn't want the business to go to waste. Alice leaned towards the hero and asked him to be careful, and Stan himself promised to help, so if he didn't keep his word, Alice threatened to cut his salary. The guy smiled and agreed with her words. Apparently, there was no more misunderstanding between them. Meanwhile, the logistics department of the 13th Division was in full swing. A girl with blue pigtails from a special squad came into the department and asked which of these guys was named Michael. The excellent students raised their eyes and began to look at each other enthusiastically. Seeing such a beauty in their workshop, Michael, who was the lead developer, hesitantly said that it was him and asked what the girl's name was. The girl said her name was Lilith. She also said that she heard that Michael was one of the best in the logistics department. Coming closer to the guy, the girl asked, "Did you create that mechanical hand? What's wrong with her?" "It's not surprising that something is wrong with her. A simpleton like him." "Not at all," Lilith answered. "The thing is that it was very useful to me, and I would like to make a personal order." Michael realized that he was in an awkward position and did not know what to answer. Then he was finally able to say that it was not he who created her. Lilith was immediately indignant that the guy hadn't told her earlier, and she had simply wasted her time. The girl angrily walked out of the office, and Michael's comrades began to quietly laugh at him. "What are you laughing at? The new guy will most likely be sent to us, and then I will take good care of him and teach him a few lessons." After some time, in the 13th district of the Star Dragon, that same hero appeared in the Secret Operations Department. Lilith sat with the special squad, and seeing the guy, she assumed that he was the one whom the director personally assigned to their squad. The guy introduced himself as Stan and told the guys that he was their new mechanic. The guy with the goggles and green hair introduced himself as Harry, and he was the hacker of this squad. A taciturn and sullen guy with a scar on his cheek briefly introduced himself as John. He was a sniper. Lilith asked why the guy had a mask on his face. Was he hiding his face because he didn't trust them? To which Stan replied that his identity was confidential. The girl thought about it. Mechanic, confidential person. It turns out that Stan created that hand. The guy confirmed the girl's guess and asked how she knew. But she quickly approached the guy, put her hand on his shoulder and immediately asked if he could create another such hand for her. Stan said that he could only do it if it was at her expense. The girl immediately called him a cheapskate, and the guy replied that he didn't even know her name. The beauty with blue pigtails introduced herself as Lilith, and she is the close combat of their squad. Stan asked how many of them were in the squad. Lilith said that there were only 4 of them. Their captain was currently in the hospital, and he was a master of fistfighting. Hearing that the captain was in the hospital, the hero assumed that their squad was assigned the most difficult and dangerous missions. But that wasn't true. Lilith said that he was in the hospital because he was poisoned. Suddenly, their acquaintance was interrupted by the sound of a notification. Hacker. Harry immediately sat down at the computer and saw that despite the newcomer joining, the management gave them a new task, to catch a black spider hiding in the western capital. Lilith recognized this name. It was a bounty hunter who had last escaped from their agents by blowing up 2 streets. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of Stan with a task to destroy the black spider. John asked when they were leaving. The girl said that there was no need to rush. The intelligence department had already discovered his location. They would leave at night. The detachment went to rest, and closer to night they arrived at the place indicated by reconnaissance. Harry told Stan that since this was his first assignment, he would be keeping an eye on the area. The guy would be the eyes and ears of the squad. His job was to report all the information he received. The hero understood his task. It should be easy, but he wanted to kill the monsters. The operation began. The squad went to take their positions, and Stan watched the situation. Sniper John pointed his rifle at the building. Lilith, ready for battle, said that the building ahead was the black spider's hideout. He is on the 3rd floor and is most likely very careful, not making a sound. But suddenly Stan said that there was no need to be careful because the black spider had already discovered them. Lilith was surprised and asked the guy how he knew this. Meanwhile, a dark figure of a man appeared above the special squad, standing on the roof of the house and watching them. At that moment, fire was immediately opened on the detachment, but they were able to successfully evade it. Lilith confirmed Stan's words. Now she sees that they really found them. A squad of masked men in bulletproof vests ran towards them, all of them armed with machine guns. Harry panicked. The intelligence information was somehow false. The Black Spider wasn't alone here. A fight ensued. John and Harry tried to shoot back at the enemies, and Lilith immediately knocked out those who came closer. A spider was watching all this and laughed at the fact that the dogs of the 13th Division dared to come here. An impressive hunk with a spider tattoo on his face said that since these kids decided to raise their paws against him, he would rip them off. The criminal ordered his subordinates to kill them, but Lilith called them simply a disgrace. The girl reached for her sword and told the boys that she was leaving these pawns to them. And in the meantime, she will personally take care of their goal. Lilith jumped quickly like a cat and covered a huge distance in a couple of seconds. She flew towards the criminal at great speed, swinging her sword. But the spider easily dodged it by simply jumping away. The man told the girl that he respected her courage, but would finish her off quickly. Such brazen confidence angered Lilith. The black spider said goodbye to the beauty and fired a burst of machine gun fire at her. But Lilith was still as fast and graceful as a cat, bending and dodging bullets. The girl quickly landed near the enemy, and the black spider ran out of ammo. The man had long since realized that the girl was good at close and fist fighting, and the fight would not be easy. Lilith tried to attack him with her sword, but the man defended himself with his machine gun, blocking the attack. The girl immediately realized that her opponent was bad at close combat. This was her chance to win. She jumped and brought the sword to the black spider's head, saying goodbye to the old man. Then the girl suddenly pressed the lever on the hilt of the sword. The blade immediately lengthened and cut straight into the man's neck. He fell to his knees holding his neck. The criminal could not believe that this knife had become longer, but he suddenly laughed and said that this was not enough to kill him. Saying that she could not kill him, the black spider began to choke on his own blood, which was gushing out of his neck. He eventually fell down dead, and Lilith informed Stan that he had made a great blade for her. However, Stan advised the girl not to let down her guard because the black spider was still alive. It can't be, he's definitely dead. Look at his face, there's not a drop of life in his eyes. He is a Superman, and his power is not so simple. Remove the mask from the defeated enemies and see everything for yourself. Lilith returned to the squad, which looked at the cut-up and killed fighters of the Black Spider. The girl started to laugh. Newbie, I understand you want to prove yourself, but I know everything better than you. However, John was cautious and so decided to follow Stan's advice and check everything himself. Taking off his mask, he saw the mark of a black spider on a man. But was it really a man? John immediately fired a sniper rifle at the corpse. Stan told the guys to rip their heads off as quickly as possible. They began to take off their masks and realized in horror that all these people who attacked them were faceless. Stan continued to monitor the situation with the help of drones. He directed the squad, protecting them from danger. The guy was giving instructions, one dead man clockwise, rip his head off, the second one at 4 o'clock. The squad continued to destroy the monsters by shooting them in the head or tearing them off. This was the only way to defeat the unknown creatures. In the end, they killed everyone except one. John asked what to do with him, and Stan sharply shouted for them not to kill him. A zombie-like monster ran towards them, and the hero told the fighters to break his arms and legs. The creature with the spider tattoo said that they couldn't kill him. There was no point in wasting time and energy. But suddenly, John grabbed him and began to twist him. The black spider did not understand how they guessed about his strength. It was a parasitic copying. Once in a certain period of time, the spider can create copies without faces. The clones follow him within a fixed radius, and he can infinitely reincarnate into nearby clones. There are only 10 here, and he hid the rest all over the world. The black spider couldn't believe it. He asked who this guy was and what he knew about his ability. But Stan didn't listen to him. He looked at the system that gave him 4,000 points just for catching a spider. The guy was disappointed with such a small number of points. The heroes successfully completed the mission and returned home. Stan was released to his girlfriend's workshop. Alice thanked the guy for expanding her workshop. Very soon, she would be able to use the new premises. Stan was pleased that he had received many orders from agents for a retractable knife after Lilith's advertisement. At this rate, he would soon be rich. Meanwhile, in the Star Dragon, one of the bosses was very unhappy. The man was furious that Stan didn't want to give them his plans. The advisor suggested a solution to this problem. All you need to do is find someone who sells this retractable knife, and they can copy the design themselves. The authorities decided to do just that, and the next day sent a messenger to the Secret Service Department. A friendly guy asked the guys to sell him one of the knives that Stan made. Terrible Lilith said that the guy could not even dream about it. Everyone knows that they just want to copy the drawing. You can't do that to people. After these words, the people from the secret department turned around and began to leave. The messenger begged them to stop. If they can't do it themselves, they want to steal it. They should be ashamed. We won't sell it for any price. However, there was a man for whom money was more important than principles. He took out a knife and asked the messenger if this was the thing he needed. The guy asked for a price and the seller asked for $30,000. All the other employees looked at the scoundrel with disapproval. The price was too high, but the messenger was ready to buy the knife for any amount of money. So they shook hands and the deal was a success. After some time, the advisor brought the knife to Michael and asked if he could make exactly the same one. He replied that the work was done roughly and there was no code. He could easily recreate the drawing. The advisor promised that if the guy succeeded, he would no longer have to serve in this department. He would be promoted to the research and development department. Such a proposal suited Michael. Meanwhile, Stan was relaxing in the workshop when suddenly he received a call on the phone. What do you mean all the agents canceled their orders? How did that happen when everyone needed the guy's knife just recently? Lilith on the other end of the line said with displeasure that the development department had copied his design and was going to mass produce it. Stan looked at the knives he had already made. He was angry at his superiors for treating him like that. If that was the case, then let them not blame him for being rude now. The next day, the guy came to an underground weapons company, where they assessed his goods and asked if he could supply them on a regular basis. But Stan had another offer. He brought 1,000 knives and offered to sell each for $5,000. And he also wants to sell his drawing. Its price will be $1 million. The aristocrat in the chair was very interested. He asked the guy if he could lower the price and Stan refused. Then the aristocrat agreed. Later in the evening, one of the bosses reported that the development department had confirmed its report. And now the drawing of the retractable knife belonged to the director. The director leaned over and told the boy not to rejoice too soon. The man thought that these words were said because the director was worried about Stan's reaction. But the guy had no intention of joining the 13th Division. He wouldn't do anything to them. "Do you really think so?" the director said and began to take an envelope out from under the folders. "Well, of course I think so," answered the head of research and began to doubt his answers a little. "Is that why you took advantage of your opportunities and resold the division's weapons?" "I am extremely disappointed in you," the director said, handing him an envelope with the report. After this moment, checks began at the research headquarters. The entire department was buzzing. Everyone was alarmed. The workers were discussing the recent inspections of the research director. Rumors were that he was illegally reselling weapons. The second worker did not believe this and said that most likely it was Stan who set up the director. Apparently, the guy had secured the support of the top brass. After these words, the guys fell silent because Stan himself was coming here. He walked with the director, who was very friendly with him. The workers did not understand why even the executive director was so polite with him. Meanwhile, the director took the guy to his office to introduce him to someone. When the guy saw the one who called him, he was slightly surprised. It was the same man for whom he had made a prosthesis in the workshop. The old man asked if the guy was surprised by such a meeting. But Stan initially knew who this old man was, so it was time for acting. The guy asked the man who he was. He said that he was only taking an active part in the life of the 13th Division. He had no need to worry. The old man wanted to know how they could solve the problem. Stan immediately realized what was going on and demanded compensation for the damage caused to him. "You made money by selling the drawing and I was searched. Isn't that enough compensation?" Stan slammed his hand on the table in anger. "If you hadn't stolen my design, I would have earned more. It was my job to begin with. And you still dare call this compensation? If you tried to buy it from me, maybe I would have sold the division drawing. You just had to ask." The CEO offers to listen to Stan's terms, and they hope that this will not happen again in the future. The guy said that his condition would be that he wants to look at the knowledge of advanced mechanical engineering. The proposal alarmed the old man, but he did not say a word. Stan knew this was a great opportunity. The 6 nations and the embryo had different records. Only trusted and trusted people had access to them. This is definitely his future success. If he fails now, it will take him too long to get security clearance. "Okay, I give you permission," said the old man, after thinking about the boy's words. "Here it is, access to the next stage." Stan was glad to hear the man's words. "Wait, I object," said the research director. "Advanced knowledge requires level 5 clearance. It's against the rules. He just wants to look at them, give him 1 hour, nothing will happen to them during that time." That's how their dispute was resolved, and soon the guy was sent to the underground headquarters of the 13th Division. Stan stood at the entrance with the old man and the executive director. Before entering, the director said that he had to read the rules. Surveillance is conducted around the clock. The guy may not even try to do anything. The entrance will automatically close in an hour. But that was enough, because Stan only needed to look for a couple of minutes to learn. The doors opened and the guy walked up to a huge computer. After digging through the system, he found advanced weapon knowledge. The Star Dragon only has one advanced material, but it is very good. The system reported that advanced knowledge, synthesis of advanced material, was detected and offered to study 2 talents. Stan confirmed the study, and the system informed him that he needed to wait a little. A couple of minutes later, she reported success. The advanced mission was completed, and now the guy could choose one of 3 options: gunsmith, mechanic, mechanical fighter. The guy, of course, chose the mechanic, because in his past life he was the best. At that moment, the hero felt his whole body fill with energy. The director did not understand why the guy was smiling like that while reading the knowledge about mechanics. The system, meanwhile, reported that the guy's energy attribute had changed to magnetism. A new specialization had been studied, geometric thinking, and new skills had been acquired. Energy training technique, immediate mechanical proximity, sliding, and titanium alloy. Now Stan's rank was E-class, a superhuman. He had finally taken a step towards his superiority, but he shouldn't get too cocky because he still had a long way to go. The next day, the guy returned to his native workshop. After leveling up, his aura began to emit magnetism, which is quite unusual for a mechanic class. Aura is the basis of superhumans. After learning aura leveling techniques, his strength will begin to grow unusually fast. It's a pity that training requires experience and stamina points, and since he still needs to make weapons, he can only train twice a day. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The guy picked it up and saw that Lilith had reported that the captain had been discharged from the hospital and was asking everyone to gather. The next day, the hero went to the Secret Service Department of the Star Dragon. The bastard who sold the knife told his colleagues that Stan said he would no longer sell him his weapons. So what if he's just a pathetic mechanic? If a man really needs the developments, he'll pay someone to resell them to him. But suddenly, his colleagues turned away from him, pretending that they were working. The guy did not understand their reaction, but it was all because Stan walked past them. A few minutes later, the guy came to the room where their squad was gathering. Lilith was already waiting for him inside. A muscular man with red hair and a sullen face asked the guy if he was that newcomer. Harry said that this is their captain. In general, they hire new people only if the captain agrees. But Stan's candidacy was taken care of by the authorities, since the captain was recovering at the time, so he could be a little unfriendly. The man took the tangerine in his hand and said that he had not introduced himself. He was the captain of a special squad, and his name was Wei. Stan thought it was a strange name because it was very popular in China, and they often joked that if he was called that, it meant his parents didn't care about him. The captain continued, "Including you. There will be 5 of us on the team. You will be in charge of logistics and supplies. I will be honest. You have no experience, and I do not believe in your abilities. I will remember all your instructions, and if you do not live up to my expectations, no matter who makes a mistake because of them, I will throw you out of here immediately." Did you really think that you can get everything for money? You can even get into the Secret Service Department through connections now. No one thinks about the safety of their subordinates. The sullen captain left and Stan was upset that he was simply perceived as a man with a lot of connections. Suddenly, a notification came on the laptop and Harry noticed it. He sat down to check what was going on there and said that they had an urgent mission. The authorities wanted them to leave immediately. The captain asked what had happened, and Harry said that the division's squad had been ambushed while preparing to launch a surprise attack on the embryo base, and they were being asked to provide immediate support. Harry will fill you in on the rest of the details on the plane, but now it's time to get going. Suddenly, the commander ordered Harry to take care of the rear, and Stan will have to learn from him since he is still a newbie. Change is hard to come to terms with, so the guy will have to fight for a place in the sun to become useful. Stan just said indifferently that he understood the order, which surprised Harry. The squad moved forward, but suddenly Stan put his hand on Lilith's shoulder and asked them to stop. He opened the box containing the red bullets and asked to take it as a friendly gift. "Are these new developments?" Lilith asked excitedly. Starting to examine the bullets, Stan confirmed her guess, but asked not to use them much for now. The system notified the guy about the beginning of the E-class mission. He needs to help the secret operations squad pursued by the enemy. His role is to help the team complete the mission. The reward is 8,000 experience points. Harry decided to support the guy and said that their captain was not at all against him or anything like that. There was no need to take his words to heart. Meanwhile, military vehicles were driving at full speed in the desert. One of the members of the 13th Division looked into the broken mirror and saw that they were being chased. Where was this reinforcement? But a special squad was already moving forward. John and an unknown person in an iron suit were jumping from a helicopter. The special squad landed successfully and the robot's voice told the soldier to calm down. Wei pressed the button and his Iron Man suit mask opened. No need to worry, help has already arrived. Wei contacted intelligence, and they informed him that an allied detachment was 13 kilometers away from them, and that 15 armored SUVs and another helicopter were heading towards them right now. The meeting point is 3 kilometers away on a hill. Their goal is to stop the enemy and successfully rescue the squad. Harry has already sent them the coordinates. Stan looked at the screen and was surprised that they had a prototype of a combat armored suit. This is the only one of the basic copies in Aquaria version 1.0. The soldiers prepared for battle. Wei and the fighters watched from the hill as a truck moved towards them. As soon as the vehicles had reached a sufficient distance, the commander raised his hand and gave the order to open fire. Dozens of machine guns opened fire on the enemy, and a hail of bullets rained down on the convoy. The commander did not stand aside. Putting on his helmet, he took a heavy machine gun and also opened fire. John used his armor-piercing sniper rifle to aim at the tires of the trucks to immobilize them. The convoy of black cars that were pursuing the friendly truck began to slow down and stop, and a barrage of fire helped the truck break away from pursuit. The soldier sitting behind the wheel looked in the mirror and saw the enemy moving away. He was glad that the detachment arrived on time. As he approached our special squad of fighters, the soldier looked out of the truck and said that there were too many enemies and they needed to retreat immediately. At that very moment, the fighters heard the noise of the helicopter blades approaching them. Wei raised his head to the sky and saw an unfamiliar girl with red hair sitting in the helicopter. Instantly, a furious attack fell upon the detachment. The commander jumped to the truck and shouted to the soldiers, "Take cover." He rolled around trying to avoid the attack that looked like tongues of furious flame. The Special Forces fighters managed to hide behind the cars, but the soldiers were less lucky. They were subjected to a psychological attack, and at that moment Wei realized that they were being attacked by superhumans. It was hell. She used her power to attack. Flames engulfed her body, and on her forehead she had a mark that looked like a snake. Harry was shocked by what he saw, but Stan immediately recognized the girl and snatched the headphones from his friend. Taking command, he reported that the girl was the combat commander of the Embryo Squad. "You need to retreat immediately." Wei, hearing Stan's voice, was surprised and did not understand what the guy was doing and why he took command upon himself. However, he looked at the fighters of his squad and was surprised how they immediately obeyed the guy's order. But Hell was not going to let the witnesses go just like that and was already approaching the fighters. The commander of the combat squad was too fast, and her first target was Lilith. Hell immediately tried to attack her with her foot, but the girl blocked it with her hands and defended herself. Lilith then attempted to counterattack by raising her leg into the air and pointing it towards the enemy. However, Hell was not simple, she deftly dodged. Lilith was surprised that this girl was so good at fistfighting. But before she had time to come to her senses, Hell immediately attacked her in the face, breaking her lip with the help of her power, which enveloped her fist. Coughing up blood, Lilith thought that the difference between them was too great. Even close combat would not give her much of an advantage and she would lose in any case. Hell, meanwhile, prepared a new attack for her opponent, gathering Scarlet Aura in her hand. The psychic attack hit Lilith without any problems, and she fell to the ground, exhausted. With difficulty rising from her knees, Lilith begged Stan to come up with something quickly, otherwise it would be the end for them. Stan told Lilith to look for an opportunity to use her mechanical arm, and when the enemy briefly opened up, John was to shoot Hell. The fighting beauty followed the guy's order and took out a device from her pocket that activated the mechanical arm. John, meanwhile, knelt down, loaded his rifle, and prepared to attack. He kept Hell's face in his sights and was ready to shoot at any moment. The main thing was to wait for that moment. Hell saw a familiar mechanical hand and stopped for a second. Lilith took advantage of this moment and attacked her. The force of the blow was high, but Hell was struggling to contain the device. She then asked Lilith what her relationship was with Zero. "Zero? Who is Zero?" Lilith asked her. John thought this was the best moment and pulled the trigger. A shot rang out and Hell tried to react to the sudden attack by creating a scarlet shield around herself. Realizing that a sniper was working on her point, she immediately flew away to a safe distance. Hell analyzed the situation and held her hand, which was still hit by a sniper's bullet. Stan immediately ordered Wei to take Lilith and run. They needed to take advantage of the enemy's retreat. The commander in the iron suit understood the order and ran towards the girl. Lilith was barely standing on her feet. Wei picked her up and put her on his back to save her. The soldier who was in the very truck they were supposed to save shouted to the squad to get into their car. While the squad was climbing into the transport, Wei thought that the enemy vehicles were slower than theirs, and besides, the superhumans were injured. Now they would not be able to pursue them. If the entire squad can reach the plane, then consider the mission successfully completed. When they were in the car, Wei took off his helmet and breathed a sigh of relief. The worst was behind him. But they forgot about something, and Stan radioed for them to look up. The enemies still have a helicopter that is chasing them and can destroy the car at any moment. The helicopter was directly above the car, which was trying to escape at maximum speed. At this moment, the air transport attacked the enemy by firing 2 missiles at the truck. The large vehicle had no way to avoid the attack, and the explosive force of the missiles sent its rear end flying into the air. Trying to hold on to anything, Wei shouted at John to shoot them quickly. The sniper replied that he had run out of armored bullets, and that regular bullets would not be able to penetrate the target. The helicopter is already targeting the truck. Are they really all going to die here? But then Stan interrupted them and asked if they had forgotten about his gift. Indeed, before the mission he gave them a box of red cartridges. The squad remembered them and opened it. Having loaded the cartridges into the clip, John decided to try them out on the helicopter. The barrel of John's sniper rifle emerged from the truck window, and he took aim at the enemy. One armor-piercing shot and the helicopter circling above them immediately began to sparkle. The aircraft immediately caught fire, and no longer posing a threat to the fighters began to move away. The soldier who was driving was surprised that the enemies got scared and ran away. Harry reported that their plane was already there, and John meanwhile was asking over the radio what kind of bullets were these that could penetrate even an armored helicopter. Where did Stan get them? But the guy didn't hear him. He was looking at the system window, which reported that the task was successfully completed, and he received 8,000 experience points. Meanwhile, Hell, watching the downed helicopter, reported over the radio that they were on Zero's trail. The mission ended, and our heroes calmly arrived at headquarters together with the rescued squad. Harry admired Stan's coolness. Thanks to him, this mission was completed easily. His admiration was interrupted by Wei coughing, who wanted to say something. He began to apologize for doubting the guy's abilities. The commander extended his hand and said that without Stan's leadership and new equipment, they would not have survived. So as the squad leader, he welcomed Stan into their ranks. Stan looked at the commander and replied that he shouldn't have apologized for such trifles, because he was a magnanimous man after all. They shook hands, and Wei thought it sounded sarcastic coming from the guy. The awkward silence was broken by the door opening, and a man's voice was heard from inside. Wei asked why the guy came because his squad was currently having a meeting. The same soldier who was driving said that he just wanted to ask if the same cartridges that were used to shoot down the helicopter were for sale. Wei put his hand on Stan's shoulder and whispered what he thought about it. Stan replied that he was selling his services. One cartridge would cost $50. The soldier said he wanted to pre-order 200 of them, 20 of them for the small caliber pistol, 150 of them for the submachine gun, and 30 of them for the sniper rifle. Lilith patted Stan on the back and said that from now on, she would attract customers to him for a discount for herself. The guy replied that he would give her 20%, no more. The hero thought that he could earn a lot by selling shells wholesale. Fortunately, he had experience in making them. And while there was demand, he could forget about the need for money for a while. A few days later, one cartridge fell into the hands of a scientist who knew that the boss had not allowed anyone to study flammable cartridges. But Michael believed that he was simply scared. He would find out that his equipment was actually being manufactured at a military plant far from the western capital. He would report it to the management, and then Stan would be in trouble. He separated the head of the cartridge. Now you can examine its components. If everything went according to his plan, then the bosses would look at him differently, the guy thought. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard in the scientist's room, which blew out all the windows in the area. A flame appeared in the room, and a siren went off, alerting everyone that the fire had started in the workshop. A few seconds later, the boss was already standing at the door to the room and asked what the guy was doing here. Charred Michael, sitting on the floor, was sobbing. Because of the explosion, he lost all his hair and broke his glasses. At that moment, the guy realized what a mess he was in. The authorities saw the remains of a red cartridge. They immediately understood everything. The guy dared to take on the study of flammable cartridges. The director demanded an explanation from the head of research, who replied that he knew nothing and that the guy had not asked his permission. The man turned to the bald Michael and asked if he had anything to say in his defense, but he only sobbed. The director looked at the guy angrily and said that he remembered him. Michael used to be in the logistics department. From today, he is returning back to his department and is removed from his position. Meanwhile, the guy who once sold the knife to the bosses and set Stan up came into the Special Forces room. He asked if they would sell him some bullets. Lilith replied that Stan had blacklisted him and didn't want to have anything to do with him, and didn't need an apology either. Then the guy decided to approach other employees, asking them for cartridges, asking to resell them, and offering $200 apiece. But his comrades brushed him off and said they wouldn't sell him any cartridges. Another employee said that selling him ammo would be tantamount to insulting Stan, which wasn't worth any money, since who knows how many inventions he has stashed away. Realizing that he had acted stupidly by selling that knife, the man became upset. A few days later, a bald, burnt Michael returned to the logistics department with his things, and as he walked to his desk, his colleagues made fun of him. The scientist was upset that he lost his hair and good skin at such a young age. Meanwhile, at one of the embryo bases, a conversation was taking place. The man said that the Star Dragon special agent had a power arm like Zero, and they also destroyed their secret base. Only Zero could give them the secret location, but he didn't have the authority to get access to that kind of sensitive information. The head of the organization looked at Stan's hologram, where he says that he will destroy them all, and he was filled with rage. He wanted to know who this guy really was. He ordered to convey his order to recruit new recruits. Then they need to be sent to the Star Dragon to observe Zero. If they find a clue, then let them tell Alberto about it. Meanwhile, a black car drove up to the workshop where Stan spent the night. The man reported to the boy that the embryo scouts located in the western capital had begun to act. They were looking for Stan and seemed to know that he was working for the Star Dragon. Stan told the man that he had already guessed this. The man told him not to worry because there would be security guards nearby 24 hours a day. He was about to leave when Stan asked him to help him get 2 Silent Eagle pistols from their warehouse. The man agreed. Watching the car leave, Stan thought that the embryo had finally shown up and he needed to get ready. He returned home and started work the next morning. Stan sat at his desk, making new inventions that would help him in the fight against the embryo. After working for several hours, the system informed him that he had produced an excellent platinum alloy and received 3,000 experience points for it. Stan was pleased with the invention. It was of good quality, and they pay well for rare materials. A few hours later, he made a folding saber from high-quality platinum, which acquired a new property, increased strength. Suddenly, the mechanic was interrupted by the phone. Stan picked it up and read the message, which said that the issuance of the Silent Eagle was approved and it was left in the squad room. The hero finished with the construction and went to the headquarters to pick up the gun. Lilith saw the updated version of the saber and asked to try it out. The first thing the girl did was cut the metal pole next to her. Her admiration knew no bounds. The weapon was razor sharp, much better than the previous version. Stan meanwhile tested the gun. He noticed that it had very high power. Lilith brought the knife to the mechanic and said that it was very hard for her to part with it. She asked if he would bring it next time, and the hero replied that he would definitely take it next time. A little later, in the workshop, the guy thought about the fact that now he had enough weapons to deal with people from the organization. He sat on the bed and rested. The system window in front of him notified him that he had practiced the energy training technique and received 4 strength points. This is exactly how many points were required to level up, at which point the hero felt a surge of strength in his body. Stan noted that given the current development dynamics, by the time open testing begins, he will surpass the first group of players by a ton of levels. The system window said that closed testing was scheduled to begin and would last for 12 days. This surprised Stan. Apparently, it will be carried out for a limited number of players a week before the open test. 1 day in reality is equal to 6 days in the game, which means that in terms of game time, there are more than 40 days left until the start. Is it possible that the game clock works differently while the service is down? Well, of course, with each version update in reality, a couple of days pass. But in the universe of the Star Sea, the time span is measured in years. In this case, with each update, I will have much more time for development than the players. Should we then start worrying about life expectancy? Suddenly, Stan's thoughts were interrupted by a system window, which reported that the NPC functions were unlocked and the player forum was also unlocked. This surprised the guy. What does NPC functions mean? He tried to find information about it, but the player's forum might come in handy, so Stan decided to register on it. But the system gave an error saying that the player was not found and registration failed. The fact is that accounts can only be created with a unique identifier of the user's immersion capsule. Apparently, there is no way to register. Well then, when players appear here, we will need to find a way to gain access to read the forum. Stan went to bed, while in the real world no one suspected his existence. An unknown guy sat in front of 2 monitors in a non-standard chair with wires. The system reported that the character's name is Donald. The default settings are selected, the character creation is complete, and he will soon appear in the newbie zone. The random selection of birthplace is complete, and the guy who looks like an elf with red hair begins to load. The village of Bighorn was chosen as the starting point for loading. A few minutes later, the guy opened his eyes and saw the light of the sun. The system reported that the birth was taking place. He needed to wait. A blue portal, made of small blue particles, appeared in the depths of the forest. A few seconds later, a player named Donald appeared in this portal, and along with it, dozens of other portals appeared, from which other players made their way into the wonderful world. They went to the Bighorn village, which was the gathering place and was located in the Star Dragon. The players looked around the area and tried to figure out what to do here. Some tried to find clues in the newbie village. Suddenly, the strangers were called by an old man who was slowly approaching them. The grandfather with the cane said that if they wanted to eat, they should find work, because they didn't need idlers in the village. Donald looked at the old man, and the system window offered him 4 functions: examine, bargain, talk, or kill. He chose examine, and the system reported that the old man was a local elder, medium danger level. Grandfather said that the harvest needed to be gathered, and the sewing and weapons workshops in the south needed experienced specialists. A batch of goods had just been delivered to the gates. It needed to be unloaded, so there was enough work here for everyone. Donald realized that there were a lot of resources in the newcomer village. Clothes testing would not last forever. If he wanted to get ahead, he needed to quickly develop a launch strategy. Explore as many places as possible and settle down in the most advantageous way in order to then use this knowledge. Having found an axe in the depths of the forest, the player sold it to a local merchant. After some time, collecting all sorts of junk, Donald was able to buy a map of the area from an old man for $3,000. Opening the map, Donald realized that it depicted the territories of the Star Dragon Empire. The closest city to it was Trap Capital. He didn't really have a choice, and the player decided to go there to look around. After some time, he reached the Western Capital Post, where a queue had already formed. Meanwhile, Stan was sitting next to the post, drinking soda. The hero watched those passing through the security post, and among them he noticed a player holding a map in his hands. It feels like someone is watching me, Donald thought, and began to look around. Looking around, he saw a strange guy who was marked as a mysterious stranger, and his name was highlighted in red. After selecting the inspection function, Donald saw that the NPC's name was Stan. But nothing was known about him except one thing: his danger level was fatal. This scared Donald. What does mortal danger mean? Shouldn't the starting city be safe? We need to get out of here quickly. Donald didn't want to die. But suddenly Stan, who was passing by, called him, and cold beads of sweat appeared on Donald's body. Stan said that it's rude to examine someone you've never met before. Donald assumed a fighting stance, preparing for death, and asked what the guy wanted from him. But Stan didn't want to fight. He said he needed help and asked if the player had time for it. Donald had too many questions. Did the chance come so quickly? Who is this NPC? Will he be given a hidden task? Did the heavens choose me? His thoughts were interrupted by Stan, who said that he needed a piece of bread and the guy had to get it. At that very moment, a system window appeared in front of Donald, which informed him that he had a new task. But why does a high-level NPC have such an easy task? And the reward is small, only $1. Donald suggested that since this NPC is of a high class, the tasks should be appropriate. Probably it will be a chain of missions. After completing one task, he will give another. The player was pleased with his ingenuity. Years spent playing other games allowed him to understand the logic of this game as well. He opened his inventory and took out all the bread he had with him and handed it to Stan. Watching the hero's reaction, Donald was sure that he would now offer him a new task. And so it happened. But it was strange again. Donald needs to hit 10 passers-by on the butt, and as a reward, he will receive $1. He had no choice but to complete the task. The residents were not too happy about such hooliganism. The next task was to take off the patrolman's pants for the same reward, and Donald, burning with shame, also completed it. While completing the following strange task, the player could not understand why this NPC was giving out such missions. Suddenly, the player saw a system message in front of him, which informed him that Stan had opened a store for the player. The hero's assortment was as follows: a folding saber for $30,000, flammable cartridges for $100, a traumatic pistol for $15,000, an assault rifle for $35,000, and an improved rifle for $38,000. The store's assortment amazed Donald. Very cool things, but it was a pity that they were too expensive for the player. There were also the basics of hand-to-hand combat, weapons handling that could be pumped up, and energy training techniques. Donald was shocked to see the skills. Stan looked like a mysterious scientific director, and the guy decided that this was his chance. If he learns from the hero, he will very quickly overtake all other players. Donald knew that if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So he decided to become a mechanic and learn from Stan. After confirming his profession, the player saw a blue glow appear around him. Stan turned around and went about his business. Donald stopped him and asked where he could find the guy. Without a word, Stan handed him a piece of paper. Donald unfolded the paper and it said that this NPC was located in the 5th block, building 46 repair shop. The player clutched the piece of paper tightly and decided that he would keep this NPC a secret from the others. Then, during the closed testing, he would overtake everyone else. Meanwhile, Stan was calmly returning home and thinking that Donald was a very interesting guy. The hero remembered that he was one of the top 20 martial artists who made it to the semifinals in China. And now he has gone into mechanics. At first, this class is very unremarkable, but if he has a goal, then in the future the player will thank him. As Stan passed by, he noticed some players looking for work asking a local worker how they could help. It seems that many players have already completed the storyline of the newbie village. Stan looked at the homeless old man who was sitting next to him, and no one approached him. He realized that most players were obsessed with profit and had no interest in the game itself. These players will do anything for money if Stan asks them to. Who knows? Maybe they will even become his main support in the fight against the Embryo organization. Stan walked closer to the players and said that he needed help. The boys were happy when they saw the hero, because he looked like a high-level NPC. Stan looked at his system window and realized that there was a limit on the number of rewards he could earn, and he couldn't set a point total higher than that. Just as he won't be able to determine the limit on his own, he can't now offer a task to destroy the Embryo organization. We need to find a way to increase it, and in the meantime, the players are already tired of waiting for Stan to offer them a task. The hero pressed a couple of buttons and the players were given a task, but it did not make them happy. They had to get a piece of bread for $1. Disappointed in Stan, the players decided to continue hauling bricks rather than waste time on this guy. Then the hero decided to worsen his relationship with these players. Does refusing a task really ruin a relationship? That's how stingy the NPC is, players complained. After some time, there was a heated discussion in the workshop. Alice didn't understand why this guy was following Stan. She considered him a good person and asked the hero to give him a chance. Stan meanwhile told Donald to go outside and pretend to sway like seaweed for 10 minutes. While Donald was doing the task, he read that the Gods Family Guild pays well, and Stan meanwhile noticed that the guy went to read the forum. Donald then said that he wanted to find Zero to make money. Having connected to the guy's system, Stan immediately began to look for any news about his identity, and among a pile of garbage he found one interesting one that said that the first B-class task had appeared in the game. I remember the first Class B task appeared after the open testing. Why was it given out now? Opening the news, the hero read that the first task of Class B was called Studying Zero. You need to report any valuable information, and then each player will receive a monetary reward. My presence has changed the course of the game, and while the players don't pose a threat to me yet, I should remain vigilant. It's lunchtime. Where are you headed? Alice asked. Stan answered that he urgently needed to go to the workshop. Disappointed, Alice replied that he does the same thing every day. Workaholism is a terrible thing. Stan sat in the workshop and tried to learn new mechanical drawings. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, which informed him that he had provoked a new task. A sudden murder. The hero would soon be visited by a killer, and he needed to survive at any cost. Grabbing the gun, the guy was surprised that this killer was able to hide from the surveillance of the 13th Division. It's a pity that Old Man Lou is not at home. Before we worry about the players who join Embryo, we need to deal with the killer. Dressing discreetly, Stan went outside. Alice remained in the workshop, so in theory she would be safe. The guy walked into a deserted alley, the best place for a surprise attack. A mysterious figure in a cloak followed the hero. Stan felt that someone was watching him and turned around. Suddenly, he saw a huge crow rushing straight towards him. The hero expected to see the killer behind him, but not a flying crow. Then the guy began to be bound by a thick thread while black crows flew around him. The thread grabbed Stan's throat. He tried to free himself and realized that his enemy was not so simple. While the hero was trying to free himself, a huge glowing cross appeared in front of him. Then the guy heard the sound of waves as if he was in the center of the sea. Stan was hung on a cross with a rope. Black crows were flying around him, and a huge watching eye appeared above the guy. Is this Itachi's reincarnation? The guy realized that this was an illusion, and that his opponent's level felt like it was the same as Hell's. The more he resisted, the tighter the rope tied him. Stan didn't understand how he could get out of the trap. Would it really all end so stupidly? But suddenly the hero heard a notification sound from the system. She reported that the guy was under the influence of an illusion, and since his intelligence was above 50, he could resist these effects. Gathering his strength, Stan freed himself from the illusion, and the world created by his enemy shattered like glass. But not everything was so simple. At that very moment, a gun was put to the hero's head. In front of him stood a blond man with a revolver and a brown coat and a large hat, who said, "Goodbye, Zero." The man pulled the trigger, but Stan used a glancing shot and dodged the bullet. The killer didn't understand how the guy was able to dodge the shot at such a close distance. Stan's smile showed that he was now in control of the situation. The guy suddenly pulled out 2 pistols that were under his jacket. The hero began shooting at the enemy, activating the overload skill to deal more damage. But the killer easily repelled the attack by creating a scarlet shield, exactly the same as Hell's. After analyzing the situation, the man realized that the guy was much stronger than the intelligence data said, which said that his strength was at the level of a special agent. The information turned out to be inaccurate, so the killer decided to retreat and think over the plan of capture again. Making a seal with his hands, he tried to use the illusion on the hero again. Zero stopped and saw the sun setting again, black crows appearing and a scarlet thread enveloping him. But his intelligence still exceeded 50 points, and the enemy apparently did not, so the guy easily got out of the illusion. He rushed in pursuit of the killer along the road, loading his pistol with flammable cartridges. Turning around, the fleeing man was surprised that the guy continued to chase him and easily got rid of the illusion. He couldn't understand what was happening, and at that moment, Stan shot him. The killer again tried to hide from the bullets with his red shield, but suddenly the shield cracked and caught fire. Stan said he acknowledged the man's strength, but the same techniques wouldn't work on him twice. The killer was defeated. His body was burning on the ground until the officers of the 13th Department arrived. Carl jumped out of the car and apologized for being late. He asked if Stan was okay. "Do I look okay?" the boy answered and pointed to his bloody cheek. Carl bowed his head and asked for forgiveness, saying that it was his fault. But the hero calmed the fighter down, saying that it was not his fault, because this man was an officer of the Embryo and the best killer who always brought things to the end. Carl recognized from the description of this man whether it was Alberto, the best killer. An unperturbed Stan confirmed the employee's words. "How were you able to defeat Alberto even after he suddenly attacked you? Are you really that strong?" Stan was indignant that they only now realized this and walked towards the car. After completing the surprise mission, he received a character summon card for Alberto, which the boy considered a good gift from Embryo. A few seconds later, Carl joined the guy in the car, got behind the wheel, and said that he would first take him to the general headquarters to report the situation. But Stan said that if Alberto found him, then the Embryo knew his location. Carl replied that this was not accurate, because hackers from intelligence control the network and track any information about him. Messages that mention Stan do not get through. The hero turned to the man and asked if he was sure of his words. Alberto would not have acted on his own. He probably passed on information about Stan to other spies in the capital, and they would have done so via a closed network. Or they could have personally left the capital to report to their superiors. Hearing these words, the hero immediately pushed Carl out from behind the wheel, because right now he needed to grab them, because at this rate, Embryo would soon find out where he was. While fastening his seatbelt, Stan told the man to ask his superiors to immediately close off the city. Carl banged on the glass and asked the guy not to rage, because it was unknown who exactly the spy was, and it was not even clear who Stan was going to catch. But the hero didn't listen to him and immediately pressed the pedal to the floor. The car suddenly moved away, leaving Carl behind. The employee did not know that in fact Stan had long ago realized who the spy was. The guy contacted Lilith and ordered her to go to the 8th district as soon as possible. He had already sent the coordinates. The girl didn't understand why she was going to the slums, but Stan insisted that she ask fewer questions. After some time, the hero reached the 8th district, where an abandoned church towered. He drove up to the entrance, where Lilith was already waiting for him in her sports car. Stan immediately ran out of the car. Lilith was surprised by the hero's haste, but he ordered her to follow him faster. The guy opened the doors to the church, which scared the parishioners. He knew that the messenger had to be somewhere here, but when Stan looked around, he didn't see a familiar face. He then grabbed the nearest guy and asked if Lugorn had been here, to which the frightened man replied that he had not seen him here today. Then Stan took his pen and began to draw on a piece of paper. Having drawn a photo portrait of a man, the hero showed it to the man and asked if he looked like this. Lugorn's eyes were set far apart, his nose was crooked, and he had a short haircut. Realizing that he was not there, Stan and Lilith went to another point. The hero told the girl to contact the bureau and let them check if he left the city, and the guy in the meantime would head to the nearest post. A few seconds later, Lilith reported that the bureau had responded that such a person had not left the city, at which point Stan warned her that he was driving very fast and she should prepare herself. "Don't underestimate me, I am a warrior after all. Do you really think that I am afraid of some kind of speed?" Stan grinned and pressed the pedal to the floor, the sports car jerking forward. Lugorn couldn't have left earlier than an hour ago because he had received the information only recently. He had to head to the nearest post, most likely to the northwest. While the hero was thinking about the spy, he quickly changed gears and the speed of the car increased. There was the first obstacle ahead. A freight train was driving across the rails, and it seemed that the car would not have time to pass. "Slow down, there's a train!" Lilith cried in tears, panicking. She screamed very loudly like a little girl, but the guy managed to fly in front of the train cabin. Lilith grabbed the handle to hold on. She insulted Stan with all sorts of words. A few hours later, our heroes drove out of the city at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the sun was setting over the northwest outpost. People were outraged that they were not allowed to leave the city and they demanded to be released. The same man Stan had drawn earlier panicked. Why did they block the post? Did Alberto really lose? One of the soldiers standing guard suddenly received a notification on his phone. At that moment, he shouted that they needed this guy, seeing Lugorn. A few minutes later, Lilith's car pulled up to the post, and the soldier asked to see the documents of a special agent of the 13th Division. He looked into the car and saw an exhausted Lilith, who with difficulty handed over her ID. Stan got out of the car and laughed at Lilith, who immediately threw up, saying that she said she was a warrior, but for some reason she threw up because of a simple trip. Meanwhile, the soldiers detained Lugorn and threw him to the ground, putting handcuffs on him. Stan realized he had arrived on time and pulled out his gun. To the soldiers' surprise, Stan shot the witness and received 3,500 experience points for it. The guy did this because he knew that Lugorn had poison on his teeth and under his nails. They would not have been able to stop him from committing suicide anyway. The mission is successfully completed, and we are transported to the border of the Star Dragon to the organization Embryo, the base of the Black Raven. New player recruits have noticed that the hint for the quest to find Zero has changed. The system stated that Zero's location was somewhere in the western capital's Star Dragon region. The soldier was happy. The search area had narrowed. Let the organization send people there after open testing. They would surely find Zero. If they complete this B-rank quest, it will allow them to leave other players far behind. Meanwhile, the leader of the Embryo was unhappy to hear news about Zero again. "Do you think I'll give up now that you have defenders?" In a rage, the villain slammed the table with a powerful blow. Find out his exact location, even if he is hiding in the headquarters of the 13th Division. Send 200 Owl agents there, 5 commanders, and kill Zero. I authorize the use of short-range guided missiles. I will stop at nothing. The next day, at the headquarters of the 13th Division, Star Dragon, Stan looked at the information in the system, which said that the closed testing was completed and the next open testing would be in 122 days. The guy was right. When updating, the real time does not correspond to the game time. "What are you waving your finger in the air for?" asked the department director, who was clearly not in a good mood. He asked how much secret information Stan knew about the Embryo. The guy replied that the organization knew his location. They don't know the exact location, but they are sure that he is somewhere in a western capital. So they will probably send more assassins here to finish the job that Alberto failed to finish. The director of the 13th Division asked the guy what he was going to do in such a case. Stan took off his mask and said that he would no longer hide and would confront the Embryo. The director forbade this because it was too dangerous, but the guy raised his hand, in which he held the remote control and pressed the button. A map appeared behind the boss, and Stan showed a base in the valley of the Black Raven, which is located on the border. It is large and completely different from the 3 with which he had already dealt. The guy personally wants to take part in its destruction. The director replied that this was madness, because then Embryo would take advantage of the fact that the guy himself came into their hands. Stan smiled and said that he could create one thing that would change his appearance. The director's jaw was aching from the guy's pathos, and he replied that he should do this thing first, and then they would talk. After a short interrogation, the hero returned to his home, to the workshop. The guy understood that the management of the Star Dragon would mostly agree to attack the base in the Valley of the Black Raven. It is located close enough to the loading point for newcomers. By destroying it, the number of players who joined the Embryo during the open testing would decrease significantly. As the boy passed by Old Man Lou's room, he noticed that he was now at home, which was a good moment. Entering the room, He timidly called the old man by name. Then the guy said that he wanted to borrow some books on mechanics from the owner to read. The old man was lying on the sofa and drinking wine. He asked the hero why he needed these books. Looking at the old man's imperturbable face, Stan realized that it would not be easy to persuade him. He needed to come up with a worthy answer. But suddenly the old man just stood up and told the boy to follow him. Walking into the next room, Lou pointed to a shelf of books and said that they were here, on the shelf. He allowed Stan to choose the books himself, but on the condition that he return them to their place and not spoil them. The guy thanked the old man, but he himself did not understand why he was so accommodating today. As he left, the old man thanked the guy and asked him not to tell Alice that Stan had taken the killer away from the workshop so that the girl would not be harmed. The guy began to study the books. As always, it was enough for him to just flip through the pages to study all the knowledge on mechanics that was inside the book. After a couple of minutes, he finished and put the books back. All the mechanic skills had increased in level. Now it's time to improve and create a new drawing. The system asked if the hero wanted to perform a fusion of abilities: basic biochemistry, basic optics, basic materials science, and basic digital electronics. The guy answered yes. The basic knowledge, covering 3 sections, has strict requirements for the level of knowledge, and only a mechanic can perform fusion to obtain a blueprint. And Stan succeeded in this. He invented a smart optical mask. The next day, he returned to the 13th Division, the secret department. Wei asked Harry if he had sent the report, and the guy replied that he had sent it a long time ago. Suddenly, someone knocked on their room door. The director entered the room and turned to Stan. He had already said that it was dangerous for him to take part in the operation, and asked if he had created a thing that could change his appearance. The guy grinned and asked the director to wait here for a minute. He turned away and pressed the triangle on his forehead. Literally a couple of seconds, and he was transformed. Stan turned to the guys and they were surprised at what they saw. His facial features changed, and now he didn't look like his former self. The hero asked if he could join them now. The director came closer to take a closer look. He also admitted that Stan no longer looked like himself. The man smiled and said that it was a nice thing that would be useful to them in production. Would Stan sell them the drawing? The guy waved it off, saying that it was an ordinary mask. Why would they need a drawing? After all, they could make one themselves. The director agreed with this statement, and the guy only smiled imperceptibly. In fact, this mask not only changes appearance but also scans the faces of other people, storing their features in memory. But it is better to remain silent about this function. One day it will play into your hands. The director headed towards the exit and said that now the guy could join the squad on this mission. There was still half a month before the start. It was better to prepare properly. After he left, Lilith patted Stan on the shoulder, saying that it was a very cool thing, and asked the guy to let her play with it. Stan asked the girl not to make noise because he needed to say something very important. He approached Wei and asked him to send his prototype armor. The guy would adjust it. Hearing this proposal, Wei immediately became happy and asked what he would do with his armor. Stan replied that he would first increase energy efficiency, adjust the power mode, make the armor lighter, supplement the skeleton to make it easier to move, then check the tracking and fire control system so that his long-range weapons would have homing. If there was time left, he would also install a basic melee weapon, and Wei's eyes lit up with happiness from such improvements. Stan took out his phone, dialed something into it, and said that if the commander had no questions, then first he needed to pay for the assembly. Then he showed the phone and said that Wei owed him $208, but they would settle for $360,000. The commander's eyes popped out of his head when he saw the number. The commander said that everything used to be cheaper, and Stan asked if his parents were alive. Wei replied that they had died a long time ago. Okay, do you have brothers and sisters? No, I'm the only child in the family. Maybe you have a wife or a girlfriend? No, Wei cried. Unfortunately, I'm all alone. Then why do you save money? These words struck Wei straight in the heart, and he agreed to pay, if only he would shut up. John took the sad commander away, and Stan said that he would go prepare equipment for improvement. The guy also asked his allies not to disturb him for some time while he was busy. 10 days had passed since this conversation, and the hero was busy with inventions. His phone was lying on the table and seemed to be vibrating with incoming messages. Lilith wrote messages one after another. She asked when the guy would stop playing hide and seek, and when Stan would start working on the pile of orders. Everyone was calling her. But Stan didn't pay attention to this. He improved his inventions. The grenade now explodes with a delay, breaking into fragments. The folding saber is modified and is now more compact. The hang glider is modified. Its compactness is also improved. The lightweight power arm has also been improved. Now it can start shaking when it contacts a target, and the outer coating is now made of platinum alloy, which increases its durability. The gun was strengthened. Now it became more powerful and long-range. From the new invention were electromagnetic armor covering the body. They could cover any part of the body by passing magnetic force, which increased the strength of the wearer's body, and they also withstood high temperatures and radiation. Such weapons will surely scare the embryo. Now we can move forward. The day of the mission arrived. The staff were waiting near the train at the Western Capital Station. The blonde contacted his superiors and asked why the others were still not there. Suddenly, he saw a huge black truck heading towards them. The soldiers were surprised to see such a cool machine, which was in service with a special detachment. The heroes boarded the train and headed to the site of the planned attack. Allow me to introduce myself. I am leading your squad on this mission. My name is Howard. Everyone was assembled, so the commander decided to discuss all the details right now. We will work together with the Military Intelligence Department of the Valley. They are already on the border and are ready to act at any time. Our task is to quietly penetrate the enemy territory, determine the location of the guards, and report the information. Intelligence sent them a map. The relief of the Black Raven Valley makes it inaccessible, hiding it in a dense forest. The exact location of the base could not be determined through aerial photographs. Since we do not know the exact coordinates or the level of military power of the enemy, we will have to carry out a ground invasion. The unknown girl sipped her drink and noticed that, judging by the information provided, the enemy base was strictly guarded. It was the special agent of the 13th Division of the Star Dragon, Kira, who asked if the reconnaissance squad would be sufficient for the attack. Howard exhaled and said that the squad would not agree to this. Evil Lilith asked the girl why she was asking stupid questions. Did she have any other ideas? Howard said that near the Valley of the Black Raven there is a village, the Raven Forest, in which many wanderers live. Since it is located near the base, there are scouts of the embryo. It would be possible to find out the necessary information from them. These 3 candidates would be perfect as informants. Howard pinned the faces of the 3 guys to the board. The first target is the main leader, Mark. He is an E+ level martial artist and uses a blade called the Soul of the Blade. The second target is his deputy, Cedric, and their leadership has little information about him. And the last candidate is the head of security, Cody, who is an excellent user of various types of firearms and a very well-trained special agent. The Valley has sent a special reconnaissance team and they will join us upon arrival. Wei asked if the 2 special agent teams would work together. Lilith was also interested in this question, whether the second squad would become a hindrance to them. But her question was interrupted by the train stopping abruptly, causing the girl to hit her seat. Why did they stop so abruptly? Were they under attack and should they prepare for battle? Coming to her senses, Lilith suddenly saw the reason that stopped their train. A huge black earthworm with many red eyes broke through the train window and wanted to feast on the tasty girls. Black earthworms had strong armor, a darkness attribute, and they dealt extra damage to metal elements such as trains. Stan didn't expect to encounter such difficult monsters on his way. One of the worms found its first victim, devouring a soldier who begged his allies to help him. Other soldiers nearby had already arrived and the commander gave the order to open fire. The boys looked out of the broken window and opened fire with assault rifles. A hail of bullets rained down on the giant worms, but the bullets seemed to simply bounce off their dark armor. The commander also noticed this and shouted that bullets could not penetrate them. The armor was too strong. At that moment, Lilith appeared, running to the window and asking everyone to get out of her way. The fiery girl pulled out her folding blade and jumped straight at the huge worm. She stabbed it with the blade and the worm growled, taking minor damage. Lilith shouted that they could somehow be penetrated in close combat. Let the squad urgently come up with something. Kira jumped out of the window and shouted that the worms were afraid of fire, and that they needed to be set on fire with something immediately. John got the hint. He just happened to have a couple of supplies that had set an entire helicopter on fire in the past. The man crouched, took aim with his sniper rifle and fired at the huge worm. The dark creatures immediately set themselves on fire and began to scream so loudly that the entire area shook. John continued to shoot, 1 bullet per worm, and the burning monsters returned to their holes in horror. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that John was with them with the incendiary cartridges. Now they were saved. The train, although damaged, could still continue on its way. With difficulty, the damaged train reached the railway station by morning. The boys looked out the window and saw that the people here were dressed completely differently. Girls here wear bikinis and guys wear open tops. Morals here are clearly more relaxed. The guys were greeted by a man in a straw hat. He introduced himself as Patrick from the intelligence department. He escorted the guests to the command center because they had to provide a report upon arrival. Suddenly, Harry and Stan looked at the soldiers who were guarding the building. They clearly had an unfriendly look. One of them held his machine gun at the ready, and the other spat when he saw the guests. They went up to the office where Patrick reported to the colonel that agents from the Star Dragon had arrived. The colonel, as if not paying attention, said to take them to rest and make sure that they did not wander around the area. Patrick followed the commander's order and showed the boys where they would sleep. Harry asked the boys if they, too, had felt that the soldiers were looking at them unfriendly, and that the colonel was completely indifferent. The blonde explained that the thing is that in the past the Star Dragon had disagreements with the Valley, and now they don't like each other. Now everything was clear. Harry said that now all that was left was to focus on the task, so now they should take a rest. Stan stood up and told the guys that he was going to go have a smoke for now. A few minutes later, the hero was standing next to his truck and smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, he received a notification from the system. The guy opened it to read. The system informed him that he had received a group assignment. It was a small military operation. As a member of the 13th Division and a participant in the operation, Stan had to pay attention to what he could do. Looking through all the points that spoke about reconnaissance in different areas, the hero was glad that he finally received the first group assignment. At the end of such a task, a reward will be given based on individual statistics. It is often very generous, so you need to show yourself well and get more rewards. Suddenly, the guy heard the sound of women's heels approaching him. In front of the hero stood a girl of African appearance in a short skirt and a short top. She asked where the guy came from. Was he from the Star Dragon? Stan didn't even move and said that he was one of the squad that came from the Star Dragon. At that very second, the girl pulled out a knife from behind her back. Like a cobra, she quickly approached him and put a knife to his throat. The passionate stranger asked why he didn't dodge, to which Stan replied that he had no need to dodge. The girl smiled. "Do you think I won't dare cut you?" Stan grinned and his neck began to become covered in metal particles. He told her that she could try to attack. Suddenly, the girl heard the click of a shutter at the level of her waist. Stan held the gun against her stomach, ready to shoot at any moment. The girl introduced herself as Vinna, a special agent of the Valley's intelligence service, and Stan also gave his name. After that, she quickly hid the knife, turned around and left, saying that she would remember the guy's name. Stan finished his smoke and also went to his room, while Howard watched all this. He was glad that their meeting had not confused him at all and had not aggravated the relationship. The guy was strong and was showing himself well. Vinna passed by the truck Patrick was sitting in. The man asked how the test went, and the girl replied that this Stan was a pretty tough nut to crack. The next day, 2 detachments set off for the assembly point. Patrick said that as soon as everyone was assembled, they could begin. They had a reliable stronghold in the Raven Valley. He also drew attention to his colleague's car, saying that it was very remarkable. Howard began to boast, saying that it was really not bad, and that the Star Dragon was full of such cars. Kira and the blonde felt ashamed for the commander, because they certainly didn't have such cars. Having discussed the further route, the guys got into the cars and set off. The squad from the valley went first, and the squad from the Star Dragon was the last. Stan was sitting behind the wheel, calmly smoking a cigarette. Lilith noticed that he was driving calmly today, which made her happy. Harry got out of the back seats and said that their colleagues' cars had already disappeared and they needed to be caught up with. But Stan didn't see the point in that since his colleagues would have to stop anyway to wait for them. "Kira?" mockingly asked little Lilith where they disappeared to. "Catch up? Or does Stan not know how to drive?" But the guy didn't seem to have any enthusiasm and replied that he just didn't want to waste gas. The blonde asked Wei to influence the situation, since his colleagues were already starting to bully them, and Commander Wei supported him. The only one who was against it was Lilith. She still remembered the last trip. Wei didn't understand what she was afraid of. Lilith replied that she just wanted to stay alive. Well, since everyone was asking, Stan decided to speed up a little and recommended holding on tighter. The car jerked forward. Lilith screamed and said that they would still regret this. In a split second, the huge black truck overtook the entire convoy and pulled ahead. The soldier, seeing this speed, was surprised that such a big truck could go so fast. Lilith screamed at the top of her lungs like a little girl. She asked to stop because she wanted to get out. Harry huddled in his seat and begged Stan to slow down. But the driver did not listen to them and continued to overtake all the cars in the convoy. The speed was so high that the car even lifted off the ground for a split second, and Lilith's voice was heard from its windows asking for mercy. After some time, the truck stopped at the meeting place in the Crow Forest. Lilith immediately looked out the window and a rainbow poured out of her mouth. At that moment, she only wanted to die. The entire squad struggled to get out, and the girl reminded them that she had said that they would all regret this. Wei asked with difficulty if Stan had driven an SUV before. Stan chuckled and replied that he had only ridden mechanized controlled robots before. John was barely leaning on the truck. He said that if the guy touched the steering wheel again, he would jump out of the car. After recovering from the high-speed ride, they arrived at the rooms that were assigned to them. Patrick said that this place is pretty shabby, but we need to be patient. And now, let's move on to the pre-mission briefing. There are 2 tasks. The first is to disguise yourself as wanderers, sneak into the Raven Forest settlement and find out information. The second is to find the sentries who were left alone in the vicinity of the valley and interrogate them. Vinna said that they would deal with the sentries and let the people of the Star Dragon go to the Crow Forest. Stan realized that they had dumped the hardest task on them from the very beginning, because they were not familiar with either the area or the inhabitants of the Crow Forest, so they risked not only returning empty-handed, but also falling into enemy hands. It is easier and safer to catch a sentry. Everyone is silent. They are probably also aware of the possible benefits and losses. Patrick said that since there were no objections, we could begin. For support, each squad should leave 4 people at the base. After some time, our detachment went to the Crow Forest, to the village of Wanderers. Kira said that the newcomers would immediately be noticed, so first they needed to find a place for them to settle down. Stan said that it was normal for Wanderers to be interested in the state of affairs around them, but if they deliberately hid, they would instead arouse suspicion. Kira agreed. But the village is large. Where can they look for the embryo scout? Stan told her that there was a casino in the south. There was a bald man in it. He had all the necessary information. Later in the evening, the heroes arrived at the luxurious Wanderers Casino, located in the Crow Forest. The hall was quite noisy. Everyone wanted to win, but of course not everyone succeeded. The squad watched the residents playing in the casino. Kira said that the scout could actually be here. Suddenly, Lilith, watching from the balcony, saw the target they needed. In the distance sat a bald man, enjoying himself in the company of 2 girls dressed as bunnies. Without thinking twice, Lilith immediately ran, pushed off from the fence and jumped towards the man. Without further ado, she fell on the guy and twisted his arms, which really scared the bunny girls. Stan exhaled and took off his headphones. It seemed like there were no incidents. He asked Harry to replace him, and he would sleep for now. Meanwhile, in another place, there was a watchtower with sentries. Near the tower, a soldier lay in a pool of his own blood. Vinna and the other soldiers ran towards the tower. The girl told the squad to act quickly. A few minutes later, the area was filled with a couple more corpses of sentries. Patrick was sitting at the computer. He was hacking the embryo network, namely the base, which was located somewhere here. After finishing downloading the data, they hurried to get out of there. Vinna was glad that this time the results of their squad would surpass the results of the people from the Star Dragon. Meanwhile, at the embryo base in the Valley of the Black Raven, one of the soldiers reported to the man in the monocle that their network had been invaded. He asked what had been stolen from them, and the soldier replied that the coordinates of the base location, a base diagram, and a laboratory journal had been stolen. Cedric, sipping tea, replied that it was nothing. Their enemy had swallowed the bait, and now all that remained was to wait for the fish to bite. After the report and tea, he went to his colleague's room. He reported to the man who was cleaning his sword that their external decoy server had been hacked, presumably by the people from the valley who would probably invade soon. They stole false data, but the existence of the base was revealed. Cedric would recommend the chief to begin an evacuation, take all equipment and information. Embryo's lead performer Mark threw down the rag and said that if he needed to join the fight, Cedric just needed to say the word. Meanwhile, the sun began to rise over the base where our detachment was located. Stan lay and looked at the system window, which reported that the task had moved forward. The guy asked Harry how everything went yesterday, and he replied that they managed to find out the exact location of the base in the valley. But those they caught were of low rank and did not know any particularly secret information. The disappointed hacker leaned on his hand and said that this was all the result they had achieved. This was expected by Stan, because if they had found out anything, then the task called Reconnaissance 2 would also have been completed. Suddenly the door opened and Vinna entered the room with a flash drive, who said that they had obtained top-secret data about the Valley base. This information amazed Howard. His colleagues got ahead of them. Patrick said that Vinna took the prisoner and the mission was completed. Now their squad can return. They will collect all the data and pass it on to the Valley's military. Stan suspected that something was wrong here. The panel with the fact that Reconnaissance 2 was completed did not appear. Something was wrong with their information. The hero asked his colleagues to confirm the veracity of the information and to tell him about the progress of the operation in detail. Vinna said that they would of course tell everything. A few minutes passed and the guys were explained everything in detail. Stan thought the mission had gone too smoothly. Perhaps the data was unreliable, but Vinna didn't think so. Most likely the enemy was simply not ready for a surprise attack. It's just that this time they win, and Stan is just suspicious of everyone and everything. Apparently he doesn't really like losing. Stan looked at the girl and replied that it was just intuition. Patrick said that distrust is a good thing, but since there is no evidence, there is no point in going overboard. In short, the investigation is complete. They are leaving tomorrow at dawn. Well, if not, then no. It looks like Stan will have to figure it all out himself. It was a quiet night outside, the moon lit up the sky and the song of crickets could be heard. But in addition to the song, in the silence of the night, 2 shots from a sniper rifle rang out, killing 2 soldiers. The muffled shots continued. The sniper worked precisely on target, killing 1 guard after another. Stan had killed a lot of the guards. He knew that soon the base would have to send people to check out the situation. The guy crouched behind a rock, put the rifle on the ground and took out the fishing line, hearing a noise near the bushes. A sentry patrolling the area was looking for the shooter when Stan jumped out from behind. He wrapped a fishing line around the sentry's neck and began to strangle him. The unfortunate man tried to escape from the trap, but his efforts were in vain. Literally a few seconds later, he died and fell to the ground. The hero turned the poor guy over, took off his cap and activated the triangle of the mechanical mask on his forehead. On the radio that was lying nearby, someone was heard reporting that the northwest was clear. The next sentry said that the southeast was clear, but one sentry was silent. Stan transformed into a sentry, picked up his radio, and reported that a dead sentry had been spotted at his position. A few minutes later, several trucks arrived at the scene, searching for traces of the enemy. They couldn't find anything, and then the commander ordered them to get into the car and return to base. Stan got into the car with them and drove to the enemy organization's base. Cedric walked down the corridor with his secretary. The girl told him that 13 guards were killed. The man was surprised that the enemies received the necessary data, but still remained and continued to try to find out more. But the secretary smirked and replied that no matter how vigilant their enemies were, they would not know which information was false and which was true. In any case, they would fall into a trap. The chief has already prepared for the evacuation. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 days, and then it will be possible to retreat. In the meantime, Cedric decided to prepare a huge surprise for their enemies. After some time, the car in which our spy was located arrived at the base. The guy suggested that if Reconnaissance 2 was not completed, then there must certainly be a secret place on the base. The civilians are collecting equipment, and the soldiers remained to provide cover. This is strange. The people of the valley invaded yesterday. This would have been enough time to evacuate, but why haven't they left yet? One of the workers asked if they had received an order to evacuate. Another guy replied that the authorities had said that contact with the scouts in the village of Voronoi-les had been lost. Apparently, everything was heading towards a battle. The worker turned to Stan and called him Terramand. The guy asked if they had found anything, since he had just arrived from reconnaissance. Terramand? That seemed to be the name of the man to whom this face belonged. Stan approached the worker and replied that there was no optimistic news. The enemy had killed all the sentries. The hero understood that the ordinary workers who were here most likely did not have secret information about the base. It was worth targeting the key figures in the leadership. The guys sat down to rest after hard work, and one of the fighters said that he envied the civilian personnel, because they would be able to evacuate first. Suddenly, a man with a tattoo on his face called out to them, asking why they were resting and ordering them to start carrying things. It was the base commandant named Cody. Stan recognized him immediately. This is one of the 3 people Howard spoke about. If the base has secrets, then important people like him should know them. The fighters got to work. Stan said that he would go to the toilet, and one of them was not happy about this, thinking that the guy did not want to work. The hero walked away from them and followed Cody to figure out where he was going. Cody didn't notice the hero and continued to go about his business. Stan carefully followed him. The man walked down another corridor and entered a door. Stan followed him and was suddenly surprised. Cody just disappeared. He definitely came in here. But there was nothing in this room except ammunition. Stan realized that there must be a secret door here, but where? You can't linger. At any moment, someone can come here and things will be bad. So the hero launched several mechanical beetles. He didn't even think that these trinkets made from improvised means would be useful to him. The bugs with cameras crawled around the room to hidden places. Stan came out from there, sat down on the stairs and took out a tablet. While watching the cameras through his tablet, he saw a door open in the wall and 2 men in suits come out. Stan followed them carefully. These 2 must know something. It was time to reveal the mystery that surrounded this base. The men moved out of the building, Stan carefully following them. Suddenly, one of the fighters called him and threatened that he couldn't leave the base without an assignment. Stan showed the key and said that he had just run into those two men, they had dropped the map, he would now give it to them and be right back. The guard let the hero in. The men went outside the base. Stan caught up with them, showed the access card and said that they dropped it. One of the chiefs began to touch his pockets. Indeed, there was no card. He thanked the soldier for his work. But to the men's surprise, the soldier pulled a knife from behind his back. Stan tied the prisoners to a tree and threatened them with a knife. The superiors realized that the soldier was not from their base and began to call the guards for help. There are only mountains here. Scream as much as you want. No one will come. Tell me all the secret information you know. The guy burst into tears and replied that they were just employees and didn't know anything. Then Stan held a knife to his throat and said that he knew about a secret door in the pantry. The hero began the interrogation. The prisoners screamed so loudly that the local crows flew away in all directions. After a few minutes, they decided to tell everything. One of the men was unconscious, and the other was sobbing from the humiliation he had experienced, while Stan checked the system window. Having received all the necessary information, he returned to his appearance. The reconnaissance mission 2 was completed. Now everything became clear to the hero. The night passed and the sun rose over the Allied base. Harry was knocking on the car body. He was trying to get Stan to open the car, but Lilith said that she didn't see him in it. The guys realized that Stan was missing. Howard asked the commander what they were going to do about it. Wei replied that they had no choice but to wait for him. Kira asked disappointedly if they had to wait for him. In response, Wei shouted that Stan had the car key. Meanwhile, a soldier from the valley approached Patrick and reported that one of the soldiers from the Star Dragon had gone missing. The squad wanted to stay and wait. Patrick asked who exactly had gone missing, since they had agreed to leave together, and they needed to return the missing person. The soldier thought for a moment and said that the agent who wears the mask has gone missing. His name is Stan. Vin found it suspicious that this guy had rejected the data he had obtained without any reason and had disappeared today. Maybe he was a spy. The Special Forces soldiers arrived at the base and headed straight to the Valley's operations center. They didn't wait for Stan to return. Arriving at the Commander-in-Chief's office, they reported that one agent from the 13th Division had disappeared for the entire night and had not returned. After we returned from the mission with the data about the Black Raven Valley, he left without saying anything. His behavior is extremely suspicious. The commander replied that he would ask the Star Dragon for information about him a little later, but for now, let them report what they had learned. Vinna said that their prisoner had already been tested on a lie detector, which meant he had not lied to them. They had stolen the data from the enemy network so they could guarantee its authenticity. The commander-in-chief shouted that in that case it was necessary to immediately attack the enemies while nothing had changed. Patrick was indignant. If we attack now the agents from the 13th Division, those remaining in the stronghold will be in danger. But he only grinned evilly and replied that in order to achieve the goal, it was quite possible to sacrifice a couple of people from the Star Dragon. They were not one of us. There was nothing to worry about them. The sun was already high in the sky where Stan was, and he realized that he was a little late. The guy grabbed two men by the rope and lifted them up. The bosses already guessed that this guy was the same escaped Zero. The hero climbed a small hill with the captives and placed the radio on the ground, tuning it. Taking out the phone, he tried to contact the base, asking them to answer if they could hear him. Wei grabbed the phone and started shouting into it, asking Stan where he had disappeared to all night. Everyone had already left, and they remained to wait for him at the stronghold. Howard intervened and took the phone from the captain. Stan reported that he had infiltrated the Valley base and obtained classified information. The base is divided into internal and external. The internal sector is its core, located deep in the mountains. Low-ranking personnel do not know about its existence. The communication route between the sectors can be closed at any time. The inner sector of the network has many escape routes that managers can use to escape unnoticed. Upon hearing the report, Howard immediately contacted the colonel by radio. The colonel cleared the connection and picked up the receiver, saying that he was listening. Howard said that one of his squad members had discovered important information that the colonel needed to know, so he needed to speak with him personally. He understood who they were talking about and decided to listen to the guy. After the report, the colonel, with a frowning face, asked the guy where he knew this information from. Stan replied that he had infiltrated the enemy base and captured 2 internal staff members, but the colonel shouted that he was lying. The hero also understood that they would not believe him, because the colonel's men were sure that he would never be able to pull off such a thing. They don't know that he can change his appearance. Copying facial features is his trump card, which should not be revealed so easily. Howard, listening to the conversation, began to panic and asked his soldier if he had evidence. The guy replied that he did. These were two prisoners. Then the colonel ordered them to be brought. Howard breathed a sigh of relief knowing that his subordinate had at least some evidence. But the colonel did not take into account the information received and said to order all troops to advance. Their goal was the Valley of the Black Raven. Hearing these words, Howard froze in place. He was amazed. Snatching up the phone, he shouted that he was against it. His people were still there. The colonel was deliberately putting them in danger. But the man firmly answered him that it was not Howard who made the decisions here and hung up. Stan, listening to the beeps on the phone, realized that the colonel was hungry for immediate results. This means there is little time left. We need to manage to leave the combat zone. Almost a whole day passed without news. It was already getting dark. Harry and Lilith were standing at the checkpoint near the car. Suddenly, the heroes were surprised to see a familiar guy approaching them. It was Stan, who was pretty exhausted. He was dragging a hostage in one hand and carrying the second one on his shoulder. With difficulty, the guy ordered the guys to take the boss's cards and penetrate the inner sector of the base. They needed to find out more about the embryo's plan regarding the evacuation. Harry said fearfully that he had no experience in espionage. Let someone else go. But Stan said that he was the only hacker, so no one else could handle this task. The heroes gathered their things, Stan created masks for them, and they successfully infiltrated the base in the Black Raven Valley. Harry, in the role of the boss, was nervous. John told him that the more nervous he was, the higher the chance that he would be exposed. The guys approached the base door and used the card key. The digital lock successfully read it and opened the door. The boys got inside calmly. Harry was glad that there were no adventures. After some time, 2 of the 13th squad penetrated into the very center of the base. Harry was surprised by this secret passage. It turns out the inner sector really does exist. Suddenly a siren went off. Harry was scared, but John reassured him by saying that the siren was not triggered because of them. Cedric told his secretary that he heard that the enemy had sent troops towards them. They were about to arrive. We have already sent an armed group to meet them. They will be able to hold off the enemy for long enough, and you prepare for evacuation. When Cedric and the secretary passed our fighters, Harry contacted Stan saying that the Valley Squad wanted to engage in combat with the embryo. They better get out. Wei was indignant. This was too much. You helped them get information, and they spat on your safety. Stan told the guys that they were close to the base, and they could get hurt in a fight, so they should get out of there quickly. Suddenly, the hero heard the sound of approaching cars. Harry shouted into the phone that his comrade's car had been found, but Stan had already seen the light of approaching headlights. One of the soldiers in the enemy vehicle shouted that they had spotted the enemy and ordered all the other jeeps to catch up with him. The chase began. Lilith stepped on the gas and tried to break away, but the organization's soldiers caught up with them. The fighters' machine gun fire covered the car. The girl panicked when she saw that the enemies were catching up with them. But Stan told her not to worry. Because he installed nitrogen acceleration, Lilith was shocked that he was able to install it on such a huge jeep. The guy tried to press the acceleration button, but the girl stopped him, saying that they were in the mountains and would most likely get into an accident at that speed. So we had to dodge at base speed, but the soldiers were getting closer with every kilometer. Stan then grabbed one of the suitcases and asked Wei to change into the mechanical armor. Just a few minutes later, Wei jumped out of the car in new armor. Taking out his machine gun, he began to shower the enemies with a barrage of fire. Several cars immediately stopped. We told Stan that the characteristics of the new armor were very powerful. It was worth the money. The squad leader ordered to open fire and destroy the guy in the mechanical suit first. The soldiers opened fire, but Wei easily defended himself with a shield. When the enemy's machine guns went to reload, Wei took out his machine gun and again unleashed a hail of bullets on them. The machines were destroyed, but new pursuers appeared over the horizon, and their troops had no end in sight. At this point, Stan realized it was time to try out his new development, the delayed action projectile. Dozens of bombs that looked like balls with propellers flew towards the enemy like real drones. When the timer ran out, they took off, and all the cars that were within the radius of destruction rose into the air. Stan was delighted to see his new development in action. At that moment, he received many messages from the system, which awarded him points for destroying the enemy. After some time, jeeps from a friendly detachment arrived from the valley, and one of the soldiers was surprised by such firepower. They saw dozens of overturned vehicles and how one truck could deal with them all, but the colonel was not surprised and ordered the destruction of the remaining enemy. The artillery on the roofs of the valley detachment's trucks prepared for battle, and rockets were fired from it at the enemy. But Stan's truck was also in the affected area, and the guy realized that things were bad. He yelled at Lilith to step on the gas and turned on the acceleration button trying to get away from the missiles. Two missiles narrowly missed the truck and landed behind it, creating a huge fireball that destroyed everything in its path. Fortunately, the truck was not damaged, but a huge crater covered in fire formed in the place where the missiles landed. The damaged truck stopped. The guys needed time to catch their breath. Stan received bruises, as did his entire squad, but they got off with minor scratches. The hero was angry that the allied squad decided to blow them up along with the enemies. The truck moved off and headed towards the base, and the headquarters watching this were glad that the guys were not hurt. Howard grabbed the microphone and shouted at the colonel that this had all gone too far and he would be held accountable. The colonel replied that he was just doing his job and didn't need instructions from the people of the Star Dragon. Then he ordered that the injured be taken to the medics when they arrived. After some time, Stan's squad arrived at the logistics squad's camp. They were given first aid. The hero was examined, but no serious injuries were found. The guy threw his backpack over his shoulder and was about to get up, but suddenly one of the soldiers stopped him and said that they couldn't leave. The colonel ordered that their wounds be treated. Stan replied that he did not obey the colonel's orders. Then the soldier said that Commander Howard had also ordered them to look after the detachment and give them a rest. The hero bowed his head and smiled. Apparently, old Howard was afraid that he would risk going to the front lines again. Then the hero went to the nearest radio receiver and contacted his spies via a secure channel, asking if they were still alive there. Harry replied that, unfortunately, they were still alive. Stan asked what the current situation was at the base. Meanwhile, the sounds of dozens of machine gun shots could be heard at the base. Harry reported that the outer sector was fighting off the Allies, and other personnel had retreated. The exact evacuation route had not yet been announced. So for now, all that was left was to wait for everything to become clear. They also found out that the information obtained by the Allies about the defense of the base was fake, and if they blindly followed it, they would suffer great losses. Stan asked if the hacker had told the management about this. He replied that not yet. Stan was the first one to find out about it. In that case, don't tell them anything, the hero replied. But why? The hero explained that the Allies deliberately exposed them to danger. They could have died. Harry still couldn't believe it, but John supported this decision. Since they didn't hide their intentions to finish them off, then they weren't obliged to help them either. Meanwhile, the battle between the Valley troops and the Embryo organization was in full swing. Bullets were flying everywhere and shells fired by tanks were exploding. But it seemed that the Valley detachment was finally beginning to gain the upper hand. The soldiers advanced further and further, and then one of the commanders ordered to storm the base. The guys who took part in the assault were glad that the enemy's defense was very weak. They were lucky that they got the information. The assault was successful, and the enemy fighters fell one after another, dying in their own blood. There was an explosion, the commander shouted. The outer wall is blown up, we're going in. The squad ran inside when suddenly one of the soldiers saw a mine under his feet. Dozens of explosions thundered. The detachment storming the building was blown up by mines. It was an ambush. Soldiers of the organization appeared from the windows and opened fire on the enemy. Their trick was successful. The fighters of the Valley took the bait. The Allied soldiers were dying under a hail of bullets. They were exposed, and the enemy was behind cover. The commander shouted to his soldiers to continue the assault and not to be afraid. Covered in the blood of his soldiers, he shouted that he would avenge every fallen comrade. A soldier of the organization who was observing the battle informed the command that they were in trouble. The ambush had worked, but many opponents had invaded the base, and not all of their people had managed to evacuate yet. Mark, having heard the disappointing report, decided to go outside and stop the enemy. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Valley had already entered the building and were exchanging fire with the enemy. Suddenly, Mark appeared in front of them, preparing his sword for battle. There was a smile on his face. He had long wanted to warm up. One of the soldiers recognized the man and said that he was the main executor of Embryo named Mark. The commander realized what kind of enemy they would be facing and shouted to the squad to concentrate their fire on him. But Mark seemed not to be afraid of the bullets. He was too fast and agile and easily dodged them. With his first movement, he killed one of the Valley fighters. Having broken through the enemy's defense, Mark began to chop down his opponents one after another. A few seconds later, the entire assault force was defeated. Mark looked at the corpses of the people of the Valley. For him, they were only pathetic weaklings. The performer threw the katana over his shoulder and headed towards the exit. Stepping out into the street, the formidable samurai, stained with the blood of his enemies, assessed the situation. Their base continued to be stormed by enemy units. At the same moment, 2 tanks opened fire on the enemy. Mark leapt like lightning towards the enemy and easily cut through the shells flying at him. At that moment, Cedric contacted him and said that all the sector's employees had been evacuated, and if he didn't want to fight, he should leave with them as soon as possible. Mark turned and walked towards the evacuation zone. The wounded soldier behind him reported with shaking hands into the radio that the third squad had encountered Mark. Then he said that the whole squad was killed. Patrick was surprised to hear the report, because there were 200 people in this squad. How could one man defeat them all? Observing the situation, Vinna noticed that the data on the location of the enemy's defenses diverged too much from reality. Patrick was forced to agree that their information was fake. Embryo used its own people as bait, cruel. The colonel was too radical. He should have listened to Stan, then they might have saved the people. After some time, he reported to the colonel about the losses incurred, and that the information they had received earlier was partially unreliable, and that it was worth listening to Stan. But the colonel didn't care. Because the result justified the losses, he said to order the soldiers to thoroughly check the base wall. If the internal sector exists, it should be destroyed. The surviving soldiers began to examine the premises in search of a secret passage. One of the soldiers was indignant because they had been looking for him for 2 hours now, meter by meter. If he really existed, they would have found him by now. After some time, this information was also conveyed to the management. Having heard the report, the colonel ordered Stan to be brought to him, but there was one nuance. The thing is, the logistics squad reported that Stan had wounded 2 guards and was missing. The people from the Star Dragon who were there say they didn't see him leave. The colonel was furious, "You worthless ones, there are so many of you there." But you couldn't keep track of one person. Meanwhile, a lone military truck was driving towards its target. It was driven by Stan, who had a tablet on the seat next to him, showing the location of John and Harry. A few hours later, closer to the morning, a black Jeep was driving far from the organization's base. Cedric said that all the important employees had left the base, and now it was time for the people of the valley to sign for his gift. After these words, the villain pressed the button. At that very moment, the organization's base blew up, everything in the area exploded, and all traces were destroyed. The colonel watched this through the laptop screen and could not believe his eyes. He tried to shout into Patrick's phone, asking what had happened and if the man was alive. Patrick answered with difficulty that there was a lot of explosives in the base's internal storage. The base had just detonated. Everyone was killed. His soldiers were buried alive. Huge losses. The colonel cursed the enemy. At the very last moment, they made all their losses meaningless. These bases were also destroyed. Moreover, he was the one commanding the operation, and the colonel understood that he could not avoid accusations. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone and contacted the 13th Squad. He asked what other information they had. Wei replied that 2 of their agents had infiltrated the evacuated detachment. When they found out exactly which route they took, they would let them know. The colonel replied that he would wait for news. The damage from the operation is much greater than planned. The result needs to be more significant. This is the only way I can atone for my guilt. Intercepting the enemy is a good opportunity. Group your troops, immediately go to the vicinity of the base and wait for orders. Meanwhile, the convoy of jeeps from the Embryo organization was moving further and further away from the base. Cedric said that the soldiers of the valley never doubted their rightness and so fell for his trick, but Mark advised him not to lose his vigilance. At that moment, John, disguised as one of the bosses, looked out the window holding a tablet in his hands. He tuned into the frequency of the jeeps driving behind him and swiped his finger across the tablet. At that very moment, the employees' ears began to ring. Something had happened to the communication line. Suddenly, they saw the Valley Squad vehicles appear behind them. He immediately grabbed the phone to report that their convoy had been intercepted, but all he heard from it was static. The guy told his friend that he couldn't contact the command. His colleague replied that he shouldn't panic because they had a spare transmitter. However, they were unable to contact each other because at that moment their car was blown up. Cedric, seeing the overturned burning car, could not believe his eyes. Where did the people of the valley come from? Who gave us up? Mark climbed out of the car window and tried to fight off the jeeps that were catching up with them. They tried to escape, but there were more soldiers from the valley and, in addition, a missile was flying at their car. Mark managed to react in time when he saw her. He grabbed Cedric by the hand and jumped out of the car, and at that very second it exploded. Another rocket was flying towards them, but Mark managed to turn around and cut it in half. This won't do. There are too many of them, thought the performer. If all these jeeps surround us, then we're finished. We need to get out of here. Mark grabbed Cedric's hand and said that they needed to run. The evacuation plane was already on its way. The villains tried to hide. They went into the woods where it was difficult for cars to get through. However, turning around, Mark saw that they had not managed to escape from all the cars. One single car was still pursuing the fugitives. It was Stan. watching his targets through binoculars. How is this possible? How did they catch up with us? Maybe it's a reconnaissance vehicle? Mark grabbed Cedric again and shouted that they needed to quickly go deeper into the forest where they could hide their tracks. Meanwhile, Stan took a detour and, having arrived at the right place, he stopped and got out of the car. He took out a map of the area, on which there was a red dot. It was the only road that passed here. The hero calmly took the rifle and suitcase and went to the right place. He opened the suitcase, which contained his new mechanisms, which had performed well in the recent battle. The guy started to take them out and bury them one by one, connecting them with a rope. Watching through binoculars, Stan said he had enough time. All he had to do was wait for the prey. After a while, Cedric fell and said that he could no longer run. Mark told his comrade that there was very little left. The hangar was already close. The exhausted guy replied that Mark could only carry him. Suddenly, the sound of a large-caliber rifle was heard from behind the bushes. Mark, being a dexterous fighter, managed to react in time and dodge. But not everyone is as clever as the main performer. The bullet hit Cedric in the back and he fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. Stan was happy with the victory, the first target was eliminated, and the system informed him that he received 4,000 experience for killing Cedric. Mark ran up and tried to resuscitate his comrade, but his attempts were in vain. The man's rage knew no bounds. Looking at the nearest hill, he realized that the shot had come from there. Having abandoned the body of his comrade, Mark rushed towards the hill to take revenge. His speed was high. He could not allow the enemy to escape. Stan, seeing the enemy, also realized that he was approaching too quickly. The guy opened fire on the enemy, but Mark deftly dodged the bullets. The man blocked the bullets that he couldn't dodge with the red shield that we had seen before on other embryo commanders. Stan also remembered this shield, reminiscent of snakeskin, with which he had already fought. The hero fired a couple more bullets from the machine gun, but Mark blocked them with the blade of his sword. The enemy was approaching. Stan realized that it was pointless to shoot, and throwing away his machine gun, ran away from the enemy. Mark grinned, thinking of running away? It's too late to run away from me. But in reality, it was a trap that Stan had prepared for the enemy. Running behind the nearest rock, he immediately took out his tablet and activated his mechanical devices. To Mark's surprise, explosions were heard beneath his feet. The bombs Stan had planted when he arrived detonating. Even though Mark was agile and fast, he couldn't dodge a dozen explosions. To Stan's delight, the system began to inform him that Mark was taking 34 damage from his bombs. The hero tried to read information about the enemy, but unfortunately for him, the difference in their levels was too great, and he would not be able to find out enough information. Therefore, the system offered him to raise the level to 28 for 520,000 points, and the hero agreed. The system reported that the level had increased and now the hero had received 10% of endurance, armor, strength, and agility. The guy knew that Mark was 10 levels higher than him, but he was not in the best shape. There was a chance to kill him. Meanwhile, Mark made his way through the minefield and emerged from the smoke screen. The wounded warrior jumped and raised his katana above his opponent's head. He struck, but Stan managed to dodge by crouching, using his ability, sliding fire. Mark bared his teeth. This guy was fast, he was able to dodge my attack in an instant. Jumping back, Stan wasted no time in pulling out a pistol from his bosom. Pointing his gun at the enemy, he fired, trying to catch him off guard. But Mark was not simple, and immediately summoned his red shield, deflecting the bullets. Then Stan realized that this was a losing tactic. Mark's body was very stable. It could not be penetrated with ordinary weapons. This means that we will have to change the bullets to flammable ones, because this has already worked once. Mark was surprised that the guy had the nerve to reload in front of his face. Having decided to teach the impudent boy a lesson, he jumped at lightning speed and attacked him. Mark's strike was accurate and he easily hit the enemy's body. The man thought that the fight was over. But feeling that the katana was stuck, he turned around. The katana slammed into the plate armor that protected Stan's neck. The commander was surprised at how quickly it appeared. Having successfully blocked the attack, Stan quickly jumped away from the enemy. Taking out a second pistol, he opened fire on the unprotected enemy. Mark smiled. He knew that bullets were useless against him and summoned his scarlet shield. Suddenly, bullets pierced the shield and pieces began to fly off. Mark was stunned. Stan fired 2 more times and 2 bullets hit the shield near Mark's shoulder, at which point the shield caught fire. Mark was immediately engulfed in flames. His body was burning, and he screamed at the top of his voice, calling on his spiritual energy. Do you think you can shake off the flames with your energy? Not at your level. Mark looked at his burning clothes and didn't understand why the shield couldn't protect him. Having thrown off his burning clothes, the commander thought that he was spending too much energy on defending himself. He needed to finish him off quickly. The mighty warrior charged at the enemy despite the fact that his shoulder was still burning. At this point, Stan ran out of ammo and had no choice but to dodge another attack by doing a somersault. But the katana blade managed to hit the guy's face, and the system reported that the mask was damaged. At that moment, Stan realized that he couldn't be careful in a fight with this guy, so he grabbed his folding knife and prepared to fight. The wounded Mark saw the true face of the enemy. The mask was damaged and now did not hide who was underneath it. The two swordsmen clashed, and Mark realized that it was Zero in front of him all this time. The man was confident of his victory because in close combat he had no equal. He asked Stan if he was upset that he still couldn't die. At this time, the hero analyzed the situation. Slow action shells and flammable bullets took away approximately half of Mark's health. Therefore, you need to continue to attack until a convenient opportunity for capture arises. And at one point, it does. "Do you think you can stop me with your weak little hands?" Mark shouted, and his powerful fighting spirit energy pushed the hero back. The fighter's endurance was amazing. The force with which Stan was thrown back was so great that he flew back a couple more meters and crashed into a tree. But the guy was not going to give up, and as soon as Mark tried to attack him, he immediately blocked the attack. The villain struck and hit Stan's hand. It was quite painful. If it weren't for the second-generation mechanical hand made of titanium alloy, the hero would have lost his own. Gripping his blade more tightly, the hero leapt at his opponent more furiously, but the man did not give in. However, Stan managed to notice the trembling in the enemy's legs. His block did not go as well as before. Apparently, he spent a lot of energy and weakened. The guy's attacks had an effect, and the armor will help him hold out for some more time. So Stan began to put more energy into his attacks and wear down the enemy even more. Mark became short of breath, and it was clear from his appearance that he was fighting with all his might. Stan saw the enemy's fatigue. He realized that this was his chance to win. The hero called up a system window, which contained a card of a familiar man in a hat. A summoning card for Alberto appeared in the boy's hand, which he immediately activated. Crows appeared out of nowhere, and a cross with a red eye in the center appeared in front of Mark. The rope bound the man and nailed him to the cross. Mark knew that this was Alberto's ability, but he died. How is this possible? Stan smiled. The guy used this ability because he knew that a martial artist of his level could not have more than 50 intelligence points because he only developed agility. And now his stamina is at 0, and he cannot use spiritual energy. That's why he can't get out of the illusion. The hero activated his other reboot ability, and in an instant, his mechanical hand was filled with power. The full force of the prosthesis crashed into the face of the immobilized Mark. The force of the blow was so colossal that the villain flew out of the dome of illusion. Bleeding, he tried to rise with difficulty. He looked towards Stan and was surprised. At that moment, the hero was already flying towards the villain with his sharp blade. Mark would not have had time to dodge because he had no strength left. The hero pierced the villain's body right through. Finally, the grueling battle ended. The system reported that Stan killed Mark level 38 and received 21,000 points for this. In addition, he killed an enemy 10 levels higher than him, and for this he receives an additional 58,800 points. His individual contribution to the battle was also 99%, for which he received an additional 58,212 points. Suddenly, our hero saw a radio lying near Mark, and the main villain appeared in it, asking his subordinate whether they had evacuated or not. At that moment, the villain saw Zero and immediately recognized him. He asked if the guy killed Mark and Cedric. The man was also interested in where the hero got the data about the base. The guy didn't answer anything to this and told him to guess. "Do you think you can harm our organization with such methods? How naive. Just in case, I've already destroyed 4 of your bases. I could crush you with my hands. We have a lot of CEOs. You won't be able to live in bliss forever." 4 bases, 4 bases, Stan repeated over and over, laughing. The head of the organization was furious, and in a fit of anger he overturned the table along with the laptop. Then he called one of his subordinates and asked him to convey his order to everyone. Increase the cash reward for Zero's capture to 5 million. After some time, the hero collected his things and began to accept all the received rewards for a successful mission. He did almost all the tasks himself, so he gained quite a lot of experience points. Suddenly, the system reported that the statistics calculation was complete, and he did this task perfectly. This surprised the guy. After all, this time he was given a good reward for an excellent grade. There were 3 skills to choose from: Enhanced Spirit, Enhanced Body, or Fast Pace. Enhanced Body would increase health points, and Enhanced Spirit would be useful for magic or telekinesis, which he does not use. But Agility increases the range of attacks, as well as reaction speed. This is exactly what he needs, so the hero chose a Fast Pace. He also looked at what was going on with the main plot quest, and the hero saw that he had advanced by 2%. Not much, but the Valley base was an important supplier of new players for the embryo, and by destroying it, we slowed down the pace of the organization's expansion. After a while, trucks of people from the Valley appeared on the horizon. The colonel who sat in one of them thought that many people had died under his leadership. This would certainly affect the lowering of his rating. So he decided to report that the people of the Star Dragon were acting under his command. They won't know what he wrote in the report anyway, so his rating won't change, and might even increase. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the radio, which reported that 2 bodies had been discovered on the side of the road ahead. The soldiers of the Valley looked at the spectacle with their mouths open, and Stan's squad hurried to quickly see what kind of corpses were there. The colonel was also amazed to see such a picture. In front of him lay 2 commanders from the embryo base, Mark and Cedric, both with a large cut on their backs from a sword. Harry immediately realized that it was Stan's handiwork. Lilith also guessed because only he could deal with them in a one-on-one fight. It was his style. It's just not clear why he left them by the road. A feat is a feat. But the people of the Valley will take all the credit for their achievements. The colonel was already anticipating his reward. He was glad that the guy had left such a gift, which he would certainly accept. The man ordered his subordinates to take the bodies and load them into his car. The guys approached the corpses and began to lift them. But suddenly one of them was surprised and shouted for everyone to move away. After all, when they lifted Mark's body, they saw that there was an anti-personnel mine lying there. The soldiers immediately began to run away so as not to be caught in the explosion. But the mine did not work, and then the colonel ordered one of the soldiers to inspect the device. The trembling soldier began to carefully approach the mine, because an order is an order. He sat down slowly and extended a trembling hand towards the device. An interesting method of demining. Of course, he began to lift it up to check. Suddenly, he felt that the mine was too light. It should be much heavier, as if it was a fake. The guy calmly lifted her into the air and said that she was empty, which scared everyone in the area. Patrick, with his hand bandaged, laughed and asked who decided to play a joke on them. Stan's squad laughed at the colonel, because they realized that this gift was left by their squad member. The colonel got angry and shouted that there was nothing funny about it. Meanwhile, on a hill nearby, someone pulled the bolt of a sniper rifle. Stan raised his rifle, took good aim at his target, and pulled the trigger. The bullet flashed like lightning, tearing through the grass in its path, and the colonel turned around when he heard the shot. Before he could turn around, his skull was torn apart by a large caliber bullet like a ripe watermelon. The colonel fell dead, and his subordinates watched this terrible picture, frozen in place. Stan lit a cigarette, lowering his sniper rifle. Looking at the dead colonel, he said, "What goes around comes around." Having finished smoking, the guy threw away the cigarette. He thought about the fact that he hid in the Star Dragon from the pursuit of the embryo. He was able to successfully gain the trust of the authorities and obtain their advanced technologies. At first glance, you can tell that they trust me, but there is a bug hidden in the mobile phone they gave me. Now that the embryo's attention has been set on the Star Dragon, I have no reason to return there. The hero removed the bug from his phone and crushed it with his foot. There are still 3 months left before the testing opens. The Star Dragon quest is a goldmine. We need to quickly advance in it and accumulate more funds. The guy opened his bag and took out a glider that he had made in advance. Taking the glider, the hero thought that for a start, in principle, the available funds would be enough for him, so it was time to leave. After all, the world is huge and all roads are open. Opening his glider, the hero flew in an unknown direction. Congratulations. You have finished watching the first season. The big mission in the valley was over and the guys returned home, all except Stan, who was currently being discussed by his superiors in the conference room. Stan was going out of his way to get into trouble. It was a good thing he didn't leave any evidence or the people of the valley wouldn't have made peace, one of the bosses said. But the other guy thought Stan had done a good job. The director coughed loudly, hinting that it was time to shut up. Then he asked if Stan's location had become known. The gray-haired man nervously replied that they had traced the bug's signal to his phone. But it had been interrupted 24 hours ago. Stan must have found it and thrown it away. He decided to call and ask his partner again. The man dialed the number and asked Harry if the hero had contacted him. Harry replied that he had called him this morning. The man was shocked to hear this news and asked what Stan had told him. Harry said only one phrase. The hero conveyed that he had left to avoid sin. The silence in the hall was broken by one of the chiefs. Is it because of the murder of the colonel of the valley? Is he afraid that we will not be able to protect him? Another man suggested that the phrase sounded like an excuse to run away. Suddenly, one of them showed the director a laptop, in which he saw that the reward for Stan's head had suddenly increased 5 times. and now it was $5 million. The increase in the reward is obviously related to the destruction of the base in the Valley of the Black Raven. But how did the embryo know about this? There is a spy among us? The director interrupted his colleagues. He suggested that if the reason for his escape was that the embryo would come to settle scores, then the fear was justified. Let's keep his identity a secret for now. Don't give out information about him to anyone and send a search team after him. Meanwhile, far from the Star Dragon, there was the resort town of Morrowind. Stan changed his appearance. He carefully thought about the huge amount of work that needs to be done before the start of open testing in 3 months. First, it is worth getting ahead of the players by completing special tasks, for which rare skills and abilities are often given. Fortunately, I haven't forgotten them yet, as the hero thought while pouring wine. How to get through. Afterwards, I'll need to strengthen the supply lines with parts so that I can complete missions while on the go, thereby automatically earning experience. And for selling the drawing of the folding saber, you can get a black and gold card of the Feish group, which will cover the material issue for a while, in addition to finding time to create chaos in the embryon. The most important thing is to increase the reward limits for published tasks so that I can use players from the start of open testing. This will only be possible if I increase my reputation. So far, my reputation is at 0, but if I use the rules for accumulating it correctly, I can increase it in 3 months. After some time, the guy arrived at the department of the Feish group. He entered the luxurious hall and approached the butler, giving him a list of things he needed and a card for payment. In the Star Dragon, the hero managed to accumulate a lot of funds. Now there is no need to worry about money. How nice it is to be rich, Stan thought. While the butler said that taking into account the discount of the black and gold card, the final cost would be $80,000. Soon their specialist will deliver the goods to the room. Stan added that he also wants to buy an entrance ticket to the Darknet Blood Pact Society. The Darknet is an underground world of intelligence relaying that maintains neutrality. The butler looked at the guy and said it would cost $200,000. The Blood Pact Society is an organization that hires assassins. If you provide documents, you can become a contractor. Having paid the money, Stan received the organization's coin. Previously, players called it the Union of Killers. Having received the coin, the system reported that the hero had unlocked a new reputation of the camp, and now he is a preparatory level killer. The easiest way to raise your reputation is to get to the top of some lists, for example, to the first places of the season's killer rating. The hero went to one of the luxurious hotels of Morrowind, the Vitalia Hotel, where they kindly opened the door for him and asked him to enter. The Vitalia Hotel has branches in major cities in 6 countries. The organization behind it is Darknet. Butler Sebastian looked at the guy in orange rags and said that they had no free seats. Stan knew that a common man would never be able to rent a room here. Looking at the butler, the hero asked if it was true that they had no seats. Holding out his coin, he asked them to check again. Sebastian first looked at the coin to make sure it was real. Then his cold gaze looked into the guy's eyes. He extended his hand graciously and asked Stan to follow him. They went up to the top floor. Sebastian said that first the guy should register. They approached a luxurious table. The butler took out a list and asked them to enter their details into it. Stan will also need to choose a code name for himself, the most difficult test for all gamers. Stan said that his name would be Observer of the Level Apostle, number 9527 of the Scarlet Empire in the star cluster of Calden. Hearing such nonsense, Sebastian kindly asked the guy to shorten his name. The hero thought for a moment and replied that then his name would be Black. Unfortunately, this option is taken. What about Mr. Black? This option also suited our hero. Okay, Mr. Black, now you are a prep level killer. Complete the task and get to the Scorpion level. Private work is also allowed, but in this case we will charge 5% of the earnings. Before you take on the task, you can read the conditions. Sebastian handed the tablet to Stan, and he was surprised by what he saw. His name was the first on the assassination order list and was marked with a hot offer icon. The coordinates indicated that 0 was in the Western capital, in the Star Dragon. I didn't know that they were offering so much for me. Embryo is still prowling around the Western capital, wasting time and effort. Sebastian reported that Mr. Black received a task. The reward for it is 100,000. Very few. Apparently, someone is unable to hire an expensive killer and decided to try their luck with a newbie. Okay. Since they pay little, it means the task won't be difficult. Stan said that he accepted the task. The butler replied that the employer wished to discuss the details in person. The meeting was scheduled in one of the city's restaurants, where the hero soon arrived. My target, Eugene, is in Morrowind. He has 12 to 20 bodyguards with him, in which case this payment is not enough. Stan's client was Shui, a middle-aged man who looked worn out from frequent stress and said he had little money. Stan stood up from his seat and said that he would take on the task, and he also asked to wait for him here. Shui was delighted with this news. He asked the guy how many days he needed to wait. The hero turned around and coldly said that by the time Shui finished his lunch, his target would already be dead. The guy left the restaurant not believing what he heard. Shui ran out after him. This guy is too self-confident, maybe we shouldn't trust him. Suddenly, a male voice called Shuya and someone touched his shoulder. The frightened businessman turned around. In front of him stood a pumped-up guy whose body was covered in scars. He said that he thought it over again and decided that he would take on his task. He had some free time. Shui got scared and said that he had already given the task to another mercenary, to which the man turned around and said that if that was the case, then he was leaving. If he needed anything else, then he could contact him. Suddenly, someone called the stranger and he picked up the phone. The customer asked if the killer had time to work. The client forwarded the target's dossier, and the mercenary was surprised to see that he had been ordered to kill Shuya. Coincidence? Apparently, the timid businessman's order was to kill Mr. Eugene. Eugene asked the mercenary what he thought. Would he take on this order? The cold-blooded man replied that he would take on the matter. Then Eugene wanted to negotiate payment, and in the meantime a sniper scope was aimed at his head. Suddenly the mercenary heard a shot ring out in the receiver. He tried to shout to Eugene, who had suddenly fallen silent, but the client would never answer him again. The bodyguards were in shock, their master was killed. They need to call everyone here and find the killer. The mercenary hung up, someone got there before him, but Eugene had a lot of guards. The man knew that with the money Shuya had, he could only hire a novice killer. The mercenary wanted to see who it could be, who had quietly eliminated Eugene. A few minutes later, the police were already at the scene and cordoned off the area. The police officers drove away ordinary residents who came to watch the murder. Some even took photographs, which the police were not happy about. One of the employees said that the killer could not escape in the middle of the day, and in the meantime, Stan was walking past people. Thanks to his copying mask, he was able to slip away unnoticed while the police here slowly sorted out what happened. After some time, our hero returned to the restaurant where he was given a task. Shui was amazed that the guy actually completed the order so quickly. He quickly took out a case with money and asked if the guy would count it. In addition to the money, the hero also received 25,000 experience points for successfully completing the task. Stan said he didn't have time to count the money, so he was leaving. As he was leaving the restaurant, the hero felt as if someone was following him. Looking around, he noticed a strange man with green hair who was reading a newspaper. The man was watching him, and then Stan looked at him with a threatening look and asked what he wanted. Seeing such a terrible face, the mercenary became frightened, and an animal fear ran down his spine. Stan moved on, and the mercenary still couldn't get over the horror he experienced. This newcomer has terrible energy. He's damn dangerous. After some time, the hero arrived at the Vitalia Hotel to report on the completion of the mission. Sebastian said that since the newbie has completed the quest, he is now a scorpion level. You will have access to greater powers. From now on, in the Vitalia hotels around the world, you will be treated as an elite person. This is the first time I've seen someone level up so quickly. I'm looking forward to seeing your further achievements. Stan didn't seem to be listening to the man. He was worried about where he currently stood in the killer rankings. Sebastian replied that only top-class killers make it onto the list. You are still in the 1,000th place. The youth are in such a hurry to rise up. I remember that right now the top 10 spots on the list should be occupied by assassins around level 40 with mediocre abilities. Only 3 of them are relatively serious opponents since their powers are close to the upper limit of version 1.0. The rating is based on completed tasks and other achievements. The butler thought that he had somehow offended the newcomer, so he decided to encourage him. Sebastian said that, judging by how the guy had handled the first task, a bright future awaited him. But the hero was thinking about his own things. He realized that now he needed to start completing as many tasks as possible in order to move up the list. Stan asked Sebastian to show him new missions. The man assumed that he wanted to see more serious missions. He handed the guy a tablet and said that all the tasks were located here. He could choose. Beginners are encouraged to start with something simpler and gradually move forward, but you are showing promise, so you might want to look at something a little more serious. Stan quickly scrolled through the list and said that he chose this task, without letting Sebastian finish. The butler took the tablet and despite it said that this task would be perfect, but then he looked at what task the guy took and was shocked. Stan chose the mission to find the Battle Rose. This is a group of mercenaries that must be completely destroyed. The mission was of high complexity and many mercenaries have already died while carrying it out. The butler started shouting that the guy didn't understand what simpler meant. Many experienced killers died on this mission. How could you, a newbie, take it on? I'd rather drown in your drool than be killed by the enemy, Stan replied. Help me prepare and leave the rest to me. The butler looked menacingly at the newcomer, but he couldn't help but give him the assignment. So without a word, he took the guy's coin and put it on the scanner. Then he put a stamp and, folding the sheet into a tube, said that he had warned about the difficulty, and if something happened, it was not his fault. The butler then placed the tube into a clever device that delivered the message through a tangled network of pipes. The Central Information Department received the new report and entered the mercenary's name into the network. When the information about the Battle Rose mission was updated, the butler reported that the guy was registered. The system reported that Stan called a mission to eliminate the Battle Rose. In the Sumal Desert, there are various groups, including wanderers and mercenaries. But what in this devastated land attracted so many groups? Perhaps it is somehow related to the incidents in the past. The hero must explore the desert area. The guy continued reading the description and saw that in addition to experience, it also contained an unknown reward. This was already becoming interesting. The guy realized that since there was an additional reward, it meant the task was not easy. You can't act at random. You should equip yourself properly for insurance. The hero went to the base of the Feish group. He had reached the maximum level for his main class. The promotion conditions were not easy this time. There was no need to waste experience points on creating useless blueprints. They were already difficult to obtain. In the next mission, Stan will not have any partners, so you should stock up on different cartridges for different situations. In parallel with the development of new devices, the guy studied intelligence data on the Combat Rose group, in which all the personnel are women. The base is located in the depths of the Sumal Desert. There are a lot of enemies there and they have their own mechanics, so the guy decided that he should create a directional weapon. The system asked if the hero wanted to combine abilities, basic electromagnetism, basic spatial probing, and mechanism theory. The guy chose the affirmative answer. The combination was successful and he created electromagnetic combat scanning goggles. This is not what he wanted, but still useful for a sniper. Stan launched the combination again. The system reported that the combination was successful and the mechanic opened the electromagnetic pulse interference equipment, and this is already an interesting device that is perfect for countering enemies in the desert. The hero thought that he could also use mines. He could try to create their blueprint himself. In order to create a homemade drawing, you need to take your knowledge and the basics of creating drawings and make a new one. The guy worked hard, trying to create a mechanism, but the system reported time and again that the creation of a homemade drawing had failed. But after a few hours, he succeeded and created a flaming poison mine. This is exactly the drawing that the hero needed. From now on, he can create others specifically for his needs. Here, we can go our separate ways. Having collected all his equipment in one place, the guy decided that the preparations were almost complete, and now he could go on a mission. He packed his suitcase and called Antonio from the Feish group, saying he needed a cargo plane. Antonio replied that they only use them for large-scale operations, even though Stan is an elite person and the costs will have to be covered. The hero said that he knew about it. Then Antonio asked how many people should be transported and what time the plane should arrive. The guy said that he would be alone and would go now. This is a huge expense. A one-time rent will cost $50,000. Are you sure about this? Stan responded without hesitation that he was sure and sent the money to the organization. After some time, our hero was already flying over the desert in a cargo helicopter. Looking out of the helicopter cabin, the guy observed the situation through binoculars. The data is correct. The Combat Rose base is strictly guarded. It is impregnable. It will be difficult to get there by storm. But you can set up an ambush and lure them out of hiding. Stan ordered to get down at the designated place and then prepare an SUV for him. Antonio understood the order. Their base was nearby and he needed to go about his business. Meanwhile, 4 jeeps were driving through the desert, in which a female voice asked if Dorothy had any results, or if it was the same this time. The girl, whose name was Dorothy, replied that they had searched 3 sectors. There was no sign of Felonia. 2 of her squad had died with the Gadong people. Her ally with pink cat ears cried, saying that they had lost many during the search. What was this felony anyway? Was it worth the lives of the dead? An elderly woman with long ears like elves looked at the girl with a cold gaze. She realized that the girl was not a local and told me that there used to be an oasis here. We lived in abundance, but the war changed everything. The legend of my homeland says that in the depths of the desert are hidden traces of an ancient civilization and its treasures, which have the ability to control the desert. Many soldiers came here in search of traces of felony, and we, who lost our homeland during the war, became mercenaries for them. We give our lives to seek felony for them. And in return, we receive resources for existence and shelter for our families. Felony is our hope for further life. At the same time, Stan was digging holes in the sand and placing his new homemade mines in them. Having finished immersing the mechanisms, he took out his binoculars to assess the situation. The guy saw 4 jeeps on the horizon and realized that his prey had already arrived. The hero quickly hid behind the nearest rock. The trucks passed by a strange device that looked like a lamp, and at that moment the mechanism began to spark. There was an electromagnetic explosion, and lightning from the mechanism swept across the area in a large dome. All equipment was immediately turned off and radios were no longer available. Could this really be Gedong? Dorothy thought. Strange, they hadn't done any stalking before. The girl grabbed her axe and jumped out of the car, ordering her fighters to get out and prepare for battle. Stan reloaded his machine gun and opened fire on the devices. The new mines he created immediately detonated, taking damage and filling the air with gas and ash. The entire surrounding area began to be covered in purple clouds of smoke. The girls began to cough. Some of them managed to cover their noses, realizing that they were being attacked with toxic gas. But not everyone had time to react. Those who inhaled a lot of toxic gas felt their heads spinning. One of the girls fell to the ground unconscious after feeling dizzy. Her friend saw her fall and tried to call her, but she herself was getting worse and worse. Soon, many of the girls from Dorothy's squad were lying unconscious on the ground, and only the commander and a few fighters remained combat-ready. Suddenly, she heard someone open fire, shooting 1 bullet at a time at the immobilized targets. Dorothy was scared. She needed to quickly understand where the sounds of gunshots were coming from, and looking at the nearest hill she saw a dark figure. Dorothy understood that they couldn't stand still. They had to kill the sniper immediately, otherwise he would kill them all. The girl and the survivors rushed to attack, but Stan stopped some of them with a barrage of bullets. But this didn't stop Dorothy. She ran with all her might and screamed that the boy was going to die now. Stan realized that she was too close to him, and the machine gun was out of bullets, so the hero quickly pulled out a pistol. Dorothy, taking advantage of the guy's hesitation, quickly jumped and swung her axe. But Stan managed to use sliding fire and avoid the girl's attack. The guy then shot her with his gun. Dorothy dodged the bullets, but one still grazed her arm, and she reached for her shotgun, which was hanging on her back. They froze in the same pose. Stan pointed his pistols at the girl's body, and Dorothy pointed her shotgun at his head. Neither the boy nor the girl would have time to dodge, and they both understood this. Dorothy said that whoever the guy was, he wouldn't survive a shot from that distance. The girl had nothing to lose, so she pulled the trigger and shot the enemy. But suddenly she heard the clang of metal, as if bullets had hit a metal wall, and the figure of the guy in front of her did not waver. The girl was shocked. She was sure that she had defeated the enemy. The smoke from the shot cleared and she saw bullet holes on the hero that had hit the plate armor. The plates, like a multitude of small beetles, ran over all of the hero's clothes and removed the holes, as if the clothes had regenerative properties. Stan pointed the gun at the stunned girl who had nowhere to run. Most warriors blindly believe that it is easy to defeat a sniper in close combat. The shot struck Dorothy's head, her blood pouring like rose petals onto the cruel desert sand. The system notified that the hero killed Dorothy and received 7,500 experience points for this. Yes, a regular sniper would be weaker in close combat. It's just a pity that Stan is not a regular sniper. Several hours later, all the dead were found by the Allies, and the bodies were brought to their base. The girl looking at her murdered friend Dorothy concluded that they were all killed with the same weapon. It was the head of the combat rose named Mary. The girl realized that the attacker was a sniper working alone. Apparently, this is another killer who has been put on the wanted list, the head said. She immediately took out her phone and started dialing someone. "We've been attacked again," Mary said on the phone. 20 people have died. Please send people to deal with the killer." Then the girl put the phone down and smiled, because soon this arrogant and impulsive guy would become game for hunting. A few hours later, cars arrived at their base, from which those whom Mary had called got out. They were hired professional killers with strange names. Yarmo 3, 7, and 5, they asked for a situation report. Mary bowed to greet the men and reported that their enemy was a well-aimed, well-trained sniper. He went to the southeast. In that direction, there are only 3 structures, and the closest of them is the base of the Face group. A girl with ears named Suli, who was a mechanic of the combat rose, said that there were fragments from exploded mines here. The enemy predicted their course of action and set up an ambush. The model of his mines is unknown to her, but their body is made from materials from the Face group. Yarmo 3, having heard the report, said that this group is no joke. They cannot fight on their territory, and since the goal of this organization was the fighting rose, they will become bait for the enemy. Go ahead as usual, and we'll set up an ambush as soon as he shows up and quickly kill him. Mary turned to her long-eared comrade and ordered her to do as the mercenary said. The girl agreed. Meanwhile, at the base of the group, Fish Stan was developing a plan for further action. It turns out that the Battle Rose has support from the outside, the hero said. It's no wonder why so many killers fell. The Sumal Desert military forces have their own sponsors, Antonio replied. Political groups that run underground assassin training camps. Your client, the Chazrod's family, is one of them. As Stan leafed through the intelligence, he became curious about what this Felonia was that so much effort had been put into finding it. Hearing the familiar word, Antonio replied that he didn't know, although apparently he was hiding something from Stan. The hero also understood this, because in Felonia, some important secret is hidden, which may be connected to a hidden reward for this name. If the enemy has a patron, he will send reinforcements to him. What would be the best way to act in this situation? The hero thought and put the papers on the table. After a few minutes of thinking, he told Antonio that he needed a driver so he could shoot. This is your task, the man replied. Why should I help you? Traveling is not easy. Why don't you come with me and enjoy the beautiful scenery? What other landscapes? Antonio said, and angrily pointed to the window, beyond which there was only a dead desert, where there was nothing but sand. Look deeper, Stan said. In these places you can find mirages, and in the mountains you can find water. The desert is an amazing place. I don't think we're close enough to travel together. Stan chuckled and replied that they could very well become friends right now. The cunning man stirred his coffee and, taking a sip, offered to split the reward if Stan wanted him to participate in the mission so badly. Great offer, the guy replied. I'll give you 5%. This is very little. The driver is the very first target for the enemy. 20% is still not bad. Why don't you go rob someone? Stan replied indignantly. Antonio smiled and replied that he was doing just that now. And the hero had no choice but to accept the greedy agent's offer. A few hours later, the mission began, and a signal was heard at the Battle Rose base about a detected threat. The girl informed the commanders that their target was currently in Zone C. The lead mercenary came closer to look at the radar screen. Then he smiled. After all their guest had arrived, they didn't have to wait long. Besides, he apparently wasn't too smart since he decided to repeat the ambush he used earlier. The man commanded the elf to send a small decoy squad. The girl understood the order. A few minutes later, the cars appeared on the horizon and Stan, observing the situation through binoculars, noticed them. Climbing back into the car, he ordered Antonio to drive southwest. The mercenaries, seeing that the hero's car had started moving, laughed. He had taken their bait. It was time to destroy him. Stan continued driving in the given direction with Antonio. Seeing that he was being chased, the guy climbed out of the car window and opened fire from a sniper rifle. The shot hit the pursuer's windshield directly, but did not hit the passengers. The elf shouted that he only had one car, they needed to catch up with him urgently. Stan's car entered a narrow passage, and at that very moment, enemy vehicles began to surround him from different sides. The hero looked through the binoculars and noticed it too. However, he considered the enemies funny since they decided to surround him. But suddenly he saw something flying towards him. A bullet from a sniper rifle hit him right in the head. Fortunately, he had a protective suit that softened the blow. Otherwise, his story would have ended there. Although the mechanical suit softened the blow, it was not without consequences. Stan began to bleed from his forehead. The hero realized that the enemy had set up an ambush and ordered Antonio to urgently go to the designated place. Antonio stepped on the gas, but after driving a couple of meters, he saw something unexpected. Right in front of them were enemy vehicles. They surrounded them from all sides. One of the mercenaries, who was sitting on the roof of the car and holding a machine gun, shouted that it was time for the murderers to go to hell. The shooting began. Machine gun fire and rockets flew at Stan's car. Antonio tried to dodge as best he could. It seemed that it was difficult to get out of this situation alive. The launched missile flew ahead to blow up the enemy, but the agent reacted in time and stopped the car. The stop was so abrupt that the car reared up. Stan and Antonio barely managed to stay in their seats, but thank God they were saved from the explosion. The man then stepped on the gas again, and the mercenaries saw their enemy gradually moving away from them. He did not take any action because he knew that their enemy would not leave, since there was nowhere to go. Cold sweat was running down Antonio's face. There was nowhere to go. They were surrounded on all sides. An enraged Stan looked out the window to quickly figure out what to do next. Seeing that there were only 2 cars on the south side, the guy realized that the threat there was minimal. The enemy deliberately avoids the area where the hero has set traps, but they can break through from this side. The slightest explosion will detonate the mines. If that happens, it will definitely be the end for Stan. Suddenly, the hero's thoughts were interrupted by a loud roar. At that moment, he saw a huge car with spikes on the front bumper rushing towards them. "What the hell is this?" Antonio said in surprise. "We need to get out of here immediately." Stan shouted that he had a plan. It was very risky, but they had no other choice. They needed to go south. "I hope you know what you're doing," Antonio replied, turning the steering wheel in the right direction and pressing the gas. To the enemy's surprise, the hero's car began to quickly turn around and drive away. The mercenaries on board laughed at Stan because he wouldn't escape from them anyway. At that moment, the hero suddenly looked out of the window and shot at the laughing guy. The mercenary's laughter turned to surprise as he saw a projectile flying towards him. There was an explosion, and the dark night was illuminated by a bright light and a loud, irritating sound. The mercenary's eyes began to water. It was a flashbang grenade that stunned the opponents for a while. The mercenary got angry, quickly rubbed his eyes and opened machine gun fire at Stan's car. Antonio rode as fast as he could, while at that moment they were being fired upon from all sides by enemies. The pursuit continued, and from the large number of attacks, Stan's car began to catch fire. The hero realized that their car would quickly break down this way and told Antonio to press the accelerator. The man silently followed the order and pressed the red button on the panel. At that moment, the hero's car moved at the speed of a storm, breaking away from pursuit. It seemed that the worst was over. But suddenly, that same huge machine with spikes appeared behind them. Stan smiled and pulled out one of his prepared surprises. He threw the device at the enemy, and immediately there was an electrical explosion, the dome of which covered the area. The enemy's car stopped. The guy sitting on the roof did not understand what had just happened. The girl took out her radio and shouted into it that their cars had stalled. But then she realized that the communication devices were also out of order, all because of the electromagnetic grenade. The driver told the girl not to be afraid because the enemy only had one car and she needed to prepare for an attack. But at that moment, the elf remembered that all the electronics in Dorothy's car had burned out. Apparently, they had fallen into a trap. She ran out into the street, turned around, and suddenly saw a familiar mine on the ground. Having noticed the enemy's device in time, the girl became frightened. She shouted to her subordinates that they needed to run away immediately and be careful. But at that moment, a single shot rang out, the bullet flying straight into the detonating device. The elf heard the shot and, realizing in a split second that things were going badly, tried to hide. The shot detonated the device and set all the mines on fire in a chain reaction. There was a deafening explosion, but the girl managed to jump into the sand and bury herself in it. Stan watched this spectacle from the highlands. The explosion was so powerful as if an atomic bomb had exploded. At that moment, the system informed him about multiple poison damage to the enemies. Lighting a cigarette, Stan asked Antonio if he was surprised or shocked. The man replied that he had not seen such a beautiful landscape for a long time. Stan said that in that case, one should enjoy it to the fullest. The system reported the killing of mercenaries and members of the Rose Gang, which gave a large amount of experience. Watching the system, Stan became interested in what kind of strange names the guys had. Yarmo 357. But then he was surprised because one name was missing from the list of the dead. Stan turned around and reached for his gun. As he prepared his weapon for battle, he heard something approaching, like a worm under the sand. Suddenly, a knife appeared from the sand and an elf jumped out of the sand. The enraged girl jumped on Antonio's back because of the death of her comrades. She swung her knife to cut off the head of at least one enemy. However, although the attack was sudden, Antonio was not so simple and immediately grabbed the girl by the hand. The elf was surprised because she was sure that the enemy would be defeated. Her knife fell from her hands, and Antonio swung it away from himself. The girl was flying, and at that moment she saw Stan aiming at her. Two well-aimed shots hit the elf in the chest. Unfortunately, she couldn't dodge in flight. The lifeless body fell onto the bloody sand, and the system reported that Stan received 9,400 experience for the kill. The guy grinned, and here was the same fish that had gotten away. The hero stood next to his car, surrounded by burning enemy equipment, in which the mission targets were burning out. The guy was fixing his transport. Antonio asked the hero what they would do next. "We will pursue the defeated enemy to the base of the battle rose. Now they have huge losses. Surely the enemy forces will want to take advantage of the chance to attack. All we have to do is wait for the task to complete itself." Hearing such an answer, Antonio was surprised and asked the hero how long ago he had planned this. Was it possible to predict everything? Stan replied, "They thought there was only one trap, but I prefer to be on the safe side." Antonio chuckled and told the boy that he had fought brilliantly and had come out unscathed. But it was time for him to go. Antonio left in an unknown direction, and Stan went in search of the remaining fighters. Suddenly, in the distance, the guy saw flashes of light on the horizon. Having driven a little closer, the hero saw that other fighters had already attacked his target's base. The soldiers stormed the base. They wanted to remove the hated Rose fighters from the desert once and for all. The girls resisted and were not going to surrender to the enemy so easily. However, the enemy outnumbered them, and no matter how hard the girls fought back, they gave up their positions. Suli informed the commander that they were short of hands, many defensive structures were without managers, and the enemy would soon invade. It was unpleasant for Mary to admit, but now they really were weak, and that was why they had become a target for everyone and everyone. While the others were holding them back, they needed to hide. She gave the order to take 5 people. They leave through a secret passage. The girl turned around and looked out the window where their equipment was burning. Unfortunately, it was time to leave the base. Stan stopped next to the destroyed gate. He got out of the car and decided to look around. The notification about the mission completion has not arrived yet. The main team must have managed to escape. It was time to do some reconnaissance. Stan took out the constructed drone and sent it forward. A few minutes later, the drone noticed the truck leaving the base. The guy found his target and went in pursuit. The car with the girls on board was moving towards the helicopter. Mary said that they would soon reach the neutral zone. But suddenly something exploded under their wheels, not allowing the girl to finish speaking. The enraged commander looked out of the window. She realized that they had apparently been caught. Suddenly she saw something that surprised her. Their truck with spikes was chasing them. The girl got angry and hit the dashboard. That killer had gone too far and now he was driving their car. The remnants of the once powerful squad tried to escape while Stan fired at their car from all sides. Within just a few minutes, Mary realized she needed to make a stop. They must try to hide in different directions because they cannot withstand the striking power of the killer. At this time, the boy who was walking with his grandmother saw that someone was fighting next to them. Grandma told him to keep his head down because weapons don't have eyes. They need to focus only on finding Felonia. Still trying to escape, Stan said and continued firing at the enemy. Suddenly, the guy found himself in a strange place where sand began to flow. Then the sand collapsed and created a funnel that sucked him into itself. The grandmother, along with other pilgrims, saw how the place lit up and emitted a magical aura. The pilgrims' eyes were wide with surprise. It seemed they had come to the treasured place. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Stan, which informed him that he had found the hidden place, Felonia Z08, and had completed the task of the battle rose. The guy grinned. He realized that he must have accidentally detonated it in the right place. The task with the battle rose was also completed. This is truly a success. But he didn't stop to check the find, but continued the chase. The car with the girls gradually began to increase its speed, and Stan realized that his armored spike would not catch up with them. So he decided to use a secret weapon that he had recently installed on the armored personnel carrier. He pressed a button, and at that very second an electric field surrounded the car. Suli immediately understood what that electric sound was. Their killer was crazy. He wanted to stop them and destroy them by ramming. But Stan didn't ram them. After the enemy's car stopped, he got out of the car and ordered the girls to do the same. Mary ran out of patience. Enough running away, she jumped, and an intangible field appeared under her feet, from which she pushed off. The girl was confident that she would defeat this sniper in close combat, so she decided to get closer to him. Stan took advantage of the fact that the girl was in a position where it was difficult to dodge and fired several shots at her. However, Mary pressed a few buttons on her arm guards and created an impenetrable shield. The bullet Stan fired hit the shield and crumpled without causing any damage. The guy realized that the girl's ability was a force field. It was difficult to deal with because it could block projectiles. Mary fired a force field at the hero, but he jumped and dodged. At that moment, he realized that normal projectiles were now useless and reloaded his weapon. While in flight, he fired his new projectiles several times at the force field. Mary used her ability to block just like before, but then she saw that the bullets had become a different color. At that very second, poisonous gas began to come out of the projectile that the guy fired. The hero opened the battle log, which said that Mary was taking damage from poison. Her ability did not protect against it in any way. She would die. But Mary kept fighting. She knew she had to close the distance and kept running towards the hero with all her might. Her ability allowed her to jump through the air, allowing her to easily dodge the boy's attacks. Once she got close enough, she used her force field ability, Push. A beam of energy flew at Stan, but he managed to pull out his sword and block the blow. However, the force of the impact was great, and therefore the hero moved away from the blow several meters. The girl's spirits perked up. She decided that now it would be easy to deal with the hesitant killer. She used the force field and it became sharp like steel. It was one of her abilities. But Stan used glancing fire, shooting from his hands and escaping execution. The guy realized that he had no choice and it was time to use his strength. Concentrating energy into his combat glove, he struck Mary's force field. The girl smiled and told the hero that he was very weak in close combat. Then she shot from her hand into the guy's body. From such force, he immediately flew away. Mary was sure that he was finished, because no one could survive the damage from the push. But Stan stood up safe and sound thanks to his armor. He grinned and told the girl to repeat what she said. Otherwise, he didn't hear. Mary was surprised to see the living hero, and in the meantime, he prepared his saber for battle. Using the supercharge ability, the hero rushed towards the enemy. The saber, filled with energy, pierced the force field, which began to crack from such a powerful blow. Eventually, the force field cracked and Mary was injured. Wiping the blood from her cut cheek, the commander realized that the guy was hard to handle. At that moment, a female voice nearby shouted that she was coming to help. It was Suli. The little mechanic tried to attack Stan in a fist fight, but to no avail. The two girls prepared to attack and defend each other to the death. Stan was surprised when he saw Suli. Is she a mechanic? She has a melee mechanism, a core, around which the skills honed by the mechanic class are tied. These gloves are apparently her weapon. The commander ordered her partner to attack the killer. The two girls scattered in different directions. Stan was shocked. Mary quickly got close to him and used a force vortex. A sharp gust of air immediately knocked Stan off his feet. Suli took advantage of the situation and tried to attack the hero by creating an electric ball in her gloves. But the guy dodged the attack in time. Stan turned around and saw the crater the attack had left. He realized that Suli was indeed dangerous. It is not worth engaging in close combat with her, so the hero tried to run away from the mechanic. But suddenly Mary appeared in front of him and asked the guy where he was going. She kicked him with her foot. The hero blocked it with his hands and blocked the attack. The guy then simply jumped away from his enemies. Mary was surprised before the guy attacked, but now he only defends himself and retreats. She turned around and realized it was all because of Suli. He was running to avoid running into her. Mary shouted at her partner to suppress the guy's strength, because he was afraid of her. So she should distract his attention while the commander caught the moment for a fatal blow. The little mechanic understood her task. The girls ran towards the enemy. Suli attacked first. She used her gloves to grab the guy, but he managed to dodge. Mary took advantage of this, as she said, and summoned her force field. She used the push and managed to hit the guy. Stan flew back a few meters again, and when he got up, the hero realized that they were tying him hand and foot, and it would be difficult to defeat them if he didn't take the risk. That's why the guy used electromagnetic armor, all-round protection. He then jumped on the mechanic, saying that he would deal with her first. Why did he suddenly go on the offensive? Suli thought. This was not how she planned it. The hero swung his blade, but missed the girl, who had already prepared her gloves for an attack. She hit Stan right in the stomach. It seemed like he should fall down from exhaustion after that. But not with the same protection as his. The system reported that he received damage and slightly damaged his armor. Suli was surprised to see that the boy had not received any damage. The girl electrified her glove again and jumped at her enemy. She hit Stan, but he blocked the damage with his armor again and hit the girl in the stomach in response. Then he suddenly grabbed her arm, twisting it so that she could not move. "Let her go!" Mary screamed and kicked the hero in the back. But Stan was only slightly thrown off balance by this, and he smiled evilly, realizing that half the fight was over. The hero plunged his saber into Suli's back, piercing her heart through and through. Suli fell dead on the sand. The system reported that the guy received 12,000 experience for killing her. Mary burst into tears, screaming her former partner's name. Stan, meanwhile, was smiling. He was tightly clutching his bloody blade and was ready to attack the last enemy. The killer grinned and told Mary not to worry because he would soon be coming for her. The enraged commander jumped on the enemy, replying that she would not spare her life and kill Stan. Stan ducked to avoid the force field. Then the girl raised her hands and summoned another one. She launched a furious attack at the enemy, but the hero jumped up and avoided her. Mary continued to attack furiously without stopping for a second. Stan tried to shoot, but to no avail. It seemed like he was losing this fight. Mary hit the hero again and he hit the ground. He continued shooting at her. At that moment, he realized that the girl had no control over her powers. Now they would find out what would happen faster. Her powers would leave her or she would die. Mary jumped into the air and summoned a large force field, directing it towards the boy. The force storm rolled across the ground like a worm, but Stan dodged it. "Don't think about running away," Mary shouted, and prepared to make another force field. But suddenly, while creating it, it dissolved into thin air. Seeing this, Stan realized that this was his chance to win. He fired from his hand and the projectile immediately pierced the girl's leg. She could no longer create force fields. Mary realized that this was the end, and mentally apologized to Suli for not being able to avenge her. At that very second, several projectiles flew towards her and pierced her body. The former commander of the Battle Rose fell dead on the sand. The system reported that Stan received 12,000 experience for killing Mary. Finally, the fight was over. The hero stood on his feet with difficulty and tried to catch his breath. Then the guy looked at the first girl's corpse and her electromagnetic gloves. He took them from Suli and took them for himself. They will still be useful in the future. Now that all the members of the Battle Rose are killed, you can go to Felonia. Arriving at the right place, Stan saw how everything had collapsed quite a bit and someone's footprints. As he went down, the boy realized that the pilgrims had already entered the interior of Felonia. Someone had made a passage in the rock, and the wind was bringing a metallic smell from there. Stan turned on his flashlight and followed the pilgrims' tracks into the cave. He saw strange wires going inside and realized that there was something there. The guy went deeper into the cave. The light became less and less, but it was good that he had a flashlight. Stopping, he saw a fork in the road surrounded by blue crystals. The hero stopped and thought about which road he should take when suddenly he heard footsteps coming from one of the forks. The pilgrims were running, their eyes filled with horror. They were shouting that there was a monster in this cave. Someone growled loudly from the cave where the boys were running from. The pilgrims, having run a sufficient distance, turned around and were surprised that this monster did not chase after them. "Such a vile place cannot be a felony," said the old man. But the pilgrims suggested that perhaps this was the very treasure of the desert that everyone was looking for. "It's impossible," the old man replied. "The treasures are magical. There shouldn't be any monsters near them." Grandpa turned to Stan and told him to leave with them, because Felonia wasn't here. However, the guy didn't move from his place because the system told him that Felonia was right here. According to the game description, there are no magical things on the planet Aquamarine. There must be magical treasures, which he said are technologies. From Stan's experience, the pilgrims act as underground guides who inform the player of which direction the monster is located. It turns out that he should go to the right, where they came from. Or maybe they, on the contrary, wanted him to go left. The unknown is more frightening than the monster. The guy put on night vision goggles and decided to go right anyway. After walking a little inside, the guy found himself in a room that looked like a laboratory, in which parts of people's bodies lay. A sharp smell hit the hero in the face, so he covered his nose with his hand, feeling this disgusting stench. Lowering his head, Stan noticed a huge paw print from the monster. At that very second, the bloodthirsty monster noticed its prey. Hearing the growl, Stan immediately turned around. In front of him stood a huge monster, 2-3 meters tall. He had red eyes and fangs with horns. Outwardly, he looked like a demon. The hero dodged and prepared his blade to attack. But suddenly, the demon did not attack the guy, but began to turn his head as if he was looking for him. Stan covered his face with his hand to keep quiet. After all, he realized that the monster had night blindness and could not see anything in pitch darkness. But Stan, on the contrary, put on night vision goggles, so he was able to easily hide behind a column. Suddenly, the hero felt something crawling underneath him. He lowered his gaze and was shocked. Directly below him were dozens of monsters that were unable to escape from the mesh cage. The hero panicked, realizing that there were monsters there too, and it was very dangerous to be here. So Stan ran forward. There were monsters under the floor and he was getting deeper and deeper into the lab. Running into one of the rooms, he saw another shock. In front of him was the corpse of a long-dead man who had already turned into a skeleton. It seemed as if he had fallen asleep on the table, and next to this corpse was a diary. The hero opened the diary. It was written that the professor modified the Felonium serum for the 67th time and introduced it into a laboratory rat, and if everything goes well, then it will be possible to conduct an experiment on people. But the rat then died. However, the professor insisted on conducting tests on people, with which the officials agreed. The next page said that the base had issued a new set of rules. All researchers must hand over their electronic devices and not connect to external networks. The man assumed that they would be overpowered. However, the man who was injected with the serum behaved calmly. On the last page, it was written that the doctor hates this place because there is no life here. Tomorrow, they are retreating and heading to Base 3 in search of shelter. They created backup copies of all data related to the Felonia serum. The guards want to blow up the entire facility. The professor took several serums with him, and they destroyed the rest. After finishing reading the diary, Stan realized that Felonia is a blood serum, and that it is not here because the professor took it with him. It seems that this time he has no chance. But suddenly, the guy noticed something glowing in a box not far from him. The hero took out the glowing object and tried to open it. It wasn't difficult to break the lock, and when the guy opened the box, he smiled. He didn't even have to look for long. The box contained 3 unfinished Felonia serums. The system reported that this serum had the medicinal ability to improve the body's physical performance. The current formula was not ideal. After use, a mutation may occur. However, the hero was interrupted by a monster who found him. The monster jumped on Stan and tried to attack him. The monster swung his huge hand, but at that moment the guy pulled out a gun. Using sliding fire, he dodged the clumsy monster's attack and fired at it several times. The system reported that the hero dealt 57 damage to the monster, and due to the fact that he entered into battle with it, the following information is available to him. Taking a quick glance at the system window, the hero realized that the monster's level was higher than his, but it was in very bad condition, which meant that there was a chance of winning. The hero jumped further and further away from the monster, but hearing the guy, the monster prepared to jump. The demon then pushed off and jumped towards Stan, hitting him with a massive hand. From such a blow, the hero immediately staggered and spat out a stream of blood. However, he realized that this was his chance because the monster opened up and jumped into the air. Pushing off from the wall, the hero found himself behind the monster. Taking out his blade, he struck the monster in the neck, wounding it. But the monster wasn't that weak. He grabbed Stan by the clothes and threw him. The hero was surprised that the monster continued to move even despite the cut on his head. Then he put on the gloves he had recently borrowed from the little mechanic. "Let's see how you can stand up to this," Stan said, and jumped on the enraged monster. The monster tried to counterattack him, but the hero dodged and dived under his feet. He then took advantage of the monster's clumsiness and struck it straight in the stomach with his electric glove. The monster flew away and fell to the ground with a crash, but it still did not give up. Trembling with difficulty, the monster tried to rise to its feet. Stan then reloaded his pistol and fired several shots at the enemy. He fired the entire clip at the monster and then it fell, since it was already greatly weakened by the blow to the stomach. Stan tried to catch his breath. The system reported that he received 32,000 experience, and for killing a monster 10 levels higher than him, he additionally received another 50,000 experience. The hero was exhausted. So many battles during the day had taken their toll. He could hardly stand on his feet. Suddenly, he saw a new threat. A claw appeared from under the floor and knocked out the bars. Then, huge insects that looked like beetles began to crawl out from there. Stan realized that he definitely wouldn't be able to fight them and decided to run away. A few hours later, people from one of the organizations arrived at the legendary Felonia. The commander asked for a report on the situation inside, and the man said on the radio that there were footprints and blood everywhere. The guy who was exploring the cave asked the commander to send some reinforcements there. It was quite creepy here. Not a single soul. No one understood where the staff could have gone. Suddenly, the fighters saw those same huge beetle monsters in front of them. The soldiers immediately opened fire on the terrible threat. However, the beetle's shell was too strong and the bullets were no match for it. The soldiers realized that they could do nothing against the monster and decided to quickly retreat. One of the soldiers even shed a tear when suddenly the monster grabbed him by the legs. He begged to be saved, but of course no one stopped. So the soldier became dinner for the beetles. Other soldiers also could not hide from the monsters. Screams were heard from the cave. The commander tried to find out what was happening there. The monsters were not satisfied and their appetite was whetted, so they soon appeared on the surface. The commander, not hearing his soldiers, ordered the squad to attack the laboratory. Whoever found the thing first would receive a reward. But suddenly he saw in front of him those who had dealt with his fighters. These were desert termites that made this laboratory their lair. The commander knew that these nasty bugs were afraid of fire, so he immediately ordered one of the soldiers to prepare the flamethrower for battle. The soldier followed the order and released a stream of fire at the beetles, dealing with them like pathetic cockroaches. Some termites, seeing the fire, began to retreat. The commander noticed this and ordered the detachment to continue the offensive. As he went deeper into the laboratory and killed termites along the way, one of the soldiers said that he had found some kind of room. Entering the room, the commander felt something wet dripping onto his shoulders. Raising their heads, they saw the same monster that looked like a demon. Apparently, the experiment was carried out on more than one person. The boys were scared when they saw the monster, and the monster took advantage of the confusion and began to attack them. He pushed one of the soldiers and he crashed into the wall, and from the powerful impact, he died immediately. The commander ordered to open fire, and the soldiers followed the order. The monster roared loudly as it was injured, but they couldn't bring it down. The commander, seeing that the enemy had stood up, took advantage of the moment to get closer. Leaping at his enemy, he grabbed his horn and emptied the clip into his face. Even the huge monster couldn't survive such an attack, and its body fell to the ground with a crash. It seemed that the danger had passed and the commander ordered to move forward. As they went deeper into the laboratory, they noticed a strong, foul odor. They entered one of the rooms and saw a skeleton at the table. The commander ordered a thorough search of everything in this room. "I found the explorer's diary," one of his subordinates shouted. "What we're looking for must be here." Suddenly, the table began to shake, as if something huge was heading towards the squad. A few seconds later, the squad saw two mutated test subjects. The monsters attacked the squad. Their forces were colossal, and ordinary soldiers could not cope with them. The commander realized that they would not be able to kill them like last time, and so he ordered his men to cut off the monster's limbs so that it could not move. The wounded fighter was not going to give up so easily. He struggled to get up from the floor and picked up the axe. The guy picked up speed and threw himself onto the monster's back. The monster raised its hand to grab the fighter, but he was able to quickly cut off the monster's hand. The guy was happy about his victory, but at that moment the second monster ran towards him. One of the soldiers warned the fighter, but he did not have time to react, and the monster hit him, slamming him on the spot. The monster turned around and saw another guy in front of him with a sword in his hands. The guy cut the monster's leg and it lost its balance. The commander took advantage of this situation and fired a grenade launcher at the monster. The head of one of the test subjects exploded like a ripe watermelon after taking the commander's shell. The second subject, as if angry that his brother was killed, rushed at the captain. But right in flight, that same soldier with the sword lifted him into the air and cut open the monster's belly. Green liquid flowed from the monster's body, and he fell exhausted to the floor. With difficulty, the monsters were defeated, but the people did not emerge from this battle without losses either. The red-haired guy with the sword suggested that the commander first report everything, since they were the only ones left alive. But the commander ordered to continue the search. In such a situation, only by finding that thing, they would be able to compensate for the losses. Going deeper, the commander noticed another room and told the guy to look at it. He himself went to another, larger zone, and suddenly he saw something that shocked him. It was the corpse of a monster, and that could only mean one thing: someone had been here before them. Suddenly they saw the box they needed. The commander ran up to it and opened it, but unfortunately there was nothing in it. An unknown man was lighting a cigar. He was told on the phone that the serum had been taken. They had been beaten to it, but they were asking for another chance to find this man. The man replied that it was enough that they had already learned what they knew, since in any case they were not rivals to that man. Our hero returned safely to the Vitalia Hotel to report on the completion of the mission. Sebastian was amazed that he came, because the task was given 15 days, and the guy completed it in 6. The hero grinned and replied that he had chosen the easier task, as the butler had advised him. "You are very strong. I admire you," said Sebastian. He placed Mr. Black's sign on the reader, and after a few minutes reported that the data had been entered. At this point, the system informed Stan that he had completed the bounty hunter's mission. His reputation in the Blood Oath Society had increased by 550, and he was now neutral and had the rank of Scorpion-level assassin. He also completed the requirement for the hidden task, Find Felonia, and for this he is given 25,000 additional experience and a special reward, a serum of mixed genes of the middle category. Felonia's blood serum is a biochemical substance that can enhance characteristics, but its use does not exclude the risk of reverse action and the appearance of mutation. However, mixed gene serum may reduce the risks. Is it worth the risk with blood serum? After all, if the experiment doesn't go according to plan, Stan will turn into the monster he met in the lab. But if the system gave him a serum of mixed genes, it means it wants the guy to decide on this step. Therefore, having decided that a more suitable opportunity would not come his way, he nevertheless decided to take the risk. Stan quickly injected the mixed gene serum into his arm. At that moment, he felt bliss. He felt so calm, as if he were eating ice cream in the hot summer. Even his thoughts stopped suffocating him. Now it's time to introduce the blood serum. As soon as Stan inserted it into his body, he immediately felt his muscles contract and instantly increase in volume. The pain was unbearable. The hero immediately screamed. It seemed to him that his veins were about to burst. The system reported that the guy had administered Felonia's serum. The mutation process was 12% complete. The chance of failure was reduced by the gene-mixing serum. Stan even tore the sheet from the pain, but he had to wait for the mutation to complete. The process was 73% complete, and Stan continued to writhe in excruciating pain the entire time. After a couple of minutes, the mutation process was completed. The system reported that Stan received the ability of Basic Life Enhancement. This ability converts stamina into additional health points at a rate of 1 to 15. Transformation? A useful thing. I gained a lot from the task this time. After a little rest, the hero went to take a shower. In the shower, he began to think about his ability. Now I have 60 stamina. which means I can extract 990 health points from them, almost doubling it. I'm level 30, and already have more than 2,000 health. Mark was level 38, and his number of points was nowhere near mine. It's good that I didn't turn into a mountain of muscles, but retained my former attractive appearance. Combined with electromagnetic armor and mechanisms that have yet to be created, enemies will have no choice but to vomit blood. As soon as the guy got out of the shower, his phone rang, and the hero, wiping his head, picked it up. The voice on the phone said that an emissary from the Chazrod's family wanted to meet with Mr. Black. A few hours later, our hero went to the house of the Chazrod's family. The man introduced himself as a fan and said that they were the ones who announced the award for the War Rose. Stan, smoking a cigarette, said that Afan had clearly called him for a different task. The man looked at the hero with a serious look. Apparently, it was better to get straight to the point. "Okay, I'll ask you straight," said Afan. "Were you the one who visited the abandoned base in the Sumal Desert?" The reward money for the mission remained untouched for 3 years. Many of the killers returned home empty-handed. The fact that you, Mr. Black, managed to do it alone is astonishing. "You flatter me," Stan replied, and took out his pack of cigarettes. "You and I are the employer and the mercenary. The task is completed. We go our separate ways," said the guy, lighting a cigarette. Exhaling cigarette smoke, he added that he had indeed entered the abandoned base. He immediately understood what this man wanted, so he quickly took out and put Felonius' serum on the table and told Afan to name his price for it. The man suspected something was wrong. Why such frankness? Stan replied that if the man needed this serum so much, he would buy it. Afan offered $1 million, but Stan said the price he was offering didn't seem fair. The serum had been stored for several decades, the man explained, and it was impossible to say for sure whether it was still effective. The proposed price was already high. The hero did not let the emissary finish speaking and said that he agreed to the deal. A fan couldn't believe his ears. Why did the guy agree so quickly? Stan, finishing his cigarette, explained that it was a gift to a friend. Afan smiled approvingly and said that the payment would soon be deposited into the mercenary's account. "And also both the Chazrod's family and I personally express our gratitude to you," said Afan, and shook the hero's hand. At that moment, the guy opened a new side of reputation. His authority in front of the Chazrod's family increased by 1,800 points. The emissary said that he would walk the hero to the car while they were walking. Stan decided to ask what felony was. In the homeland of the research program, which began due to the continuous conflicts that have been going on for ages in the Sumal Desert, there were many bases for conducting scientific and technical research. The serum you brought is one of the products of their developments. Stan laughed. He said that he thought that the magical ruins actually existed, and it was just a serum. "There is no magic in this world," Afan replied. "Here is my phone number. If you need help, call me. I would like to increase my reputation in the Blood Oath Society. Is there a suitable task?" Afan took the tablet from the car and replied that Stan had asked just in time. He handed him the tablet and asked to take a look. Taking the tablet in his hands, Stan saw a system window that said it was top secret and unauthorized access was prohibited. Assassins from the Blood Oath Society, Darkness level and above, are invited to participate in the mission to defend the River Valley Manor, which is located in the Eastern Star Dragon. Afan said that with Stan's current level it can't be done, but he could quietly open access. If he does it, he will get a dark level. The hero accepted the offer and returned to his room to think about the future task. 300 people accepted the task. Its difficulty is clearly not low. You will need to avoid fights, and the equipment needs to be upgraded. "I just need to make one more drawing to upgrade my class," Stan said, and started combining abilities to create a drawing. He wasted his experience and every time he got useless garbage, but the guy kept trying to create something worthwhile. And finally, he successfully completed the combination. He created electromagnetic boots and received 12,000 experience for it. At that moment, he felt a surge of strength. The system reported that the hero had advanced in class and received a new class, a trainee mechanic. He had learned thorough repair and medium improvement. His level rose from 30 to 34. He decided to continue pumping attribute points into intelligence and pour the remaining points into leveling up. The hero increased the sliding fire to the 4th level and began to improve the equipment. He spent the whole day improving it and finally finished it towards nightfall. The hero created a 2nd-generation rover, a combat robot with 2 machine guns on board, an enemy identification system, and high durability. He also created electromagnetic boots and decided to call them shoes. The sole of these boots creates an electromagnetic field that reduces friction. They are suitable for wearing on different types of terrain. After preparing for the mission, Stan called Antonio and asked him to help him prepare the attack helicopter. The guy didn't even think that he would return to the Star Dragon so soon. Having reached the town of White Seagull by helicopter and then by car, he reached the estate where there was a sign saying no entry for outsiders. After getting out of the car, the guy went inside the estate and saw a beautiful landscape. After walking a little further, he heard a shot that was aimed at the ground right in front of his feet. Stan immediately realized that it was a sniper who fired a warning shot. He remembered that he first needed to show his ID, and then he would be able to pass. The guy took the assassin's badge out of his pocket and showed it to the sniper. Then he hid the badge and took a step forward. Since the sniper was no longer shooting, it meant he could pass. After walking a short distance, the hero found himself at a fortified military base. The commander immediately noticed the new fighter. He pointed to another guy and said that this man named Alan was in charge of the recruits. Alan raised his hand and greeted the guy. It was a man with scars on his face. The squad leader asked the hero what he specializes in, and Stan replied that he was a sniper. "Great. We just need someone to shoot from a long distance," Alan said. "I'm not quite sure yet what exactly to do. Who are we protecting and for how long?" Stan asked. "There hasn't been an order from above yet," Alan replied. "And the enemy attacks almost every day. Our target is hiding somewhere in that estate and doesn't stick his head out, so who the hell knows if there's anyone there at all? If we can hold off the attack, I'll get out of here in a jiffy. By the way, what level are you? Dark or Ghost?" "My level is Scorpio," Stan answered shortly. Alan got angry. He didn't understand what the guy had forgotten during that operation. His qualifications weren't enough. But the hero replied that he was already here, and the level wasn't important. There was nothing to do since he came. Stan would be useful for something, if he could hit the enemy. That would be good, Alan thought. See those 3 fortifications? Go to the one in the middle. The Feng brothers will be there. They will meet you. The hero followed the commander's order and went to one of the towers. In the tower sat 2 guys who seemed to be dozing, both of them clutching their rifles tightly to themselves. Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes and asked the newcomer's code name, level, and skill. Stan also briefly answered that his code name was Mr. Black, level Scorpion, specialization Sniper. Brother Feng spat. He didn't understand why they sent a Scorpion to them, so he sent Stan to the left fortification to help the old sniper and finish off those they missed. Stan didn't argue and went to the next tower. Going inside, he repeated this mantra again. Newbie, Scorpion, Sniper. The old man, hearing that the boy was a Scorpio, said that he would have a left side, and he would be responsible for the right side himself. The hero approached the left side, where the view was extremely narrow. Even with his skills, it would be difficult. Having started to prepare for the battle, the guy saw a system message which said that he had called a chain of tasks to protect the estate. Firstly, he did not need to check the identity of the target for protection. Secondly, he could not leave his post. Thirdly, he could not allow enemies to enter the estate. For the first task to clear out enemies, he would receive 20,000 experience. The hero took out his sniper rifle and decided to finish the first task first, and then he would see how much they would give for the second one. If the reward did not suit him, he would refuse. Closer to night, enemy helicopters flew over the estate. Stan, hearing the noise, looked out from behind cover to assess the situation. At this time, enemy tanks attacked the fortifications of the estate, firing at the barriers. Alan shouted that they were under attack. All the soldiers immediately grabbed their rifles and prepared for battle. A battle ensued. Forces of an unknown enemy stormed the estate. They had quite impressive weapons from armored personnel carriers, tanks, and infantry. But the estate also had good fortifications, which successfully held back the enemy. Stan also did not stand aside and purposefully mowed down one enemy after another. He aimed mainly at the most dangerous opponents, such as machine gunners on tanks. One of the soldiers with a grenade launcher shouted that there was an enemy sniper above and he needed to be crushed. They opened fire with grenade launchers on the buildings where the snipers were located. The defending soldiers took advantage of the enemy's weakened state and attacked with redoubled force. The enemy vehicles were engulfed in flames, and it seemed as if hell had come to Earth. The enemy commander shouted that they were defeated because the enemy's sniper was too accurate. He ordered his men to retreat, and the remaining fighters immediately climbed into armored personnel carriers and drove away. "Are you really leaving already?" Stan thought and smiled. After firing a few more shots, he killed the retreating enemy fighters, but some still managed to escape. The old man who was Stan's partner praised the newcomer. A system window appeared in front of the guy, which informed him that he had completed the first part of the task and received 20,000 experience. This amount did not suit Stan, but the next defense task was supposed to give 80,000 experience. For the first wave, they gave 20,000. For the second, 80,000. Based on the growth proportion for the third wave, they will give 320,000 experience. These figures already suited him, and while there was nothing else to do, he decided to go to the supply department. Maybe he could earn some experience there. A few minutes later, the guy arrived at the River Valley estate in the supply department. The soldier brought a machine gun to the old man and asked him to fix it, but he said that he would fix it tomorrow as soon as he woke up. At that moment, Stan came through the door and said that if it was urgent, he could fix it because he worked quickly. The soldier was surprised by such a proposal, but the old man did not believe that the hero could cope so quickly. "Whether I can handle it or not, you'll find out when I finish," Stan said, and took the machine gun from the soldier. Having brought the weapon to the workbench, the hero immediately began to quickly repair it. The soldier was surprised. The mechanic's movements were progressive. He really is a master. Literally a few minutes and the repair is complete. The system reported that the hero received 2,000 experience for his first repair. The soldier couldn't believe his eyes. The guy really did it very quickly. Several guys approached Stan. They were also mechanics who recognized one of their own. They had a lot of things that needed repair, but unfortunately they lacked specialization, so they didn't have time to fix everything. Stan took the hint and said he would be happy to help with the repairs. The hero began to repair all the soldiers' weapons. His specialization was enough to repair them one by one in a matter of seconds. The mechanic was shocked by what he saw. The guy was repairing and upgrading their weapons at an incredible speed. Within minutes, a crowd of fighters had gathered around Stan, watching him work with amazement. Suddenly, a soldier came to the window and said that the enemy was attacking and they needed to prepare for battle. But the guys didn't want to leave. They wanted to watch the master's work for a few more minutes. After some time, a siren sounded, warning of an enemy attack. Stan ran to his position to prepare for battle. "Where have you been?" the old man shouted. "The left side is behind you." The hero took his sniper rifle in his hand and told the old man that he could rely on him. The enemy was advancing, and he still had impressive firepower from tanks, helicopters, and armored vehicles. This time, the defending forces were inferior in firepower, and the first flank was immediately broken. Snipers opened fire on their targets to support allied fighters. Thanks to the fine work of Stan and the other snipers, they were able to take the initiative into their own hands. Even the enemy soldiers who stormed the estate noticed that the enemy had a great sniper. While shooting at the soldiers, Stan realized that this wave was more powerful than the previous one. But for him, any enemy was a mere trifle, so he easily eliminated one fighter after another. The battle with an unknown enemy continued until the morning. The estate managed to hold out again, and the commanders of the attackers ordered a retreat. The system informed the hero that he had completed the second task and received 80,000 points. In the third round, he would receive 150,000. These numbers were already impressive, but the guy understood that the next wave would be harsh. After all, judging by those who died in this wave, the chance that they will cope is 10%. Night fell. Thunderclouds covered the clouds and pouring rain began. The commander shouted to his subordinates to quickly bring the supplies inside, otherwise they would all get wet. Stan sat in his sniper's position and looked out the window at the rain. "The weather is perfect for an attack. If the enemy comes in the evening," the boy said. The old man got a little angry. He hoped that the hero was wrong. But suddenly a siren blared over the camp. The old man jumped up abruptly. "We need to prepare for battle. The enemy is coming." A few seconds later, the guys heard the roar of the engines of combat vehicles. The captain saw the enemy through his binoculars and ordered his squad to duck. At that moment, the cannon of one of the vehicles fired. Before the detachment could even move, their fortification was immediately covered by an explosion. The first squad reports, "We have a lot to lose," Alan shouted into the radio. Suddenly, he heard an approaching noise. Combat helicopters were approaching the boys. This time, the enemy was much better armed. The helicopters opened fire. Alan shouted into the radio to the snipers to shoot down the warbirds. The Fung brothers replied that they would take on the job and began targeting the pilots. "The glass on these helicopters is shatterproof," Stan thought. "They don't give a damn about ordinary projectiles." And indeed, the brothers hit the glass of the helicopters, but it only cracked, and the bullets did not harm the pilots in any way. But now the pilots could see where the snipers were sitting. They immediately opened fire on the building, blowing it up at its foundations. Stan realized that he had to run, otherwise he too would be covered by enemy fire. The guy ran out of the building. The old man didn't understand where Stan went. It seemed to him that the sniper simply decided to run away. But Stan made it in time, and at the very moment of his jump, the building exploded. The siege of the fortified estate continued, and the sounds of explosions could be heard everywhere. "They can't cope," said an unknown bald old man watching the battle from the estate. There was another man standing with him, a man with a scar on his face, flexing his arms. he decided that it was probably time for him to join the fight. The old man smiled and replied that he didn't mind if his old friend warmed up. But suddenly the man with the scar saw something that amazed him. Someone fired a precise shot at the helicopter and shot it down. Stan was delighted with his first victory. Reloading his weapon, he decided that there was no need to rush for now. The pilots of the other helicopters realized that there were still difficult opponents in the ruins. They needed to be checked. Under one of them lay an old sniper, pinned down by a slab, but he was still alive. Suddenly he raised his head and became scared. A helicopter hovered in front of him, already sending 2 missiles at the old man. At that moment, Stan grabbed the old man. He managed to snatch it from the clutches of death by jumping away from the site of the explosion. The old man, who had experienced shock, began to cry. He realized that they were all finished. The helicopters were too powerful. "Come to your senses," Stan shouted. "Find a place to shoot from." The guy himself activated the step and decided that he would deal with these helicopters. The birds of the sky continued to destroy the defensive line. The surviving brothers realized that the helicopter was looking for them. The enemy had passed the second line of defense. The combat vehicles and tanks continued to advance, and it seemed that this was truly the end. The air sparkled under the hero's feet. Like lightning, Stan ran to an advantageous position to strike the enemy. Having sat down in a comfortable position, he took aim at the first target. One shot and the whole area heard the explosion of the annoying helicopter. The soldiers perked up. Alan was glad that they had an amazing sniper. Now was the time to attack the enemy. The defenders opened fire, while the helicopters were distracted by Stan. Alan and his squad were able to hit several enemies. Meanwhile, the hero settled into a new position. A second shot with an incendiary cartridge, and the second helicopter immediately caught fire. Suddenly, the system reported that Stan is a sniper on the move. Now he loses less accuracy when shooting on the move and gets an increased rate of fire using sniper rifles. It was a new skill, and the guy decided that he needed to pump it up even more, just for the current situation. Stan was fired upon, but he deftly dodged and fired again as he fell. The last helicopter was shot down and, what's more, it fell on a tank. With one shot, the hero destroyed 2 targets. Now the enemy's advantage is over. Alan, seeing that there were no more helicopters, shouted to the squad that it was time to begin the assault. The inspired warriors opened fire on the enemy. A hail of bullets fell on the attackers. Now without air support, they were powerless. The driver of the combat vehicle became angry and hit the steering wheel in rage. The radio announced that it was time to retreat, and the third wave of the enemy turned around. "We got away with it. They almost broke through the line of defense. We were lucky with the sniper," Alan said. "It's just not clear why the Scorpion is so experienced." Thanks to a newbie who just joined us, we completed the dark level task. A system window appeared in front of Stan, which informed him that the third round was completed. The conditions of the task had changed, and a fourth round had appeared. Defend against 5 attacks. The reward will be 40,000 experience points per wave. The accumulated experience will not be lost if the mission fails. The hero realized that there will be a special reward for this task, but it will be difficult. At that moment, he was distracted by Alan, who reported on the radio that the one they were protecting had left the building. All the surviving fighters, including Stan, gathered at the entrance to the estate. "Thank you for your excellent work," said the old man. "I will name those with whom I would like to speak personally." Stan was surprised to see the second person come out. It was Bennett Anderson, but why was he here? This man is the main character of the planet Aquamarine. The main storyline is built around him. This character is also an instructor of secret abilities. The old man named certain soldiers, and one of them was Mr. Black. Before entering the building, Stan took out his phone and called a fan. The aristocrat was surprised that the guy was calling. Stan asked a fan to lend him a couple of things, namely the Sword of the Silver Guardians and the sniper rifle Lock Hawk. A fan agreed to this deal. At that moment, a system appeared in front of the guy, which reported that the authority points with the Shazerod's family were lowered. Stan decided to prepare. Since he was so lucky to meet the main character of the planet, he could not miss this opportunity. The soldiers, including Stan, entered and were gathered in the living room. "My name is Wang Yu," said the old man. "In the future, I will still need your protection. The doors of this estate will always be open for you if you want to drop in and take a rest. Gentlemen, you are all the main forces of defense of the estate. For completing the task, I will privately give you a fee." Hearing these words, the guys were happy, all except Stan. They immediately jumped up with joy and decided to go and rest at the estate. "I'm not holding you back," Wang Yu replied. "Do whatever you want." Seeing that Mr. Black was not leaving, Wang Yu asked the guy what he wanted. "I'd like to speak to this man alone," Stan replied, pointing at Bennett. Wang Yu left and left the 2 men alone. The servants of the estate brought tea. Bennett took the mug and asked Stan if they had met before. Bennett Anderson, the hero, began the conversation. You were once a legendary man, the commander of the select squad Ordna. You were called the Azure Devil. After leaving the Ordna, a reward of 15 million was placed on your head. You literally disappeared for 2 years. And then, having become stronger, you began to help civilians who suffered during the war and founded a large organization that would later become the Shadow Internet. Bennett was shocked to hear all the information about himself. Bennett had no other explanation for this awareness other than that Stan was a fan of his. The guy thought about it. He realized that he shouldn't bother Bennett if he wanted to ask for help, so he pretended that he was really a fan and always dreamed of meeting the hero. The past is in the past, Bennett replied. So why were you looking for me? It wasn't for an autograph, was it? No, of course not, Stan replied, thinking that Bennett had too high an opinion of himself. I heard that you are one of the strongest people on the planet. Do you want to challenge me? No, of course not. I would just like you to teach me a couple of tricks. It's interesting, Bennett said, raising the cup to his mouth. You're the first one who's asked to be my apprentice, but the sniper doesn't need my appointments. That's how it is. Then I won't bother you anymore. Same thing again, Stan thought. Until I fulfill the prerequisite, my request will be rejected. In order to study with him, I need to give a special gift. Fortunately, I already have everything ready. Some time passed, and fighting began again on the front lines. One of the soldiers greeted the new beauty and asked her to join her. It was a mercenary with the pseudonym Golden Fox. The girl asked the soldier what was going on here. The number of enemies increases with each offensive, the guy replied. But we are not giving up our positions. The north, south, and northeastern lines of defense are under the personal command of Mr. Black, so everything is under control there. Mr. Black? Who is he? The girl asked. He is a scorpion-level killer but as accurate as the devil, the guy answered. Scorpio? It seems somehow imprudent to leave command to him. Real strength speaks for itself on the battlefield. Don't take liberties, the guy answered the girl, switching to a serious tone. The girl was surprised to think that she did not dispute their choice, but this soldier reacted very sharply. I wonder where this Mr. Black got such authority from. Meanwhile, on the River Valley estate, on the western slope of the mountain, the guys defended themselves from the enemy. Lisa was also with them. The girl was a sniper and noticed that enemy armored vehicles were approaching from the other side. She raised her sniper rifle but suddenly noticed that a bullet had pierced the enemy soldier's head. The girl was simply in shock. She was surprised that Mr. Black had killed the enemy so quickly. He was the strongest sniper she could remember. Another shot rang out, and this time the shot shot down the enemy helicopter. The system reported that the 4th wave out of 5 had been repelled. Stan understood that the difficulty was increasing, but he could handle the waves. But what to do to get the secret reward was still unclear. Suddenly, the guy was contacted by radio and informed that some person from the Chisrod's family was looking for Stan. The guy was surprised that the family worked so quickly. He met with the man and took the suitcase. Stan knew that in the game, Bennett liked to collect old things that were no longer in production. Depending on the gift, he teaches different techniques. The total number of gifts is limited, as is the number of players who can learn from him. In his past life, players were at each other's throats over moves, but he just needs to improve his relationship. So Stan immediately went to meet Bennett. What do you want? The man asked. And at that moment, Stan opened the suitcase and said that he wanted to learn fighting techniques. Bennett smiled and just wanted to say that he had already spoken about the techniques, when suddenly he stopped, seeing what was inside. Inside the suitcase was the sword of the Silver Guardians. You want to give it to me? How did you find out about my passion for antique weapons? You are definitely my fan. Haha. Well, yes, I am indeed your devoted fan. There was a silent pause in the air as Bennett examined the rare blade in the suitcase. Okay, I'm ready to teach you. Stan was surprised to hear this answer. What were you thinking? I'm telling you, I'm ready to teach you. Isn't it clear without further ado? Stan smiled triumphantly. Getting the legendary moves was easy as pie. By morning, Stan and Bennett went to the training room. In the old days, I myself, through trial and error, learned many techniques to get rid of my weakness, said the man with the scar, one of which I nicknamed a flash of will, did not give in to me at all. Here it is, that very technique. Stan was delighted to hear about the legendary ability. Our body has a power that it does not use due to the guardianship of the brain. If you break through the brain's limitations, a person will be overwhelmed with power. However, this method also has serious consequences. After searching for a long time, Bennett found a way to remove the restrictions in combat without harm to health. A system appeared in front of the hero, which informed him that Bennett had taught him the flash of will technique. and since Stan's intelligence exceeded 100 points, he had fulfilled the necessary condition for learning the technique. But the current progress was only 3%. The boys sat in the lotus position, and Bennett said to concentrate on their breathing. The main character spent the whole day teaching Stan the technique. And then, evening came. The system reported that Flash of Will has been studied 100%. The technique has passive and active abilities. Active ability, after spending 10% of energy and stamina, the next attack will deal 150% to 500% damage. Cooldown 30 minutes, and the passive ability is the activation of the active one when health is less than 20%. Stan laughed a little. Bennett didn't understand why and asked the guy if he had learned. The hero replied that yes. Hearing these words, the teacher stood up and asked to show what the boy had learned. Stan just smirked slightly. He clenched his fist and immediately it began to become covered in blue energy. The mechanic attacked the teacher. The system reported that the hero dealt damage equal to 136% of his normal attack. But Bennett easily blocked it, and the guy was able to see the characteristics of the main character. Stan was shocked. It's not for nothing that he is called the main character of the planet now, although he has the status of internal damage, but even so, Stan's energy level is lower. Not bad. You actually managed to master this ability. Stan bowed his head and thanked the teacher. Towards evening, he went on patrol to one of the points. While the guy was observing the area, he suddenly heard someone calling him. It was the Golden Fox who asked if the guy would have time to teach her marksmanship. "Everyone here practically worships you," the girl said, and leaned closer to the guy, revealing her lush breasts to his gaze. "Behave yourself, lady," Stan replied, turning away indifferently. "I just wanted to ask for advice and nothing more." I took the fox guy by the shoulder, but Stan replied that she shouldn't even try, because he doesn't like girls. Could he really be one of these? The fox thought. No, I don't like guys either. I'm not interested in people in principle, living beings included. The girl got scared when she heard these words and immediately ran away. Stan thought it was too naive to try to hook him with something like that. Today the enemy did not attack, and closer to night the hero returned to the estate to rest. Lying on the bed, the guy wondered if the enemy would attack tomorrow. Suddenly he heard a strange noise outside the window. The hero came closer to take a closer look, and in the window he saw a familiar car. And suddenly he was surprised. Kira was getting out of the car. What is a man from the 13th unit doing here? Outside, the leadership of the 13th Division greeted Wang Yu. More than 10 years have passed, the old man said. You are one of the trump cards of the 13th Division, and I am the head of the dark internet. If not for this situation, fate would hardly have brought us together again. There have been military actions in the Star Dragon territory for more than 10 years, which has a negative impact on it. What are you doing in the end? Our leadership is all for maintaining neutrality, Wang Yu replied. But there are some miserly careerists who are ready to exchange it, and we, the conservatives, are an obstacle for them, which they have decided to eliminate. I have sent people to take action against them. Many have already died. In the next 2 days, we expect a counterattack. Kira, who was standing silently, suddenly turned her attention to the second floor. She noticed a dark silhouette in the window. Someone was peeping. Damn, Kira might recognize me. I need to be careful. Suddenly, the girl was distracted by her superior, who told her to take a couple of people under her command and monitor the situation in the battle. Then she needed to report everything. Closer to the morning, the battle began, and combat helicopters attacked the area again. This time, in addition to equipment, there were also special fighters with superpowers. Experienced mercenaries skillfully killed ordinary soldiers. Damn, these enemies are too strong, one of the soldiers shouted. Suddenly, a shot from a sniper rifle rang out. At that very second, the head of one of the fighters was blown to pieces. They're not that strong, Stan said with a grin. After some time, the last fifth wave was successfully repelled. The system reported that Stan had successfully completed the mission and received 200,000 experience points. However, the hidden condition was not met. The hidden condition was to prevent the 13th unit from appearing if the hero had finished each battle quickly without causing any disturbances. Then perhaps the unit would not have arrived. At this moment, Wang Yu called the hero over the radio. While the hero was walking towards the estate, he was thinking about the task. Initially, he had only 4 segments, but the failure of the hidden condition activated another one. What will it be? I will need some guards to go to the White Seagull to meet with the 13th Division, Wang Yu said to the assembled fighters. Moonlight, Volcano, Hunter, Golden Fox, and Mr. Black. I ask the 5 of you to guard me. The reward will be increased, and if you refuse, I will not insist. No problem, one of the mercenaries with a big mustache answered. Stan also agreed because if he refused, the mission would fail. there was no choice. A system window appeared in front of the hero, which reported the details of the task. It was necessary to cope with the impending danger. The condition of failure would be the death of the hero. At that moment, Stan realized that a rather difficult enemy awaited them. The mercenaries, along with the head of the dark web, boarded the bus and went to the Star Dragon. Stan, sitting on the bus, watched the others carefully. Suddenly, he looked sharply at the Golden Fox, who immediately became frightened by the dangerous guy's gaze. "Are you kidding?" Stan thought. "How can there be so many shadows?" The team soon arrived at the 13th Division in the city of White Seagull. "I will be safe here," Wang Yu said. "You can take a walk around the city. We will meet at this same place tomorrow." Usagi asked if the guys had any plans. One of the guys said that he wanted to have fun at the club and invited the Golden Fox to go with him. "No, I won't go. I'm only interested in handsome guys." Then the mustachioed man decided to ask Mr. Black and another young mercenary, but they also refused. The young mercenary said that he would go patrol the area. Meanwhile, in a hut far from the city, an unknown man was lighting a cigarette. He saw a notification on his computer saying that his next target was Wang Yu, who was guarded by 214 mercenaries and 14 contract killers, all dark level, and one scorpion mercenary. The reward for the task was $2,000. The man just laughed when he saw such a funny number, and at that moment his phone rang. "Didn't I already say no?" said the mercenary. "Mr. Baijin, Bennett is with them. You are the only one who can resist him." "6 million, Baijin replied, his hand electrified. The man on the other end of the phone agreed to raise the reward to 6 million, and Baijin agreed. Stan walked around the city. It seemed strange to him that on the 5th mission they gave him time to do his own thing. The guy believed that danger could strike at any moment. You can't waste the time given to you. It's better to complete the task given in this city and get a reward from it. Suddenly, Stan felt like he was being followed. Is this an enemy or a man from the 13th Division? The hero went into the nearest toilet and activated his camouflage mask. He also destroyed the cameras in the toilet with pistol shots. Coming out of the booth, he was transformed. The hero thought that the guys were still too young to follow him. Meanwhile, in the control room of the 13th Division, the man who was following Mr. Black reported that he went into the restroom and then disappeared. "The surveillance cameras are out of order. I collected data from other cameras around the city, but he is nowhere to be found." Suddenly, Kira realized that this man was Stan. No, why would I mistake everyone for Stan? I must have been working too hard." Meanwhile, the hero arrived at the ancient street of the city of White Seagull. The pink-haired girl heard someone knocking on the window and came closer. There was a man with white hair outside the window. It was Stan. "God, what a handsome guy," the girl thought and asked the guy what he came for. "May I come in? I want to look at the antiques." The girl let the guy in. The hero asked her if she was the owner of the store. The sweet girl timidly replied that she was the owner. Her reaction seemed strange to Stan. Did his appearance really look strange? The owner decided to show the antiques to the guy when suddenly he asked, "Where is Tang Shu?" Hearing this name, the girl became frightened and dropped one of the vases. Stan's face turned stern and he pulled out his gun. The hero pointed the gun at her and ordered her to take it to him. The girl did not resist and led the guy into a small house. Looking at Stan with fear, she tapped out the password. The door was opened by a small man, a robber known as Tang Shu. Stan immediately recognized him. He is a seller of unique things from another world. So elusive that the only opportunity to meet him comes during a mission with a prize fund in this city. Tang Shu tried to run away, but suddenly he heard a gunshot and the bullet landed right at his feet. "Stop. One more step and the next shot will not be on the ground," Stan threatened. "Are you from Jack?" Tang Shu said fearfully. "Wait until I complete the deal, and then I will return the money." "No, I was looking for you for another reason. I want to join this deal. I don't know why you need to help me, but it looks like you're sincere," the robber replied, looking at the guy's weapon. A system window appeared in front of Stan and informed him that he had accepted the task of capturing the relic of Li Xin, which had been forcibly taken away from the city museum, and that he needed to return 10 relics. "So I'm relying on you now," said the sweet girl. "The museum used to ask my father for permission to display 10 antiques, but when my father died I took them back, but they got angry and stole them." "Don't worry, I'll figure it out and give you your things back," Stan replied, smiling. The hero stood up and asked Tang Shu when they would move out. The robber replied that they would move out as soon as the guy finished preparing. He was also curious about what Stan wanted as a reward. "No problem," the hero replied. "Let's get started right now, I don't have much time." In a past life, the guild set a prize fund, which eventually increased to colossal sizes. The revenue was huge, but since Stan was the first, the entire reward would go into his pocket. After some time, the heroes arrived at the city museum. The building has 3 floors. Here's the plan, said the robber, drawing in a notebook. At the beginning, Before he could finish speaking, Stan was already running. No, wait! Tang Shu shouted in shock. But Stan wasn't used to waiting. He jumped straight into the museum window at full speed. What are you doing? We wanted to sneak in. You're too boring, said the guy. Come in quickly. The siren rang and the guards took up their batons when they saw the thieves. Stan, without wasting any time, quickly smashed the display cases and collected all the valuables. The boys quickly started running away. But suddenly Stan stopped. A group of guards were already running towards them, ready to receive the guests. Stan turned to Tang Shu and said that it was time for him to prove himself. Hey, do I look like a warrior? Stan decided to help him believe in himself a little. Here's a boost of confidence for you, the hero said, kicking Tang Shu in the ass. Hit him! The guards shouted when they saw the guy flying towards them. The crooked-toothed robber burst into tears when he saw the clubs above his face. Tang Shu was unable to dodge the first blow. Realizing that he was not a warrior after all, Tang Shu crawled on his knees to Stan and said that he couldn't handle it. Then the hero offered to show him one spell that doubles combat power. Sniffling, the robber decided to look at him. Now repeat after me. With a light movement of his foot, Stan sent the robber straight into the guards' clutches for the second time. The guards began to beat Tang Shu. But the spell worked, and the robber rose from his knees and grabbed the guard by the baton. He snatched the weapon from their hands and put one of them down. But his confidence did not last long, and the guards began beating the robber again. Well, I can't, bro. I beg you. You have a gun. Finish them off. No need to beg me, Stan replied, hitting Tang Shu on the ass for the 3rd time. I can only support you morally and motivate you again if you want. This situation irritated the robber more and more. He stood up and picked up one of the valuable vases. He then hit the guard in the face with the vase. Hey, what are you doing? This is a cultural monument, the guard shouted, worried about the vase. Shut up, Tang Shu shouted and threw the vase at the guy. The relic shattered into small pieces from such a powerful blow. Soon the robbers came out onto the street. Tang Shu was greedily gulping air. Suddenly he heard the sounds of a police siren. The robbery was not over yet. Tang Shu was scared. Time to run, Stan said to his partner and activated the speed boost. But suddenly more police cars stopped in front of the heroes. Don't move, the policeman shouted, pointing his gun at the boys. Stan grabbed Tang Shu abruptly and held a knife to his throat. He ordered the officers to drop their weapons or he would kill the hostage. What? The law enforcement officers looked at him in surprise. He's your accomplice. Who are you trying to fool? Oh damn, it didn't work, Stan said disappointedly, letting go of his partner. What did you expect? That it would work? The robber shouted. Well, it was worth a try, Stan replied. It wouldn't have made things worse. Tang Shu wanted to ask what they would do now, but Stan got ahead of him, sharply grabbing his partner's hand. His sneakers became electrified. Stan said that they had already done their job. All that was left was to hide. With these words, the hero rushed past the police using his special boots. Meanwhile, we are transported to a bar where other mercenaries have gone to relax. 2 of them got very drunk. The guy said that he wanted to get some sleep because tomorrow he was going to the 13th unit. Suddenly, light footsteps were heard behind them. The mercenary raised his head and asked his comrade if he thought someone was following them. Usadi-I replied that he didn't think so. His partner had simply had too much to drink. A few hours later, in the 13th division of the city, White Seagull. 3 of your guards were killed, Kira said. The wounds were identical. They were inflicted quickly with a sharp weapon, piercing either the heart or the throat. The evidence suggests they did not resist. The killer was incredibly strong. Is there any footage from the cameras? Kevin asked. There were no cameras in that area, Kira answered. So that's where they were attacked. Wang Yu's fist clenched. He realized who it was. The ability to hide and extraordinary speed can only be possessed by a hidden demon. He's a killer with an extraordinary talent for becoming invisible, Kevin thought. The demon might want to eliminate all of your guards first, Bennett noted. He asked Kevin to order the guards watching to inform them of an immediate gathering. The Golden Fox was resting in the hotel, and Mr. Black had escaped surveillance. The hidden demon is a direct enemy of the sniper. Bennett was afraid that Mr. Black might have problems this time. Wang Yu frowned and fell silent. Then he gave the order, send people to look for him. Do everything to find him. Meanwhile, Stan and his partner safely reached the shelter. The guy was happy about completing the task, for which he received 102,000 experience. In the corner of the house lay a frightened Tang Shu, who told the guy that he never wanted to see him again under any circumstances. The hero returned to the city and thought about the mission. He was glad that during these days he had already managed to accumulate 700,000 experience. Suddenly, he sensed danger. Two blades struck the hero's neck, but his protective suit activated in time and blocked the blows. Stan turned around abruptly and crouched down, but he didn't see anyone behind him. That's strange. The hero assumed that his enemy was invisible. The mechanic suddenly pulled out his pistol and fired a couple of shots towards the enemy. In the cloud of smoke, he barely noticed the fast figure that was heading towards him. The unknown person delivered lightning-fast blows that were difficult to dodge. What speed? I can't detect it. Damn, it's a hidden demon. The hero crouched, and another blow of the blades passed over his head. There is no way back. We must fight back quickly. The guy used his new mechanisms. He summoned a swarm of electric bees. There were too many bees, and as soon as the unknown hit them, the bees immediately released a lightning discharge. Thanks to this, it was possible to at least somehow notice his movements. Stan took out his gun and tried to hit the enemy. After a few shots, the guy realized that it was useless. The demon had excellent reactions and easily dodged the projectiles. Meanwhile, the demon began to destroy the insects so that they would not bother him. He then took on Stan, landing multiple blows that were blocked by the hero's suit. Stan was irritated by this and loaded a special clip. Then the hero fired one shot. The shot spread a cloud of toxic smoke across the area. The system reported that the guy had been slightly poisoned and was losing 3 health points every second. Stan decided to see which of them would last longer in the poisonous smoke. After all, he believed that he was better protected, and the situation played into his hands, so it was impossible to get close to him. The hero was confident that he could lure out the hidden demon with such tactics, but he still can't hit the hidden demon. The situation is stalemate, but the enemy can escape. This cannot be allowed. The hero decided that if he pretended that the poisonous fog had really hurt him, the demon would rush after him. So he made a dash and jumped out of the poisonous cloud of smoke. Running forward, Stan turned around to see if his enemy was catching up with him. The demon did not lag behind. He chased after the prey. Pushing off the building, the demon jumped onto Stan's back and inflicted some more damage. The system reported that the demon was level 44, and Stan received 37 and 39 damage. The blows are strong and fast. If it weren't for the electromagnetic armor, I would have spent a ton of health in 10 seconds. First, I need to gain speed to dodge attacks. He'll never be able to keep up with my mechanism. While the hero was running, he suddenly took out his phone and asked Antonio to deliver his robot. Everything was going according to plan. The demon continued to chase, just a little more, and he would be finished. After a few kilometers, the guy ran to the car. But the oppressive aura of the enemy disappeared. Apparently, the hidden demon became wary and left. A few minutes later, the hero reached the point where Antonio was already waiting for him. The guy asked where Stan's enemy was. The hero replied that he had left, and that he needed to return to the plane, fix his gear, and try out something new. "Am I your driver or something?" Antonio shouted. Meanwhile, the news reached the 13th Division. Bennett was surprised that the demon not only did not kill the sniper, but also escaped from him. The guy asked where Black was now. Kira replied that something connected him with Fan's group. He was now on their transport plane. "Probably fixing the equipment," Wang Yu suggested. "Don't call him, Kevin. Can I ask you to send someone to tell Mr. Black to come to the River Valley estate tomorrow morning?" "Yes, of course. I will send people." Stan was actually sitting there fixing his gear the whole time. He thought that now, the power of small arms was clearly insufficient in a battle against an enemy with a level higher than 40. Electromagnetic weapons would work, but you need to increase your electromagnetism generation skill. You can try to create mediocre drawings and get by with prototypes for the time being. The hero decided to first upgrade his existing skills. The system reported that the hero received a new drawing of the energy battery. "It's a Rubik's Cube. Perfect. Just the portable battery I needed." Then the hero pumped up the basic theory of energy, the basic theory of weapons, and the theory of electromagnetism to the maximum. Now the preparation is complete. Antonio entered the room and reported that people from the 13th had come and said that his employer had changed the meeting time. In the morning, Stan needed to get to the River Valley estate. The hero thanked the man. This arrangement suited him. This evening, the guy decided, he needed to get down to work and finish upgrading the weapon. The system window repeated the word failure many times as the guy tried to upgrade the weapon. "Apparently, I'll have to sit not only in the evening but also at night." Meanwhile, a heated discussion was taking place in the building of the 13th Division. "Senna captured all the traitors," Wang Yu said. This time the operation was successful. Not only were the rebels disposed of, but the organization also began to implement its plan. "I have a feeling that the war will start earlier," Bennett replied. "We need to prepare in advance. The help of the dark web alone will not be enough. We need to cooperate with other forces and organizations. A good plan, Wang Yu replied. I think the Six Nations will help us, but I'm afraid that the side interested in self-interest will look at our resources. This plan should save many lives, Bennett said. If anyone dares to interfere, I will deal with them personally. Suddenly, they heard electrical flashes in the sky. Wang Yu and Bennett ran to the window. They had met them before. Lightning struck the ground and destroyed everything in its path. And along with it, a stranger with burning hair descended to the ground. This stranger was Bai Jin. The lightning god gathered his power and his chest began to glow. Then the lightning passed into his hands, and he fired a discharge into the barrier grill. Now nothing prevented him from penetrating the enemy base. The soldiers were surprised by such impudence. This guy is not even afraid. They immediately opened fire on the enemy. But Bai Jin was immune to bullets because he could create an impenetrable shield out of lightning. Now it's time for him to show his strength. One bolt of lightning and the soldiers' fortification exploded, scattering everyone in different directions. Mr. Black is not here. We can't handle a man who is many times superior to us in level. Don't stand there like a pillar, shoot! The commander of the second line of defense shouted. Shots were fired at the killer from all the windows of the estate. I'm beyond your capabilities, Bai Jin answered calmly, covering himself with lightning. Bullets that hit him instantly melted. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. The killer came closer to the fortifications and raised his hand, collecting the current. Some tried to run away, but others realized that it was pointless. The chain lightning pierced all the soldiers and this discharge was fatal for them. Controlling electricity, it must be smoke lightning, Wang Yu said. Apparently the rebels decided to hire even a high-level criminal. Don't exaggerate, he's a simple young man, Bennett replied. I'll deal with him since the guys outside can't. Bennett jumped out of the window and rushed towards the enemy. Bai Jin was happy to see Bennett. He was the only one he had been waiting for. All of this was observed from the car by cameras. Kira, seeing the monitor, could not contain her emotions. This is Bai Jin. He has destructive ability. We need to report to White Seagull. Meanwhile, the criminal was preparing for battle. He said that no matter how many weaklings he killed, it would not compare to killing a strong opponent. This feeling gave him complete delight, so the criminal jumped towards Bennett. Kira picked up the phone and shouted that Bai Jin had arrived and that Bennett was fighting him right now. But suddenly she heard a loud shot. A bullet pierced the legendary criminal's chest. Bennett didn't understand what just happened. He looked at the hill. Could it really be that sniper? Kira couldn't believe what she was seeing. Kevin was asking on the phone what had happened. And the girl, in shock, replied that Bai Jin had been killed with one shot. Kevin was in shock, and at that moment smoke was coming out of the barrel of the sniper rifle. The system reported that Stan dealt 200% critical damage to Bai Jin's weak spot, and the shot was also enhanced by the Flash of Will, and Stan dealt a total of 1368 damage to the enemy. In his hands was a new Ghost electromagnetic sniper rifle, and although it was still unfinished, it already had excellent characteristics. Bai Jin was bleeding but still alive. He couldn't believe that he would die here, clutching his shot chest. The criminal tried to get up. The situation was not the best. A shot through the chest, cover from an ambush, and Bennett was here. The best solution would be to try to escape. Bai Jin activated his abilities, and although he was wounded, he still had some strength left. However, the criminal did not know that he was already in the sniper's sights. A shot rang out and a bullet pierced the criminal's head. Stan just smiled slightly as he reloaded his rifle. Bennett, who was chasing after Bai Jin, couldn't believe his eyes. Just like everyone else watching, Kevin wanted to know why everyone went silent. What happened there? Kira was speechless. She barely managed to say that Bai Jin was killed. And besides, he was killed with only 2 shots. After some time, a crowd of soldiers gathered at the estate. The soldiers carried Bai Jin's body, and the crowd was whispering, but everyone understood that Mr. Black had done it. Suddenly, the boys heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They immediately fell silent when they saw who was coming. It was Mr. Black, the most accurate and rapid-fire sniper. The boys started shouting and cheering, congratulating Mr. Black and telling him that he was an outstanding person. Nicely done, Bennett told him. As easy as pie, Stan replied, smiling slightly. Not only the soldiers applauded, old man Wang Yu also started clapping. You are smart beyond your years. You shoot so well even I, an old man, was taken aback. You flatter me, replied the hero, while he was nearby. Your life was not in danger. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Black. Now you can rest. Inside the manor, Wang Yu decided to talk to Stan over a cup of tea. The old man said that he had studied the documents and saw that he was sent on this mission by the Chisrod's family. Your level is much higher than the Scorpion's ability, Wang Yu said. I could raise it to the ghost level. Finally, Stan heard what he wanted. Raising the tea to his mouth, he thanked the old man. The system reported that the 5th round was completed, and in addition, the hidden condition was fulfilled, not to let Bennett enter the battle. For this task, the hero received 300,000 experience. They didn't give him a new task. Apparently, that's all. Taking into account the 300,000 experience for killing Bai Jin, Stan has more than 1,000,000 points. It's time to give him a second gift. The sun rose over the estate, announcing the beginning of a new day. The door to Bennett's room opened and the man recognized the guest. Stan walked into the room with a suitcase and announced from the doorway that he would like to learn one more skill. Again? You don't have any other reasons to contact me? At that moment, the hero opened the suitcase, which contained an antique rifle. It's a Lockhawk sniper rifle, Bennett said, surprised. He quickly closed the suitcase and took it for himself. Okay, you've convinced me. Follow me. A few minutes later, our heroes were already in the training room. Bennett said that once upon a time he perfectly mastered the silent gait of an assassin. Perhaps this skill will be useful to Stan. The system reported that a level D task had started. Night Stalker, class change. Bennett taught the hero the necessary skills, but he needs to improve them. And as a reward, he will receive the class Night Stalker. The hero was delighted. In version 1.0, this class was extremely rare. With its help, it will be possible to improve combat tactics. I have told the theory, the rest is a matter of practice. Bennett finished his story. Here's my number. If you have any problems, call me. Bennett also added that perhaps in the future he would need Stan's help. Having heard these words, the guy was pleasantly surprised because this would be Bennett's main plot task in the future. Taking the phone number, Stan said that he would help the man if he needed it. A few days later, in the Star Dragon, the base of the 13th Division. Chief of Intelligence, we have received the dossier. Allow me to report. The dossier talked about Mr. Black, who is currently a serial killer. He only completed 2 missions. In one, the guy destroyed the mercenary gang, Battle Rose, in the Sumal Desert. In the second, he showed an extraordinary ability for sniper shooting while defending the estate. Also, the mercenary forced the invisible demon to retreat and killed Bai Jin with only 2 shots. After reading the dossier, the intelligence chief stamped it approved. He exhaled sternly, stating that the stern guy had appeared again, surprising his colleagues. The dark web said that Mr. Black was ranked 23rd on the list, and everyone was talking about him. The boss said that everyone was shocked by this news. Some people think it is a lie, but the dark web list has always been fair. Manipulation is impossible. Among the old blood-pact assassins, some have died, some have escaped, and now they want to use the newcomer as their calling card. The man ordered his subordinate to find out everything about Mr. Black's past. Meanwhile, one combat vehicle with a trailer was driving through the desert. The fish company is reliable, but is there anything permanent in this world? Stan thought, especially when it comes to relationships between people. It will be necessary to acquire your own secret base. The guy came to a familiar place. It was the old ruins of a factory in the desert. The hero got out of the car, he was there. This place was taken from him by a guild in his past life. But the equipment here is no longer any good. It's a good thing Stan prepared for this by gathering robot assistance. The materials brought from Faish are enough to fix everything here. After some time, the base was finished. The hero wiped the dust off his hands while looking at his new home. In front of him stood a technologically advanced black and orange building. The guy approached the entrance and pressed the switch. At that very second, the door opened and robots began to drive in. They installed equipment and cleared the walls of cobwebs and excess stones. Stan wasn't idle either and sat down at the table on which various mechanisms lay. The guy decided to fix things inside the base, and the sooner he does it, the better. The night passed, and then the morning came. The sun had just risen. Stan stretched tiredly. He had finally finished everything. Now he also has full-fledged property. The base is completely ready for operation. I have already reached the dark level, Stan thought. I have the task, the data too. I have worked out the plan of action. All that remains is to stick to it and finish off my goal. A few hours later, in the department of the 13th Division, suddenly, Carl's phone rang. The man picked up the phone and asked who it was. Guess. The guy on the other end of the line answered. Carl recognized that voice. He recognized Stan's voice. How dare you call here? Carl shouted, standing up from his chair. He picked up the phone, signaling to the other employees that Stan was calling him. We need to track him down urgently. The soldier understood the order and has already tried to connect. But in response, he only received a geolocation error. I can't track him down. He's a highly skilled programmer. Kevin told Carl that he would try to negotiate and picked up the phone. Stan, you left the unit without permission, violated the code and behaved in an unacceptable manner, the boss said. You probably want to know when I'll be back? Kevin replied that Stan had probably already figured everything out, and at that moment the hero said that he would never return. So, does that mean you're deserting? You don't understand. I want to cooperate with you, but in a different format. Kevin asked what Stan meant, but at that moment the hero hung up. This is outrageous, damn it! Kevin threw the phone down in a rage, but forgot that it was Carl's phone. Suddenly, the clerk said that a letter had arrived from Stan. Kevin came closer to take a look and couldn't believe his eyes. Before his eyes was a map with the exact locations of the embryo bases, full details on weapons and coordinates. Was this really the format of cooperation that Stan had spoken about? Having come to his senses a little, Kevin ordered to stop searching for Stan and leave him as their special agent, as well as move the data about him to the archive. Carl breathed a sigh of relief, because it was good that such a guy was not their enemy. Suddenly, notifications appeared on the monitor that various countries were requesting communication. The guys couldn't understand why 5 countries decided to call at the same time. However, they could not refuse the call, and the leaders of the countries immediately appeared on the screen. The strict leaders greeted the head of the 13th Division. One of them asked if Kevin knew who Zero was, for whom Embryo had put a bounty. This question shocked the head of the 13th Division. The man explained that they had all received data from Zero about the locations of Embryo's secret bases in various parts of the continent. They were wary of information from unknown sources. But this guy had added a note at the end of the message, that the 13th Division of the Star Dragon can testify to the veracity of his data. Kevin's fist clenched in rage. So you shared the information with everyone and you still want us to act as your guarantors? Go to hell, Stan! Kevin shouted across the department. Night fell over the hero's secret base. The robot assistant was already carrying a tray with a cool drink and cake for the owner. Stan relaxed while the robots were serving him. He also thought why he was being discussed in popular posts on the dark web. One of the articles said that Mr. Black is who he claims to be. He is a black ghost. The hero didn't like this news. After all, the Black Ghost is a legend of the planet Aquamarine. The legend says that he appears from the darkness of the night, each time in a new guise. No one knows when he will come. No one knows when he will leave. If you saw him turn away, it means death has already left its mark on you in the form of a fresh bullet hole. He pays with a bullet and takes life. The new nickname sounds strange, the hero thought. A black ghost. Why not a white sheep? Meanwhile, in the Hexia region, at the gathering place of the Wanderers, a dog was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, she heard a noise. The dog immediately jumped to his paws and began to whine. Dozens of military planes flew over the dog's head. In the same region, at the 22nd Embryo Base, patrolmen were on the lookout for enemies. One of the soldiers froze in place when he saw what was coming towards them. He shouted to his comrade to sound the alarm because a Hexia fighter was flying towards them. But before they could do anything, planes flew over them and dropped missiles on the enemy. And along with the fighters, military equipment also appeared. All this was observed by Wang Yu and Bennett, who were sitting in the restaurant. They heard the roar of the explosions in the distance. The war had begun again, the old man said. This time, 6 nations had united to destroy the secret embryo base. The sudden turmoil forced people to flee. The little girl was crying and asking her mother how much longer they had to go. She wanted to go home. "We can't go back," Mom answered, "because Dad and brother were taken away to fight." Nobody wanted war, but here it is again in this world. Why are the 6 nations acting decisively this time? Bennett asked, having failed to track down the embryo in the past. The Star Dragon has information from Zero. Apparently, it's time to develop a cover plan. But we still haven't had time to prepare so much. Bennett drank another glass of wine. He looked down and thought, "Okay, we'll never be able to fully prepare," the hero replied. "Contact our allies and independent fighters. We need to gather all our forces together." At the same time, at the main base of the embryo, powerful blows crumpled the metal, and the roar from the impact echoed throughout the room. The leader of the embryo organization cursed Zero. He didn't understand how much he knew, and most importantly, where did he know all this from? Unless it's a matter of awakened foresight. Then it's clear how you got the information. Escaped from the lab and hid from surveillance. You absolutely must be eliminated. You are very dangerous. If we leave you alive, we ourselves will not be able to escape. The leader took the loudspeaker and started talking. "Move all the bases. Don't be afraid to go into the red. Get rid of as many things as you need. We are executing the hibernation plan. Go underground, scouts. Carefully check Zero's tracks. Don't miss anything. No matter how much he knows, he won't take any risks. Until we find Zero, the full-scale war plan must be halted indefinitely." Morning came. Our hero was in no hurry and just waited. He was monitoring the progress of the mission to destroy the embryo, and it was now at 13%. The percentage is no longer moving so quickly, which means that the chaos has died down. Stan decided that it was time to go and eliminate the evacuating forces of the organization himself in order to advance on the mission. The system reported that Stan became a legend of the planet Aquamarine because he became the mysterious Zero who betrayed the organization Embryo, and with his own efforts undermined its solid foundation. No one expected such an outcome of events, and the guy became the main enemy of the organization. So that's what started the rumors. The guy stood up from his chair and stretched. One thing Stan knew for sure, he knew how to create problems. After some time, the countdown to the start of the Star Sea game was launched on Earth. As soon as the right time came, players from all over the world entered the planet Aquamarine, the former location of the Black Raven Valley base. A level 10 player named Jupiter, dressed as an embryo soldier, logged into the server, just like hundreds of other players. The players entered the world, but did not understand one thing. Where was the base that was here? The chairman didn't know either, because when they switched off the base was here. Where could it have disappeared to? One of the soldiers, using the system, shouted that the base in the Valley of the Black Raven had also disappeared. Have the tasks disappeared too? But no. The tasks were in place. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the soldier saw a notification that said that Zero was a mysterious traitor who had caused great damage to the organization and therefore needed to be found. The guy was shocked by another. When they turned off the mission level, it was B, and now it changed to A. Apparently, this Zero is not so simple. At the official introduction to the game, it was said that each star has its own main character, said one of the soldiers. It seems that the main character in Aquamarine is Zero. A squad of loaded players went in search of at least someone alive. Suddenly, they saw two merchants with tangerines and asked them to stop. Do you know where the ruins in that direction came from? Will you buy tangerines? The cunning seller answered. 20 for 1. Sweet. Okay, I'll take 1 tangerine. There used to be an embryo base there, but it was destroyed by the Star Dragon and Haxia a few months ago. The soldiers were surprised when they heard the bad news. So all our efforts were in vain? No. We have equipment and an A-level mission. We need to find our comrades, then we can return to the embryo camp. Would you like some more tangerines? The seller asked the disappointed fighters. But this time no one bought any tangerines. And in the western capital of the Star Dragon, one red-haired player ran to his mysterious NPC. He hummed a song and hoped that he would finally meet the teacher. But when he arrived, he saw only an old man, who replied that Stan had left a long time ago without even saying goodbye. Who knows where he is now? Then the old man poured a bottle of wine into his mouth. How did it go? The player was surprised, and what should I do? Meanwhile, on the continent of Andia, in the embryo laboratory, there were people in large flasks with liquid. They were unconscious. Experiments were conducted on people. They were injected with a solution to improve DNA. One of the test subjects opened his eyes. The player was happy that he had a great start. All the characteristics from the first level were increased. He was able to create fire with one hand. The guy wondered if the professionals from China would be surprised to see his strength. But at that moment, the scientists monitoring the flask panicked. Apparently, the tests had been successful. The guy was able to open his flask on his own and get out. But suddenly, he felt his movements being restricted. The guy's hands were handcuffed. Hey, what are you doing? I just woke up, the player said, confused. Shut your mouth. Every awakened person must go through 5 stages of brainwashing and then remain under observation for a month. Only then will they let you go. What? A month without leveling up? Other players will overtake me.